Za komentator, oba su na line. Ovo je automatski napravljeno oba i ovo je skroz dignuto na ovo interni mikrofon. Oba su dignuta kanala prema gore. Šta mogu napraviti? Pa znam, da. Evo tu si. Ajde, može nastaviti. Tako treba namisliti. Gore. Ovako. Ja, sama se spustila. Ovo jesi. Ako odlično da još malo više nek se treba, pa. Šta, ne? Pa da. Ja ne znam taj zvuk od pička mater, šta će? Šta je za? Što mogu? Ja sam na dvojici. Mogu da, ali gdje je taj zvuk trebamo narediti? Ne, 10, 80, 50. Šta je mutna? O ja. Probao sam sve te izokretiti. Ovo mi je na automatski. Šta vani? Ovo mi je na interni i ovo gore na line tamo. Znači na jedinici sam treba tamo, ali ne znam šta treba okrenuti.
Jura,
Molim.
stavi na lining. Stavi na lining kameru.
Gdje?
Za komentatora.
CH2, a? Evo jesam. A dok je bilo bodeno u jedan imao si, a? Dok je bilo bodeno u jedan imao si. Sad je ovo input 2. Uboden. Šta počinje, a? Šta da radim? Trese se oko. Jesam, tako je. Znači na INT je oba i ovo je na line. I ubodeno je u dvojku. Šta u jedinicu? U dvojku, tu kod mene.
Juda, na kojem je kanalu?
Na input 2 je.
Dobro. Ne znam, probam mica s jedne strane.
Jesu, a jebe pukne drka dolje. Gdje pošalji pukije gore, nek dođe, nek on drka potom. Čekaj, kruna me zove, čekaj. Halo, kruna.
Finally, Frankfurt Cricket Club starting to kick into gear with that cut shot for 4.
Yes, loosener, wasn't it, from Amir? They have been here, well, shall we say, rather earlier than the Frankfurt Cricket Club team Hattersheim. Yes, still a bit cold for warming up, though, and Amir just a bit loose with his first.
You know what, I did wonder, we didn't quite get to that point. We did have a toss, ladies and gentlemen, but we did get to the point where I did wonder for a second where it might be a nominal, you know what, we've actually got a field because we're here and we're actually ready and you're sort of, you know, but Frankfurt, bless them, they did get themselves here just in time. Here's Amir. Short, pulled away, and a dot. The pressure keeps building. This is a perfect start. I mean, we're through almost half of the power play. That's the thing with T10. It goes so fast. You get 18 balls in the power play. For those maybe new to cricket, we'll try and dissect that a little bit. So there's a 30-yard circle. And in the power play, you only allow 2 fielders outside that circle, which presents increased scoring opportunities. At the moment, those 2 fielders are out at long on and deep mid-wicket. After that, you can have up to 5 out, which allows you to be more defensive. And once more, that's surely going to be a wide. And it's, in fact, 5 of them. Well, after such a clean start, that was the commentator's curse all over. Just as we were praising them scampering through this power play with barely a run scored. A pretty ugly 5 wides.
Yeah, they're rusty, aren't they? It's Amir just needed a little more warming up, I think. Got some big swing, we'll give him that. Certainly has the gift of moving the ball in the air away from the bat. But couldn't control that one.
Yeah, the swing just unfortunately starting when the ball was pretty much off the cut strip. The cut strip in a metaphorical sense, of course, because we're on artificial. Another single. Struggling to capitalise, and a shake of the head in frustration there from Akil Tariq. Won't need me, a humble cricket commentator, to be telling him that this is not what they'd have wanted. And the field changes for the left-handed Alishan, who's on to strike. In fact, pardon me, it's Akil Tariq, the left-hander, on strike now. Alishan with the single. Alishan with 40 on his back at the non-striker's end. Akil Tariq deciding that he's not having any of this numbers nonsense. Short. And a bit of hesitation. Didn't really get hold of that full shot. And it's good bowling as well. He's bowling to his field because he's got the man out there for that shot as well.
Yes, his power play is
Back of a length.
back of a length and very straight, isn't it? No one deep on the offside. So you mustn't give him any room wide of the off stump.
That's short. That's kept very low. Dot ball. Well, it's not often you see an artificial track that is literally a road, to use the phrase, misbehaving, but that's kept very low.
Well, the sand that's between the carpet and the concrete does tend to leach away and create those little drum skin holes.
Second over almost complete, and that will be 4 runs. A much needed 4 runs.
Not quite where he intended it. I think he meant to go a little further forward of square, but it was quite fortunate for him actually, because there was a man there at forward square leg saving the single, but as it was, it evaded that man, went too fine.
There's only 2 runs off the first over. It's extraordinary. We might not see a better over all week.
No, we might well. We certainly don't see many maidens.
Absolutely, you barely see a maiden in a T20 game. Right,
He's going to finish his spell.
Keeper's coming up to the stumps now, trying to trap the batsman in his crease, make him think a little bit more. Ali Shan on strike. That's full, that's in the block. Oh, that's very good bowling again. They'll only get 1. It's a slow and steady start. Frankfurt starting to kick into gear though. Starting to find a bit of rhythm.
Yes, his key, Yasser, is that he doesn't put any pace on the ball. That reduces his margin of error to practically nothing. He's just got to drift the ball into the left-hander's middle stump. And there are 2 men deep on the leg side in front of the bat if he does play across the line. Again,
It's a tried and trusted formula, and it's worked for him plenty of times. In he comes again. That's very full. Pitching outside leg, surely, and the umpire signals so, but he'll take the dot. I say it's a tried and trusted routine because he had the 2nd best economy rate of anybody in the 20-team state T20 competition this summer. He went for 5.1 and over. Really struggled to get him away. And he's translating that into T10 here. Full in the block. Oh, and he swings and gets very lucky. Very, very lucky.
And the thing is there, he's just got that tiny bit of width. When Yasir is bowling his best stock ball, it just drifts in to middle and leg. The batsman's got to play across the line, and he's got those 2 fielders out on the deep. And he's also got those 2 saving the single behind square. But as soon as there's width, you can slash at it, and there are runs.
Just to repeat again, if you are only just joining us, that we've had some technical issues due to a very unfortunate overnight robbery of a large amount of our camera equipment. But we're doing everything we can to still show the cricket as well as we possibly can, and are working incredibly hard behind the scenes here. Yasir once more. That's a lovely shot straight towards us in the commentary box. Clean and crisp, straight drive. And Frankfurt really starting to kick into gear now after some slow beginnings.
It's half volley length, that one. And Akil, well, he started to work out what the Yasir plan is. When you've got a plan, it can only ever last for 10 balls, but he just got his big front foot down the pitch and was right in, as they say, the slot.
So Akil Tariq up to 13 off 10 now. Here's Yasir. Oh, that's an ugly swipe.
He's just trying to find that gap behind square on the leg side where there are those 2 fielders on the single, but he was asking quite a lot of himself to drag the ball that far across him when it was angled across outside the off stump. Well bowled, Yasir.
Last ball of the power play. Last ball of Yasir's spell as well. He's only gone for 11 off 11 balls. Oh, that is swiped away, just out of reach of the fielder. And some scrappy fielding allows them to come back for 2 to the bowler's frustration. And that is the end of the power play. 27 without loss. Quite a decent recovery from Frankfurt after a very slow start. And Yasir Mahmood completes his work for this game. The man who would be their designated golden ball bowler, if we do get that far, has shown that he's got a bit of a golden arm there. He's only gone for 13 off 2 overs, which in T10 is positively magnificent.
when we played the European Cricket Series in Frankfurt here in July, he bowled his 8 overs throughout the tournament for just 62. Anything under 10 means you're doing a good job. And
Particularly in the power play, though.
absolutely. And look, it's Amir, as the field now spreads, post-power play, 5 men on the boundary. Amir is going to bowl his second over. So both the openers going through there too to start with.
So, still 2 fielders out. They've got the option of putting more out. They've got 2 out on the leg side, 2 out on the off now.
3 on the offside.
Pardon me. Glad someone's here to do my eyesight for me. That's a good start. Outside the off stump, another dot. This is a 5-4 field here. Can't really afford. Well, he's got a lot of coverage. In fairness, we've also got a dog on the pitch at deep mid wicket. But we're continuing onwards. Here's Amir. Steps across, gets hold of it. It is towards the dog. It's also towards long on. Oh, he's juggled it 3 times. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Alam Norzadran there just... He seemed to have done all the hard work. He was right underneath it. And really, he didn't have to move as soon as the ball was hit. Well, the ball may be... Shall we say it's a little bit dewy in this early morning? Well, the dew is still there.
I'll tell you what, the dog was only 10 yards away from being underneath it as well. So Alam Norzadran drops the catch. And Alishan gets a life. Oh, beats him. Well bowled. That's excellent stuff from Amir.
A lovely bit of outswing. The error that he made the ball before, which he nearly got away with the ball that was skied to Noor, is that he bowled a little bit too full. If he just brings his length back a bit, as that last ball was, he's got the cover. 3 men saving the single in the offside and 2 square of the wicket deep.
Amir Waheed again. That's off the pad. I'll scamper through for 1. Got 2 for 11 in this fixture in the ECS in July, Amir Waheed. Was a key reason as to why they were able to narrowly win against Frankfurt, who ended up with 3 losses from 3, which was quite harsh on them, given they took every single game down to the last couple of balls. But T10 can be pretty brutal like that sometimes, and they were just on the wrong side of it across those 2 days of cricket. Field changing now for the left-hander. 3 out, ringing the leg side boundary. That's short, hammered away. Oh, and the fielder just, well, didn't quite get down to it. Was too late to get down to it. Coulda, woulda, shoulda sort of thing. And Faisal instead has to just go and fetch the ball and get it back in. Lovely, powerful pull shot, though. Take nothing away from the batsman. And FCC, after some steady beginnings, are really kicking into life quite nicely here.
And not quite sure about this field on the leg side, Michael, because the 3 men out, really, batsmen have got 1 run anywhere they want it, forward a square on the leg side. So clearly the position from Hattersheim is that they're happy for Frankfurt Cricket Club to just get the strike returning. It's 4 there that worried about, not 1 on the leg side.
Tariq on strike. Full and smeared away. They'll get 1. Fazal, having misfielded out on the boundary, does, to his credit, sprint in well enough to stop the second run here. And that is the end of the 4th over. And FCC going very nicely here on 35 without loss. So just to give you a bit more background to this tournament. So as I mentioned, it's the 10 best sides from the state T20 competition. In Group A, we've got Frankfurt CC and Hattersheim, you can see in action. SG Heinhausen 1886, TSV Fungstadt and Darmstadt CC. And then in Group B, which will be playing their games on Wednesday and Thursday, we've got FCA 04 United Stars Darmstadt, who just qualified for ECL 21. MSC Frankfurt, SV Wiesbaden 1899, Lamar CC Oberwursel, and FC Germania Biber. That's your 10 teams. Across the week, we'll be steadily introducing you to all of them. For now, we can introduce you to a change in the bowling.
Yeah, so we're going to have a look at Umar Farouk. He's going to bowl right arm round the wicket to the left-hander.
He's got 3 out, ringing that leg side boundary. That's gone very, very high. It's going to take some catching. Oh, it's his second drop of the innings. Could be a run out as well. They scramble back. I think they might have only got one there. No, they did get back for two, I believe. There was Alishan and Akel Tariq making 22 yards look a very long way at that point. There was a bit of yes, no wait, and just about avoided the sorry at the end of it. In comes Farouk. That short, slowable bouncer, I think. Worked very nicely. It was definitely deliberate. Beat the batsman.
Yeah, just to go back to that drop catch, you've got to feel a little bit sorry for Inam there, because not only was the ball swirling in the air, he had to make room, had to run a good 20 metres. His fingers would have been terribly cold. It's that kind of morning here in Frankfurt.
About 9 degrees.
And he's rubbing his hands now, partly through pain, I suspect.
Here's Farouk full. Slower ball off cutters, smeared away. There's a man out there. Well, the two fielders sort of had a bit of a discussion between each other as to who was going to field the ball. And while they did that, the batsman thought, well, we were not sure whether we're taking two. Now we definitely are. And it was a very good decision. Got back for the second. 39 without loss. Ticking reasonably well now. The power play is out of use, but these two very much getting their eye in. Akel Tariq, the opener, given a couple of lives. And now he goes down the ground. It's a lovely shot. It's just about fielded. Some fancy footwork from Hamid right in front of us. And he's managed to keep them to just one there as well. A couple of shouts from the Frankfurt tent behind us. Couldn't have been more simple of run, run. And you can understand their point of view, because there was plenty of time for two there. And I wonder if that's what Tariq and Alishan are going to have a chat with each other about.
Well, Hamid, he's 55 and 66 on his back. And I dare say if he weren't the captain, he might have had a word with himself about fielding the ball with his feet there. But they've got to choose who their fielders are, to whom they're going to try and take a couple. And he's not the most mobile of the fielders. They really ought to be trying to push the ball to the more vintage-aged men in the field.
Yes, yes. A village cricket tactic, but effective in the ECS nonetheless. Here's Farouk. That's very full. This is smeared up in the air, and it's over the head of the aforementioned fielder who's been in the action, Abdul Hamid Bhatti, the captain for Hattersheim. Turns around and gets it in. More runs, slightly streaky runs. They don't want to use up all their lives in this tournament in one game, Frankfurt.
Oh, it was smart there, Michael. They brought Hamid in by nearly taking the two to him, and then he came inside the ring and the shot went over his head. That's good tactics. And now it's almost cat and mouse here, because now Hamid has gone back out again, and that opens up the prospect of trying to push two to him. Good tactics.
Sweet. Three sweepers out in the offside, two on the leg. Here's Farouk once more. He's got him. First wicket in the second ECS in Frankfurt. Umar Farouk clean bowls him. And finally, Turk FC Hattersheim break through. Alishan gone. Arguably the star batsman of the Frankfurt Cricket Club lineup, never really got going today. And that's how it ended. A huge swing. And he has to depart. Got the second most runs of anybody in the state T20 competition this summer. Even hit a couple of hundreds. But today, departs for just 11 off 12 balls. Not really what the doctor ordered in a T10 game.
I think he frustrated himself a little bit towards the end there. 11 off 12 is not what he feels is his best striking rate, and he really lost his head there. His head went back, and there was a massive and not really very controlled thrash of the bat, just trying to cow it over deep mid-wicket, and he really wasn't in any position to play that uncontrolled shot. And the reward there for Umer was just bowling full and straight.
Well, you mentioned strike rate. I mean, in that T20 competition, he scored at a strike rate of 182, and that was a T20 competition, never mind a T10. So certainly a capable hitter, Mohamed Alishan, but no more, not today. And that's the end of the fifth over as well. And so the sixth will start with a man who's already shelled a catch today at long on, but will try and make up for it with the ball. Alam Noor Zadran took 3 for 13 in the ECS semi-final victory.
Deep fielders on the leg side again.
It's Tariq to face, of course, because of it being the end of the over. And that's some extras. So new batsman able to graze at the non-striker's end and just have a look.
The new batsman is Syed. Just taking a look at the bowling of Noor.
Where is Noor? That's very full. Oh, that's creamed away. And that is our first 6 here in Frankfurt. Delicious shot. Right out of the middle of Akil Tariq's bat. And someone's got to climb over the grassy bank to fetch it.
Yeah, just waited on the back foot for that. Very good, very strong square of the wicket. And right into his slot. Actually, it's taken some fetching, but Noor has got the ball back now. No adjustment in the field. Still the 3 fielders out desperately hugging the boundary as far as they can be. Out on the leg side, front of square. Goes for it again, hasn't quite taken all of it, and there's the catch. Lovely catch, just jumping forward. Had to make in some good room from the boundary, but kept his eye on it all the way. And at last, at the 3rd attempt in the innings, and the 6th over, the catch has gone to hand for Hattersheim, and they've seen the back of Akil Tariq. I think it was just a question of time before he was going to try and find that leg side boundary for 6 again. And we just look at the replay. You can see he really backed away towards leg stump and got himself more tangled up in line with the ball and found himself a little bit cramped up for room. The ball took the shoulder of the bat and therefore got the top edge. And Fazal Bashir came in very neatly out there deep mid-wicket. And now Hattersheim have the double breakthrough. 2 down, Michael.
Yes, you blink in T10 and the game changes. We should say, wherever you're joining us across the world, very grateful for your company here. And we should mention once more that we have had some technical issues due to a very unfortunate overnight robbery, but there's been an absolutely phenomenal effort by everybody, dozens of people behind the scenes here, to make it possible that with a huge amount of our camera equipment stolen, we've still managed to be on air and doing everything that we can to bring you the cricket, which is already entertaining us so richly and will do across these next 5 days of 24-game T10 action. It's a wonderful job with the production team and staff here as Noor comes in once more. And, it's a single.
Wamak off the mark. He's someone who will be in good condition to maintain the scoring rate.
And I've got a story for you about Wamak Saeed.
National team player, wicketkeeper.
Better than that.
Yeah, I just think so.
Oh no, it's a proper story. He's a veteran. He is an absolute veteran. So he was there on the day the club was formed.
And Nakash, left-hander at the other end. 2 new batsmen. And until just now with a max single, neither of them had faced a ball.
Yeah, it's not really what you want in the middle of a T10 innings.
Here is Nakash facing. Oof! Tried to work it leg side, come through for a quick single. That's neatly done. So now both of them newly arrived at the crease and off the mark to their respective first balls.
So Wamak Saeed was integral to the formation of Frankfurt Cricket Club because it was him and a now retired player who essentially were sat around in Frankfurt speaking to each other and thinking it'd be wonderful to play cricket. Should we form a club? And as they say, the rest is history. And 50 odd years later, here we are.
Very well done. Just waited for the ball and used the pace on it to glide it down past the keeper for 2. That's experience.
Yes.
It's a good short ball, though.
I'm trying to work out the years. 1974. Quick maths. Come on, Michael. 46 years. 46, so they are approaching their 50th anniversary. I'm sure they'll very much enjoy it when it comes.
Noor's bowled nice and straight, short of a length. Proved difficult to get away in this over so far. There's some width, though. And more or less tidily cleaned up there on the boundary, and Wamak is kept to the single.
That sounded gorgeous off the bat. He's just picked the sweeper out.
He's made little room for himself. But that is a tidy over.
It certainly is. Should say as well, in case you're maybe wondering, all of the overs being bowled from the same end today. Hence, a bit of movement between the bowlers between overs, but not necessarily a huge amount of the conventional chaotic movement from the field as necessary. Plenty of overs to get through, of course. We've got 100 today, and in each of the next 4 days.
Now Umair is coming back. And he's going to carry on bowling to Womack. Just with those fall of the first 2 wickets, the momentum sliding a little now, and Hattersheim just have a little grip on the game. It's well bowled. It's cramped him up. Quickly through for the leg bye. Oh, no, that's very nearly cost them another leg bye. I don't fancy his chances of getting into the football.
Yeah, he's not going to be. He's not be getting himself a contract in the Bundesliga with finishing like that. He's not going to be getting himself a contract in the Bundesliga too either, unfortunately.
But well bowled, short of a length, and just cramping Wakas up, and he's annoyed with himself, kicking himself at the non-striker's end for not getting some bat on that through the leg side.
Well, that was like a defender clearing the ball out for a corner rather than sweeping it into his own net.
Full ball, Nakash just bunts it down the ground. Zoeb nice and tidy out on the boundary. Can't quite see it in your pictures, but if I tell you who the 4 fielders are who are in the ring for the right-handed Womack: short third man, short fine leg, an extra cover and a mid-wicket, which tells you the bowling is going to try and be full. Indeed it is, down the leg side, and going for the run out as he's fallen over.
Oh my goodness gracious me, what's going on there?
It's slippery out there, Michael, I'm telling you. They've actually got 2 wides for it, down the leg side.
It is slippery in Venice. There's been a lot of rain overnight, and even with putting the boundary rope out, there's still a lot of dew around. That was positively comedy cricket.
Of course,
batsman falling over, batsman then getting up and running, keeper and fielders, bowler infuriated that ended up being against his figures.
Now for the left-hander, 3 fielders saving the single on the offside, and that's beautifully done. Wasn't that wonderful? Just rolled the fingers over the ball. Nice little cutter. Action was pacey, but the ball came out that much slower.
Yeah, they still haven't really got started, these two. And they haven't got much time to get started either in T10.
Oh, it's gone right over his head. He bowled that little bit quicker, but still Zoeb able to come in. Very neatly restricted to 2 again. It's been a couple of overs since we had a boundary. In fact, I'm right in saying we haven't had a boundary since that second wicket fell.
That is correct. We had the 6th the ball before. And that is that. We've not had a boundary for 8 balls, which doesn't sound like a long time, but in a T10 game is a long time. Everything happens so fast.
Just getting up in that block hole, isn't he? You can see his strategy. Noor is trying to bowl full at Womack's legs. And again, he can only find that long-on fielder. So the pressure really now starting to tell. So we're going at 10 and over till those 2 wickets fell. Both openers gone. And in spite of the undoubted quality of Nakash and Womack at 3 and 4, they are struggling now.
Something's got to give.
Now just trying too hard there. Lost balance, allowed himself to pivot too much, swung himself almost 180 degrees to the ball whistling through between the stumps and the bat. That makes it 10 balls without a boundary. Well, that was another neat over. Now, the thing that makes it slightly interesting here, with a couple of overs to go, is that Hattersheim have used their first 4 bowlers and bowled them out.
Yeah, it's a strange. It's not the conventional T10 thing. It's actually quite rare in T10, certainly in the ECL, that we saw bowlers even bowling 2 over spells.
Here is Noor bowling his last over. Womack just giving himself a bit of width. It looks like Noor is going to continue that short of a length approach to Womack, the right-hander, just on top of the off stump, and make him attempt to cut, but close to his body. And his approach to the left-handed Nakash has also to bowl a bit shorter, safe in the knowledge he's got those 3 fielders prowling around on the deep square boundary. But he's overpitched that one. It's coming towards us.
Oh my goodness gracious!
That was wonderful. Oh, he's absolutely nailed it.
That had one of our names on it, and in the end, we've managed to just about jump out the way. That was a tracer bullet.
There is the boundary. It comes straight into the commentary position. It was a full ball there. We shouldn't have bowled the full ball with the field he had.
And then we got to see it a lot closer nearly as it thumped into us and nearly knocked our tent and everything all over.
Could that be the fillip that they need to get going again? Better length this time, and the pull hasn't come off. Just the single on this occasion. Just the one ball that he mustn't bowl to Nakash is that really full ball with the field he's got.
The slot.
And again, he's got to stick when bowling to Womack now with that short, straight ball. You see, there it is. It does it very well. Womack moving to leg, trying to make room to play. But
well, you called it.
Even if he nails it, he's got those 3 fielders out sweeping on the offside. Again, what Noor doesn't want to do to Womack is bowl full, because he can drill it back down the ground where there is a space. Now this time he has made room. The fielders are coming round. It's gone right between them, brilliantly placed. Just the 4 runs. Didn't try and hit it too high and hard, but he's threaded the needle there. And now, like Nakash, Womack has his first boundary, and we're just starting to get going again.
Bisected the gap perfectly. One rule of thumb is if you're in doubt in T10 as to what's a good score, look around 10 and over. We'll wait and see as the week goes on and realise better what that might be. But they're heading for in and around the 100 mark as we speak.
Done it well again. Short this time at the body. Fancy he slightly surprised Womack by bowling a little more towards the leg side. Womack played rather late on the pull there, but they've got the leg by. And well, I would say those the 2 change bowlers, Umer and Noor, well, they've both bowled their 2 overs. They've done a very good job.
But it presents an interesting situation that is very rarely seen in T10 cricket, which is where sometimes you see a 6th bowler used because a bowler has got a lot of tap. But in this situation, it's deliberate, it's pre-planned. It's not because a bowler's bowled one over and had a particular stinker, so you need to make up that over with a 6th bowler. They've known from the start that this is what they're going to do. And so now bowlers 5 and 6 will bowl at the death.
Now that is,
starting with Inam Ullah.
It is a strategy, but with all the goodwill in the world, you would say it's a risky strategy.
It's a rarely used one, to be polite. It's not one that I've seen at all in T10 cricket before. It's not used by any team at the ECL or anywhere I've seen in the ECS, really.
So Inam's only over is the 9th. The first one is very full, a little bit of a way swing there. And I think Womack tried too hard to swing that away over the onside. But whoever has to bowl the 10th over will be his only over.
We'll see Inam with the bat later. Destructive opening batsman, but for now, with the ball.
Oh, well
there we go.
Well done. Now, all he had to do there was bowl accurately, and he knew that the pressure was on Womack, who had to try and go over the top, and that pressure has told. With 11 balls left, Womack really had to try and find a boundary. There's lots of gap out there for him to reach on the leg side. But the swing was enough to find a leg stump. Well bowled, and that little momentum that was built up is now sawn off once again, and it's 3 down in the Frankfurt innings.
Time running out. And with time running out, Frankfurt Cricket Club needing some quick runs. Out comes a man who is ideally placed to provide them. Hassan Nauman, their best 6-hitter. A man who is known for his ability to clear the fence, and they could really do with that here.
He had one chance, really, to show what he could do in the July tournament got 14 off 7 balls, so no more than a cameo, but he can probably play himself in 1 ball here, but he has got to go for it. 3 men on the boundary on the leg side and 2 on the off side. Don't bowl too straight here, man.
The only thing that slightly surprised me about Naumann when we talk about tactics is it's your best 6-hitter and they're coming in at number 5. They're coming in at the back end of the 9th over. It does seem, when you've got so little time, again, a strange way to maybe arrange your deck of cards.
Your best 6-hitter, you've only got 60 balls. It's got to face as many of them as possible. And ideally,
maybe in the power play. Yep. He's in him.
He's going to get a wide for that. Now that's it's unfortunate because it's the right kind of ball that he's got to bowl here, just swinging into the pads of the left-hander. There's probably a better ball to a right-hander though. Nakash just eyeing up that leg side boundary for the one that does drift onto his pads. Nicely done.
Well, he's swinging off his feet here, Nakash Naveed. He's trying to hit the ball so hard. He's got 9 off 8, a lot of dots. Sometimes just getting bat on ball, just giving the guy at the other end a chance and not taking the dots and building the pressure, and the pressure is told. Off he goes, 9 off 9 for Nakash Naveed. The pressure was too much. You miss, I hit. And for the second time in the over, it's clean bowled by Inam Ullah.
He's just nagging away, isn't there? Nagging away on the length. And he knows they have to try and play big shots, and if they miss them, he hits the stumps. And it's exactly what he did earlier on in the over. Just gentle swing from right to left and hitting the top of the, in this occasion, the off stump.
Again, though, it does make you wonder. Inam Ullah, hadn't seen it for myself in person, but was told that he can bowl very handy mediums, and he's shown how handy they are. But again, he can't come on for a second over because that's his lot.
No, it would be distinctly useful, wouldn't it, if he could carry on and bowl the 10th?
It certainly would. It certainly would. But alas...
Well, I've got a funny feeling we might have to see some spin for the 10th, and I wonder whether the captain will bowl it himself. That would be a brave thing to do.
Well, yes. He's not a man who lacks confidence, Abdul Hamid Bhatti. I was having a chat with him the other day. I said, who's your best bat? He was like, me. So we'll get to see if he can back up that chat later on when he's got Willow in hand.
See, with Anis not in the Hattersheim 11, to me it looks as though the bowler that has to bowl the 10th is the captain with his spinners. Anyway, here's Inam again. They really should push for 2 there. Well, yeah, they should push for 2 there. They've got to run the first one a bit quicker than that at this stage in the game. Perhaps we can, well, no, you can't be charitable and say he's giving the strike to his partner because he's kept the strike. So perhaps that's what the point was. He wants to face the last over, so he's just taken the single.
Yeah, but he's taken the strike away from their best 6-hitter.
There we go. So he wanted the strike himself.
So on every level, it's not really a ploy that you'd have to say makes sense, because Hassan Naumann can hit a long ball, but he's stuck at the non-striker's end. And it is Alim Al-Razi, the captain, who's taken the responsibility of facing the opposition captain.
So it is,
as we thought, the 55-year-old Abdul Hamid Bhatti will set his field up.
Yes, so we are going to see Hamid. He just bowls nice and slow, little off-cutters. Gone for the big hit this time. He should get 2. They're going to race back. I hope they do. Yeah, here they come. And that's going to be a comfortable couple of runs as the throw comes in. Well fielded out there on the line.
It's a big old boundary out there.
Plenty of room. If you're going to try and hit the 2, that's the place to go for, down there towards the railway tracks and the cycle path. He's gone for it again. Now they will get 2 again here, I think. He hasn't got much bat on it.
No,
Maybe half the blade? No? OK, so the plan there, I hope the plan there is he's going to try and get Neumann onto strike to hit those 4 6s that will finish the innings.
Well, yes, I've given him quite the billing, but he certainly can hit. He was 14th in the MVP rankings for the T20 competition this summer, and most of that MVP ranking points were built off 6s. That was the bulk of it.
Well, that's high in the air. Now that should be caught. Zaeb is under it. No, it was too high in the end. They're coming back for a second. They've made a complete hash of where they're standing. The throw's gone to the wicketkeeper's end, and they've made it back for 2.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, as the Chuckle brothers used to say. Well, the catch wasn't a catch. He was 10 yards short of it. But after that, it was positively comedy cricket all round. 2 in the book.
If he really gets hold of one of those, could hit the television scaffolding. 3 balls to go. Zaeb is on this one, and he's caught it easily. Well done. Barely had to move, flat batted.
No mistake.
What more could Neumann do, really, in that situation? He had to try and clear the line, but he actually ended up drill driving it too flat. And Zaeb has saved a few runs in that position. Now he's had a chance to complete a catch.
Fairness, he got hold of it pretty well. It was out of the meat of the bat. It was just not quite high enough to clear the sweeper.
Exactly, he didn't get enough elevation on it. That's the trouble when you're facing bowling of this kind. Is
you've got to generate all the pace.
Exactly, there's absolutely nothing to work with at all. You have to put all the power on the ball, and it's very hard to get under a ball with any force when it's bowled so slowly. So a couple of balls left. 81 for 4, so it certainly looked after 4 overs as though Frankfurt Cricket Club were going to be on for 100, and Hattersheim have come back very well after about the 4th over.
They certainly have. We'll only start to get a gauge of what is a good score on this ground. There's some quite long grass, there's some pretty big boundaries, and some slightly uneven outfield, which doesn't really facilitate the ball travelling fast across it, which might mean that scores are maybe a touch on the low side, as opposed to you think of, say, La Manga with the 50-metre boundaries where you're looking at par as being about 120. Don't think we're in that capacity here.
So Maman Hakyar is the new batsman. And that was bright from the captain there. You'd expect a man of his vintage to have a good cricketing brain, and he just pushed that through a little bit quicker. And Hakyar, number 7, wasn't able to get onto it. Oh, that's got to be close, hasn't it? Did you get an edge on it? I thought I heard 2 noises. Certainly seemed to be right in front. Let's have another look. Just swung away at the last minute there. It's the end of the innings. So no wicket off the final ball. It actually hit him quite on leg stump, I think. Might have just missed leg stump. And that concludes a very good comeback from Hattersheim. It really did look as though they were going to be facing a total of 100 plus when the openers were going. And we saw 2 good hands from Akil Tariq up the order and Alishan Mohman as openers. But then when the breaks came at the end of the 4th and the start of the 5th overs, those change bowlers came on. Umer and Noor were very, very accurate. And actually, despite the class of Wamak at 3 and Nakash at 4 for Frankfurt, they just couldn't get the momentum. And at the end of the innings, the acceleration was cut off as well by some good bowling from, Inam in particular. So at the end of the innings, 81 for 5, and that looks to be, at best, a middling to par score. What do you think, Michael?
It's 81 for 5. One of the players from TFC Hattersheim just asking to confirm the scores on the doors, which we're in the process of doing. And as mentioned, Akil Tariq very much the star with 31 off 20 at the top of the innings. Alishan, who many, including myself, have got high hopes for that we'll see some big hitting from him in this tournament, didn't get going. 11 off 12 for him. And from then on, no one really made a decisive contribution or a stamp on the innings, which sort of drifted through to a close of 81 for 5. Pretty tidy effort from the TFC Hattersheim boys with the ball. Yassin Mahmood going for 13 off 2 up top. Amir Waheed conceding 21 off his 2. Umar Farouk 1 for 12 off 2, which is gold dust figures in T10. Alam Noor went for 24 off his 2 but picked up 1. And then the 2 boys at the death, who could only have an over each because of the interesting bowler rotation policy, shall we say, both bowled magnificently. Inam Ullah 2 for 2 off his over, and Abdul Hamid Bati right at the end with 1 for 5 of his one. And so it means 82 to win. You said middling to low, Kit. The only thing I would just say is we had a walk round beforehand. The boundaries are not 50-metre boundaries. They're quite long boundaries here. It's not like La Manga, if you remember the European Cricket League 2019, where seemingly everything just flew for 4 if you beat the fielder. There is quite a lot of divots in the outfield and the ball maybe not flying and zipping across the turf. So I think it still could be a competitive score, but as a lot of this game comes down to, the power play is huge, because a lot of teams target, you want to be 40 off the power play. And if they can get off to a fast start here, TFC, and find themselves 40 for none, say, or 3, it's probably game over. But if Frankfurt can find a way to get through that power play period with the required run rate still not overly manageable, then we could have a close one.
Yeah, it's not, when I say middling, what I mean is I think that Hattersheim will be pleased with it.
Oh, yes. If you'd have offered them 81 walking off, they'd have said, yeah, we'll back ourselves to chase 82 in the T10 game. It's the classic benefit of batting second. Of course, you know exactly what a good score is, because as Jason Gillespie would say, the task of cricket is to score one more run than the opposition. It's a simple game at times.
Yes, he's quite the philosopher.
Yes, well, yes, quite.
But at this stage of the two teams, I would say that Hattersheim would be the one that felt better.
Yes. Oh, certainly. Yeah. Chasing 82, and it was the power play, arguably, that as much as anything was costly in them only reaching 82. To take just 2 off the first over in a power play is almost unheard of. Have a look at those figures. Scrolling through that first wicket partnership of 42, dominated by the left-handed thumping of Akil Tariq. And for TFC Hattersheim, I would expect that it will be Inam Ullah to open the batting. We saw bowling at the back end, taking 2 for 2 in the 9th over. I would imagine he will be the longest. Well, there's a range of options. It can be quite flexible with the batting order, TFC Hattersheim. But the keeper, Shahid Ahmed, would be the most obvious candidate. He thumped 35 off just 16 in the ECS semi-final back in July, which was a big knock that helped TFC get into the final, where they lost to MSC Frankfurt. So there wouldn't seem a reason to change that combination. It is the combination they use most of the time. Shahid Ahmed opening up with Inam Ullah. From the looks of things, in the 10th behind us, that's what they're going with. Frankfurt Cricket Club probably under pressure to take some early wickets to try and stem the flow of things. They'll be looking to Mohamed Hakia, an opening bowler who bowls relatively sharp right arm. He often does bowl the first over for them. We'll wait and see if that proves to be the case. But that's the match situation. 82 required off 10 overs. Now Ullah taking 2 for 2. Akil Tariq top scoring with 30.
Hakya. Rookie bowler. Gets a decent little bit of pace, and certainly reasonably describe him as white ball short form specialist, Hakya. Now in these first power play overs, you can only have 2 fielders outside the fielding ring. Hakya and his captain have gone for a long on, right on the boundary for that straight drive, and interestingly, the third man, which suggests that he's going to go for a bit of full outswing here. So if it doesn't swing and the ball is full on the pads, it can be driven in the air to long on, and if it does swing and is wide, he's got that cover from the thick edge down the third man. 4 on the offside and 3 on the on. He's short, wow, very short indeed. The batsman almost having to jump up onto his tiptoes to get there.
Just what you want as a wicketkeeper. First ball would be an standing up.
It's his decision to stand up.
It certainly is, and it's very useful because it traps the batsman in his crease. It's a brave man in me. To stand up to
But again, did exactly what he wanted to do, just a slightest bit of movement away from the batsman. But when you go on as short as that, it's not really about the swing. Just trying to cramp Inam up for room. He started off the power play with 2 dots, which is exactly what Hattersheim did at the start of play.
It's really.
There's the width, and it's in the air over the top of point, and I think that's going to be the first 4 of the innings. Indeed it is. Bounces away to the embankment, and Inam just pounces on the width that there was. It's all very well having the third man for the edge, but on that occasion, it wasn't the edge, it was the meatiest middle. 4 runs at the first scoring shots of this chase of 82 in the first half.
Yep, it was the T10 slash down to third man, which is much used, much loved shot in this format. They're off and running TFC.
There's that width again, and he's up and over the top, and this time it's 1 bounce and 4 more. He's done a good job there. Width twice, and both times he's unfurled, rasping cuts. It doesn't matter that they're in the air, because that backward point fielder is right up on the ring. So all he's got to do is get it over that fielder's head, and he's away. And there's now been an adjustment in the field, as you might expect. The long on has come up into the ring, and that second fielder, the point fielder, has now gone out onto the boundary. 8 without loss. This time width but fuller, and he's gone 4 again. Even though he was on the back foot, he managed to get enough strength and punch into that drive on the up. He knew that the deep point was out there, so he went over extra cover. And 3 boundaries now in the over. And Inam, just as had been hoped, has got Hattersheim off to a flyer.
Yeah, TFC going really nicely here, and a lot of noise coming out of the TFC 10. And with the same logic that I mentioned, you don't want to take this game deep. Do the bulk of the work in the power play. Home from there.
Last ball of the over. Big inside edge there. This time he was trying to clear that long on fielder who's come up into the ring. Just nipped it onto his own pad. So 12 runs off the first over in this chase of 82. And Hattersheim will be very pleased with those 3 fours from Inam, and set them well on their way in the power play.
40 sort of around a par score that a lot of teams look at in a T10 power play to be after 3 overs, and if they can get themselves anywhere near that, they'll be well ahead of where Frankfurt were and very much in control of this game. Very decent start. Just to mention as well, do get your tweets in using the hashtag ECS. I'm on @ThisIsMcCann. This is McCann, M2C's ANN. Obviously got @European Cricket, and you, my good man, are
@Cricket Kit.
There you go. Not too far wrong with that one.
Alishan Momand is going to open the bowling from, I was going to say from the other end, but of course it is all the same end.
Yes.
Work of the centre. So having opened the batting, he's opening the bowling now. It's a good swing. And, wide of the batsman. understandably Shahid feeling that he could have a push at that. And there was nobody on the boundary on the offside. 5 in the ring. Again, too much swing. Does try just to nudge it into the offside, doesn't he? And 2 more dots to open the over.
He's hoping to make up a bad game with the back, with the ball here. He's made a perfect start to doing that there, Shahid. Just 11 of 12 with the back.
Boundary riders are both forward of square on the onside. Trying to pierce between the two of them with that shot, but he's on the back foot through the onside to a good length outswing, or is not the shot to play. If he really, I think the thing to try and do here is to hit the ball on the up in the air over the offside infield. Very wide, very, very wide on that occasion. Good tactic. Drift it up outside off stump. Hope that the batsman doesn't clear the fielders, but that was too wide.
Just didn't quite execute it. Does always look simple from the commentary box, though, doesn't it, in terms of what to do, when to do it. It happens so quick, T10 cricket.
Shorter this time, and he's got something on the ball. Just managed to find the wider of those 2 deep fielders. And that gets Shahid off the strike and off the mark.
Fielded out by the football goalposts, which we should mention. If the ball hits them, it's 4. Or if a fielder uses them in the process of fielding, it is also 4. So you're aware.
That deep point's gone out again. That's intelligently done. Deep point went out. Deep mid-wicket came in, but long on was still out there. So Inam was nice and smart. Just bunted the ball, took the easy single to long on.
Yep. They're not under a huge amount of pressure here in terms of the rate. They need 8.1 and over.
He's gone for it this time, but long on is in play, takes the catch. Oh no, he doesn't, he drops it. He went right in, and Hakyar was underneath it.
Just snatched at it.
Yeah, just grabbed. You knew it was coming because Shahid had struggled to get the bowling away, and well, a catch was put down in the second over of the first innings at long on, and now it's happened now. Hakyar's put down straightforward deep catch in that self-same position, and that concludes the second over with a little bit of slice of luck. 16 without loss with 82 to win.
Try and make the most of it now. Try and make it count. That's what it's about. It's a decent start from Hattersheim, but lost a bit of momentum after those back-to-back-to-back boundaries.
Now Hattersheim's approach was just to bowl their bowlers through their spells, 2 overs, 2 overs, 2 overs and so forth, but already for the third over here now we have a little bit of a change. I think, is it the captain, Alim? It's a big drive, it's 2 straight and it's hit the rope, and that's going to be, I think it's bounced just short of the rope. I'm calling that a 4.
Ooh, it's very tight.
They've gone 6, they've decided, the umpire's decided that's hit the rope rather than just bounce short of the rope.
And of course if it hits the rope on the full, for those maybe unfamiliar, new to the game, watching across Europe, if it hits the rope on the full, it is 6.
Be interesting to see that again. And next ball, it's gone for the big hit again. This is going to fall short of the fielder, and they'll just take the single. It's a very simple tactic in this form of cricket. 6 runs to push the fielder back as far as he can go, then just drill the ball short of the fielder to take the single. And the overs made a good start off Al-Razi. 6 and then 1. Oh, why would he need to do that? That does surprise me. He was playing so well. They had good momentum. He's just lost his head there. Head went right back. No real position. Took an almighty swing and just plain missed. So it's a bit of a waste from Inam there, because he'd made a very good start, just playing within himself, and I think he's tried too much on that occasion. That'll be a disappointment, given the foundation that he's laid. First wicket goes, and it's 23 for 1. 82 the target in the second over.
One of their very best batsmen, and he's done now, but in comes, without doubt, their best batsman. The key wicket here, if Frankfurt Cricket Club are to find a way to defend the 81 that they put on the board. Faisal Bashir, the top run scorer in the ECS tournament in July. And he didn't just score those runs, he scored them at one heck of a lick. A strike rate of 225, comfortably over 2 runs a ball, 2.25 runs a ball if you like to be really precise about it. This is a key moment in this game. He whacked 46 off 15 in the ECS semi-final victory that got them into the final in July. And he is the man that TFC Hattersheim will look at in their lineup as the key wicket, the man that can take them home. And he's on strike.
The 2 fielders in the deep are on the offside boundary, and it's a nice classy shot just to play himself in.
Well, that's what I was about to say. The fascinating thing is, you'd think with stats like that he must be a basher. He's actually not. He barely hit a 6 in the ECS in July. The bulk of his runs came in 4s. He's known for hitting the ball along the ground just very, very well.
You don't have to hit 6s, and you don't have to try and hit the boundary from your very first ball when you need 8 and over in this format.
You certainly don't, but he very much does stand out a million miles as a batsman in the T10 format compared to most of his contemporaries, who is content to not chase the 6s, and it works very well for him.
4 fielders on the leg side saving the single. He's just going to get away there. See, just picked the gap there. It's a chase for the fielder. He does manage to pick it up, and they're strolling back quite comfortably for 2. And he just makes it look so easy. That's all that's needed. Find the gap. You don't have to try and hit hard and get 4 or 6 there. Just take the 2s.
Yep.
A 2 and a 2, and find the boundary from a bad ball once and over, and you're home.
Yep.
And that concludes over number 3. What's a good one? Captain Alim Al-Razi getting the breakthrough there. It's 25 for 1 after 3 overs, and 82 is the target.
It's probably about even Stevens, you'd say. And just on that note with Faisal Bashir, so he scored 117 runs in the ECS in July, and 16 of those were boundaries. Sorry, 16 boundaries, 64 of those were in boundaries. So comfortably over half of his entire run tally came from boundaries, miles more than anybody else managed in the competition. Most players hitting more 6s than 4s, as often happens in T10.
Now Frankfurt are doing the opposite of Hattersheim, who...
We finally got some spin in this match, and it's perfect that you're on league commentary for it, Kit. The perfect man.
They bowled all their bowlers through, but Frankfurt changing every over. Here is Nakash, and a very sensible opening shot from Shahid, just thrashing the ball down to long on to keep the strike rotating and give Bashir the strike. That's all they need to do at this point.
Yes, the rate is not particularly scary.
Nakash, nice whippy round arm action. And the thing about Nakash is he bowls very full, as you can see. So there's plenty of opportunity for the batsman to get under the ball. And the tempter here is that on the offside straight, if you can just get the ball past that shortish mid-off fielder, you can get 4 down the ground or 6 over his head. And there it is, just as I predicted. Very straight, a misfield, and 4. It is a nightmare pitch to have to slide around on. You think you've got next to it. It's more like a golf course than a billiard table, and the ball went towards his hand. He just looked up a little too early, and it bobbled away over the grass. And 4 runs.
It's a bit you're making excuses in terms of the turf. It was careless fielding. It does have to be, a spade has to be called a spade.
You have to focus for longer because the bounce is so unpredictable. See, this is the way to bat against this kind of spin. It's very full, so you can drive. Full again, this time it goes for the drive, but does find the fielder straight in the ring.
There's no need for them to panic at this stage.
Another couple and a 1, and they're still up with the rate. Full toss here, and that is going to find the gap. Well done, nicely got under that. That's a bad ball, and one of those will come every over. Just a question of putting that one away, and he's a good enough batsman to be able to do it. He's a good enough batsman to be able to find the gap to put it away into. So those are the runs for the over.
He's living up to his billing, Faisal Bashir. Doesn't really try and hit 6s, but he doesn't really need to because of the way he plays the game.
So there's pressure on the spinner now, just got to keep it a little bit tighter. Down the leg side, possible for the sweep, and it's gone so fine. That's not going to go all the way, is it? I believe it is. It does. Very, very fine. In fact, he didn't even... Well, that is a bonus. Umpire says he didn't get anything on it at all.
Umpire's given it as wides, I believe.
So it means it went down the leg side, and not just wides, but 5 of them, because you get the 1 for the wide, and the ball went to the boundary, so that ball will have to be re-bowled. Now it's 39 for 1, and nearly halfway, and it's only the 4th over. And Bashir still waits the slow left armour.
That's a good shot again.
Just gone for that drill again. Again, the full half volley from the slow left armour. And Bashir this time finds the captain at mid-off again. So neatly done. 4 overs, 39 for 1, the target 82, and Hattersheim are well on their way.
14 off that over, and you do feel like that has, not decisively, but it's a significant mini swing, if you want to put it one way, in the face of Frankfurt Cricket Club. Good batting by TFC Hattersheim. Faisal Bashir finding his timing. He's calling for a helmet as well.
Yeah, it's what it's done, that last over, is it's put Hattersheim into a position where it's theirs to lose.
Wide rate down to 7 as well.
See, they haven't striven to get there. They've played within themselves. So now it's Alishan coming back for his second over. He just gets that low arm action and the swing away from the batsman. And Shahid was having problems with that when he faced it in the first over. This time he's managed to tap the single.
And when he's got the best batsman in his team at the other end, and you only need 7 and over, then taking singles is a perfectly fine way to go. It's
just run the ball around. That's nicely done. Just reaching for the ball and letting it come off the face of the bat. It wasn't an edge.
Kane Williamson, eat your heart out.
Just using the swing and finding the boundary. Let the ball come onto the bat and run it off the face. He seems always to know where the fielders are for every single shot.
This is what Faisal Bashir does. I've spoken to a few different people in the build-up to this who've bowled at him in German interstate tournaments, and they've said that he's an incredibly frustrating batsman because it's not just timing, but he's got placement and intelligence, and even in the 14 that he's built off 9 balls here, he's already started to demonstrate that yet again.
Tried to do it again there, but that was just a little bit quicker, wasn't it? Neatly taken by the keeper. See, Alishan gets the ball to swing. It doesn't swing late, does he? It goes all the way from the hand. So as soon as you see it swinging as a decent batsman, you know where it's going to go. Tries to go quicker again there, nearly a wide. And Bashir's done well to get something onto it there. I think probably if he'd just lifted up the bat and let it go through, he would have got the wide. Strike rotation is as important as boundaries here. 6 from the over so far.
And they're more than halfway there, just 1 down, with a few balls to go until the halfway point.
Oh, he's gone for a big shot there. It's out towards the railway. That's gone 10 metres over the boundary. Well done. Superb 6. Rather against the grain there, because for a time I think Shahid was getting a bit bogged down against Alishan, but he served him up the short one and pinged it away out towards the sycamore trees and the railway.
Well, that is his favourite shot, and when he got that 35 in the ECS semi-final in July, almost half of those runs came off the pull shot. He pulled 2 big 6s out to that boundary as well, and a bit of a deja vu moment there. Just what he needed to really get himself going.
Frankfurt need to pick themselves up a bit now. Look, the shoulders are really drooping around the field. There's no noise, no support.
It's a lonely place to be as a bowler.
51 for 1, 31 to win.
That's no ball.
No.
Front foot, no ball.
Now nothing's coming off, is it, at the moment? It was a good ball, but it is a no ball. I think that's going to be a free hit. I think it's the number of fielders. No, the umpires are discussing because it looks like there's been a talk about the number of fielders.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So someone has been outside the circle when they shouldn't have been.
Well, I think the umpires are talking about whether or not that was in fact the case, because I think
I count that there's 5 out, and that everyone else who needed to be in was in.
it's supposed to be 4 in the single. So the umpire's now explaining to the captain that the fielder at backward square leg was, in his view, outside the line. The square leg umpire couldn't see it because that backward square leg fielder was behind him. So there's now a bit of a discussion going on about whether the backward square fielder who's supposed to be in the ring was in the ring. 5 out on the boundary after the power play. Power play's gone.
This is where cricket gets very technical, and you're trying to explain it to somebody whilst who might be new to the game, and it's not too easy. But if you are new to the game, you're joining us whether you're European or outside or anywhere across the world, basically there are restrictions on the number of fielders that you can have out right on the furthest points of the boundary, and the debate was whether those restrictions had been broken in that particular ball. And then we all sat round and had a chat. Faisal Bashir called for the helmet that he's been waiting for to finally come out to replace his lovely black cap in the brand new red and black kits that TFC is sporting, and they're having a quick drinks break as well.
Fact is that no one really seems to know. Well, what we can say is that a call of no ball has clearly been revoked.
Yep.
Because that was the last ball of the over. And if it stood as a no ball, then that ball would have to be re-bowled. But we conclude the over. 5 gone, 51 for 1. The target 82.
And it's Masood Irfan Sanan to bowl in a desperate situation. He really needs to pick something out for his team. And instead it's just 1. And 1 is all you need, as a famous band once sung, and as is very much the case now. 30 to win of 29 balls, and TFC Hattersheim are in control. And what's also important here is not just that they win, but if they're going to win, they try and win as quickly as they can, because this could all come down to net run rate at the end of tomorrow. We'll tell you a bit more about that in a second. In comes Sana. That's short. Bit of a grunt as well. I think he's nicked that. There was a
Yeah, he did.
bit of frustration. Just a little tickle of an outside edge, and that's the kind of chance, the kind of little chance standing up to the stumps. It's not easy, but you've got to take it to get yourself back into a game like this where you're behind. Sanan once more. Short. Ball very high, but it's into the gap. They should come back. Well, they were quite slow to do so, but they'll get through well enough in the end. Trot through. Required run rate sticks around to run a ball, and they still haven't got that breakthrough after that difficult chance was not taken. The reason I mentioned net run rate, so we've got 2 pools of 5 teams, round robin, best 2 teams from each pool each finals day Friday. So that's a swing and a miss outside off. And so if you've got 2 teams tied, who've both won and lost the same number of games, have the same number of points in the table, it all comes down to net run rate. Sanan once more. Driven, and they'll get through for 1. And to really simplify net run rate, because it does get ridiculously complicated.
I'm looking forward to this. Right, go on.
I always think of a European audience. A European audience loves their football. And one of the reasons why T10 can be so appealing is the simplicity of it. One team bats for 45 minutes, 10 minutes off, another team bats for 45 minutes. Somewhat like a format that many Europeans who might not know their cricket know very well. In comes Sanan. It's a good piece of bowling once more. It's a very decent over from Masood Irfan Sanan, his first one at the CCS in Frankfurt. It's gone for just 4 runs. In football, of course, you have goal difference. If you beat the team by 5 goals to 0, you get +5 on your goal difference. Now, to try and simplify something that can be incredibly complicated, if you win a game very comfortably in a game of cricket, that would broadly be the equivalent of winning by 3 or 4 goals. Yep. If you win very narrowly on the last ball, that would be the equivalent of winning by 1 goal. So if you're TSV Hattersheim and you know that come the end of tomorrow, if you've unfortunately lost a game or 2 and you're in a scrap for second spot to reach finals day Friday, it could all come down to net run rate, which is why it's important they don't just coast and score these runs as slowly as they want. They try and show some intent here and get them as quickly as they possibly can. And that shot's certainly going to help. It smashed into the gap for 4. Lovely batting from Faisal Bashir, who's already showing his class here. On to 20 off just 14. He's not hanging about. He's heard me telling him that they need to get their net run rate up by winning this comfortably. And he's crashed it into the gap.
That's Shahid, actually. That's his signature shot that you were talking about before.
I'm sorry, it is.
When he hit that big 6 in the previous over, you said that's his signature.
And then he just played it, and I didn't even give him the credit he deserved for it. Dear oh dear. It's a good thing I've got someone here to keep me sane. That's the crafty full toss, which every good village spinner knows about, and it's worked as well. It's worked a treat. Why try and bowl some decent turning, lovely, good length spin when you can bowl a full toss on off stump? Here's Naveed again. Oh, that's gone! That is gone! That's not quite onto the railway line, but it's going to be fished out of the stingy nettles at deep mid-wicket by someone who's going to try and not get stung in the process of doing so. Big 6 from Shahid Ahmed, who is rapidly taking his team home here.
Yeah, it's tough for Frankfurt. We're in miracles territory now. They're really going to have to walk on water in order to pull this one back now, because there are just 22 runs away. In fact, that 6 hasn't been notched up yet, I think. 16 runs away, I think.
Closing in rapidly. That won't help. Dot ball. Well, you talk of miracles. There is a gentleman just behind the long-on fielder who is doing Tai Chi, a topless male gentleman with his bike. This is going through extra cover. Well, there probably was one there, and in the end, after the misfield, they think, well, go on, you know what, actually, there really was. And, well, there's about 1.5 there, and in the end, they got 1. And he's doing a sort of... I wouldn't claim to be a specialist enough to know, because I'm not a practicer of half-naked Tai Chi myself. But maybe he can rustle up some kind of miracle potion for them, because they desperately need it. That's a couple more added to the total by Ahmed. He's having a very nice over of it here. He's skipped on to 32 off just 20. And they need just 14 to win off the last 3 overs. It would seem to be a case of when rather than if TFC Hattersheim will win this game. They came into it the favourites, having beaten Frankfurt in the T20 comp and at the ECS in July. And they look set to beat them here.
Yeah, but the gorgeous thing is, you only need one really weird over in a T10 format. 3 wickets could go down in 1 over. You know, these things happen.
Absolutely.
They don't happen that rarely. So the very important thing for Frankfurt Cricket Club here is that they've just got to believe that someone can pull something out of the bag. You know, we have seen in cricket, even with 13 runs left to play with the 9 wickets in hand, that the strangest things happen. They can't let go until the end. That's the key thing.
Dot ball, and that does help.
Shahid keeps missing those cuts, and if they can try and get the ball, it's as soon as they drift short and straight, he'll ping that away to the leg side, where there were those 3 fielders in vain almost. But if they can bowl short outside off...
Nope, don't bowl to his ball shot though, Shahid Ahmed. He's not going to miss out there. Trots through for 1. Quite content to just take the single, no need for the risk. Brings Faisal Bashir onto strike.
The difficulty is that with Bashir, the ball that he likes is a little bit of width and a little bit short outside the off stump, so you're having to bowl 2 different balls. This one has got to be straight and on the top of leg stump.
Oh, worked away. Full toss, leg stump, meat and drink to a top quality batsman like Faisal Bashir. Arguably the best bat in this TFC lineup. He's not going to miss out. And now it is into single digits for TFC. They need just 9 more to win this first game of the second ECS in Frankfurt.
Yeah, you can't really set a field for that. If you're going to bowl a full toss and on leg stump, you've got absolutely no cover on the boundary on the leg side square of the wicket. It's going to go.
Did put it away very nicely too, though.
And to compensate, he's bowled short and wide outside the off stump, and
slightly got away with that in truth to only concede 1 there.
Bashir will now be eyeing a little red inker now. All they've got to do is run it around for the 1s and 2s. A don't think Shahid is going to be eyeing a red inker. He wants 6.
He wants 6, and he will get 6. Well over the fielder's head, and it's a long old boundary out there. Hands on hips and hands on heads for the Frankfurt boys. They know it's pretty much all over now. Just free to win. But with the form Shahid Ahmed's in, particularly on the pull shot, he scored pretty much all of his runs with the pull shot. He might be thinking one more hoik out to that mid-wicket boundary,
yes,
and walk off a hero.
There's 2 to win, and he is not going to bunt this through extra cover for a couple or take one to get the strike. He's going to try and finish this with another big 6. You watch.
Sanan into Ahmed. It's short. Oh, he's gone for the pull shot, and he's dragged it on and got bowled.
I don't think he has got bowled. I think that's come off the wicket keeper outside the off stump.
Yeah, you're quite right, and the bowler's apologised. There was a moment where it looked like the batsman had started to trudge off. It's come off the keeper's pads.
Wicket-keeper was rather enthusiastically appealing to the square-leg umpire in the hope that he might have been out his ground. But you knew he was going to go for the 6 there, because as soon as the bowler gathered, he moved right across to the offside thinking, this is going. But actually it was a very good ball outside off.
To be fair, the way Shahid Ahmed's hitting them, you can't blame him for thinking that it was. 38 off just 23 balls.
I think they might be looking at having a review here, because the umpires are not doing much. The batsmen are together. The walkie-talkie's out. The captain is having an animated chat.
Frankfurt seem frustrated. It looks like we're continuing on. Not out is the call. Not out seems like what it will remain. I must say, from the replays we've seen, it did look like it flipped off the keeper's right pad.
Oh, and no doubt that's the case. The only thing I was wondering was whether there was...
so just here.
Out of his ground. The keeper's knocked the stumps, hasn't he?
Yes, that was what I think initially they thought that it had bowled him, and then after they realised that it had not bowled him, they then changed their appeal to stumped, and then it was decided that no, he was also not stumped.
Well, there are 10 ways to get out in cricket, and the batsman is in charge of one of those, retired out. But the other 9, you could run through them, couldn't you? Just try one after the other until the umpire says yes.
That reminds me of a 6-a-side tournament I played in on Saturday, which descended into hot debate about whether you could be out, hit wicket off a wide. Here's Sanan, and he's guided down to third man for a dot.
You would not have thought that was possible. Hit wicket off a wide.
It was apparently in the 6-a-side competition rules for the club I was playing for. It was decided you could be out, hit wicket. Sorry, it was whether you kept the runs. That was the debate.
For the wide.
For the wide.
Yeah, sure you do. Same as if you're stumped off a wide, right?
Here's Sanan into bowl. Could that be the end of the game?
It's well fielded. Well fielded.
It is well stopped, and they'll only get 1, so their joy is temporarily halted. Scores are level.
It'll make Shahid happy, though, because he is absolutely determined to finish this game with a 6 over the leg side. And
he's got his chance. He has got his chance. His free fielder's out on the fence, but that isn't going to stop Shahid Ahmed. He'll try and pull absolutely anything, as we've seen in this innings. He's facing Hakia. That's very full. Smashes it straight towards us in the commentary box. And that is that. Fielder can't cut it off. And Shahid Ahmed cracks the winning runs. 42 off just 25 for him. 24 not out for Bashir. A thoroughly convincing run chase from one of the sides pre-tournament who were up there with the favourites and have lived up to their billing early doors here. Turk FC Hattersheim comfortably chasing the 81 for 5 that Frankfurt Cricket Club were able to post. They get there with 9 balls to spare, which will certainly help their net run rate going forward. And they never really looked in too much trouble in doing so. So it is they who take the very first game of this ECS in Frankfurt in Pool A. It is 2 points to the TFC Hattersheim boys.
We're going to be staying in Group 1, Group A, as you prefer it, for the whole of today. 5 teams in the group, and they'll all play 2 games during the course of today's 5 matches. Next one is going to start in exactly half an hour, 11 o'clock in the morning Frankfurt time, and that will be between Heinhausen and Pfungstadt. So for the second match of the European cricket season, Frankfurt, this is Kit Harris and Michael McCann saying we'll look forward to your company then.
ja silazim, a?
There's Naveed again. Oh, that's gone! That is gone! That's not quite onto the railway line, but it's going to be...
A nice clinical win for Hattersheim against Frankfurt Cricket Club in the first game. This game brings together a team who are coming out to bat now, who will be familiar to those of you who watch European Cricket Series here in July. Heinhausen against a team that have not been televised before, making their debut in European Cricket Series T10 in their light blue kits in the field, and that is Pfungstadt. My name is Kit Harris. And in just a few moments we're going to be live. These two opening batsmen are Ali Imran, a non-striker, whirling his bat, and Munib Mubashir, who is down with the red pads on, the captain and the wicketkeeper just doing his strides at the striker's end as the umpires start sorting out the bails. Well, on paper, simply by virtue of being the more experienced and familiar team, you'd be tempted to say that Heinhausen would be the favourites here, Michael McCann.
Ooh. Well, they were the losing semi-finalists at the ECS in July. In the state T20 competition this season, Heinhaus were very strong. They won 8 of their 9 pool games before eventually getting through to the final, where they lost to MSC Frankfurt. And although that is a longer format, it does very much suggest white ball strength. It's not exactly like you're comparing sort of a test match to a T10. It's T20 to T10. So, yeah, it's based on what we know. Heinhausen would start this one the favourites.
The opening bowler is Akmal Ahmed. He's a right-arm seamer. 21 wickets in his club history for Pfungstadt. An economy rate of 4.2, so we expect a degree of accuracy from him, though we have not seen him on television before. His best bowling figures for Pfungstadt, 7 for 22. Certainly his team are going to be keen to make a decent impression here. 3 over power play, of course, and the 2 fielders who are out on the boundary, who will be out of shot for you at the moment. Well, let's see who we've got, Michael. They haven't actually set their boundary fielders out yet. In fact, I can't count a full 11 fielders. What's going on? Is there some delay with some of the fielders coming out?
I must say,
we're going to have a deep mid-wicket.
They've got 3 on the offside and 4 it seems. 4 it seems on the offside and 3 on the leg. We're mixing players as a train goes past as well. Mid-wicket boundary.
Well, we know that there's a boundary rider sweeping on the leg side. He's a tall man, the opener, Akmal. And there we go, the other fielder on the boundary is going to be at long off. So deep mid-wicket and long off. Everybody else in the circle.
They've got a 4-3 field. 2 players missing.
It seems they're hedging their bets here. Normally you expect the bowler's going to go full, and the men on the boundary will be straight, or he's going to be short and they'll be square. But on this occasion, hedging his bets. Wide on the leg side, long and straight on the offside. Here is Akmal's first ball. Short, pacey, got some room to work with, and it's raced away for 4. Well, that is a very good start. There was a little bit of speed to work with there, and he's put it away very well, Munib. First blood to Heinhausen.
He's a very tall bowler, and he tries to hit that back of the length and just get it to kick up. But on that occasion, the width meant that it was there to be climbed into. Climbed into it was, and with 2 fielders short, oddly, there is plenty of space all over the place, particularly when there's also still a slip in.
Leg side sweep has come up, now at deep point. He's made room this time. That's well bowled. A little bit of an off-cutter, I thought there, maybe just coming in a little off the seam, cramping Munib for room. Short and straight is a decent approach, but now all the fielders on the onside are in the ring. The critical thing for Akmal is that he doesn't bowl too straight. Well, he's done just that, and it's been middled over the leg side. 1 bounce and 4 runs, just into the pull shot zone there for Munib. 2 straight, rocked onto the back foot. And it's 4.4 to start the Heinhausen innings.
Wasn't going to miss out on that. Wasn't a bad pace. was a very convincing pull shot. He picked that length really early. He nearly hit it for 6. And you can't see it because it's out of shot, but these are long boundaries here today. This 50-metre stuff that you saw in La Manga.
So Heinhausen coming into the game with reputation. As Michael said, he started the innings. Did very well getting to the semi-finals in July.
Losing semi-finals in the T20 comp as well.
So 8 without loss. Oh, making room again, and that will be 4. Fielder a little bit slow to get low. 3 fours in the first over so far, and it isn't over yet.
The power play can be a very lonely place if you start badly.
Well, his length's been consistent. We'll give him that. Short of a length, he's had some speed.
That is generally where he tends to bowl, and tends to often beat batsmen for pace. But that pace at the moment seems only to be to the liking of Bashir.
He's going to bowl wide of off stump. The smart thing to do is to have 2 sweepers out on that offside boundary. But, in fact, the second of those sweepers has come back in on the ring, and the leg side sweeper is back. So it doesn't give Akmal very much room to bowl wide. He's got to bowl short and straight. It's better, just a touch fuller, better length this time. Harder for the batsman to get really through the shot there when it's fuller on the back foot, but can't get all his weight on the back foot if he doesn't quite have that shortness of ball to play with. That was a slightly better, slightly fuller length. He's found the gap well. There's going to be a chase on there. The fielder just makes it. The ball slowing up, the fielder slowing up as well. That's good work from Tusif to stick at it.
Now, and we were discussing par scores earlier. A shot like that is exactly what I meant.
The way it slows up.
The way it's slowed up so much in that long grass and ended up 3 or 4 metres plugging from the edge of the boundary rope, where we go back to it as a reference point because it is the home of the ECL in European cricket, but were we at the Manga with 50-metre boundaries, that's comfortably gone, and somebody in the tent is having to pick it out and throw it back. And that's just what makes me think that maybe this ground at the moment, the par score, or what a decent score is maybe in around the 90s, late 80, even 100 is competitive if you bowl well.
Yeah, it's one of these fields. It's got dual purpose, isn't it? It's used for football, consequently the turf is a bit longer.
Yes.
Now we've seen him chase to the boundary, Tusif Ahmed.
Undulating.
Thank you. Tusif has chased to the boundary. His reward for chasing down that ball and restricting Mujib to 2 at the end of the last over is he's now going to bowl the second over.
While we're waiting for that to start, I think it's worth just mentioning again that we are experiencing some technical difficulties due to our camera equipment being stolen overnight. There's been a phenomenal effort from all to keep us going and streaming it.
Down the leg side, the first one. Okay, we'll let him get away with that, I think, just a loosener.
So we have got just 2 cameras at the moment. We're not quite what you might have seen on regular ECS coverage, but that is the reason why, and it's been a quite splendid effort by everyone just to keep the show on the road and get things up and running this morning and bring the cricket to you as best we can.
Someone said catch it out there, didn't they? But
I heard a little noise of bat and ground, so you can understand. You can forgive them getting excited.
Ali Imran is the other batsman, his blue pads.
Yes, interesting pad combinations going on here.
It's very good for the viewer to be able to tell different coloured gloves even.
It's a strong look. It's an interesting aesthetic.
Ali Imran off the mark, driving straight, beautifully done. Full ball, there for the drive, punched it down the ground, and he's away too. Both these batsmen finding the boundary within their first couple of balls. But Ali Imran is like he's something of a pinch hitter, because in the longer form of the game, I want to be down on the man, but he doesn't have a big track record as a batsman. He averages 6 in the longer form. opening up the stance there a bit. That's good cricket.
But there is a value in T10 cricket, as Sunil Narayan has shown in T20 cricket, to a bowler who has a good eye and can hit and doesn't care about getting out, doesn't overvalue their wicket for the format, which wickets in T10 are often overvalued. He goes out and selflessly tries to smack, and if he doesn't, he gets out quickly and doesn't waste any deliveries.
He played that last ball like a batsman. Opened up his stance, dropped it into the offside and took a single, getting Mujib back on strike. Oh, wrists! Check out the wrists. Munib, sorry, not Mujib. And that time we were glad of the sweeper down on the leg side boundary.
Well, that shot reminded me of in the recent England-Australia bio bubble series, Glenn Maxwell flicked a six off his wrist, which Adam Collins, in a sort of Shakira-inspired moment, called his "wrists don't lie." And there was definitely a bit of that in that shot. Unfortunately, just picked out the sweeper. A very good shot for one.
And he's played that well too. Neatly fielded. It is not easy out there. Even if you've worked out where the ball is going and whether the ball's going to behave, you've still got to try and avoid slipping over. It's distinctly bobbly out there. But again, Imran just working it around for the single, playing like a batsman.
He's enjoying his day in the sun, and why shouldn't he?
Now, high in the air, that is going to be a very difficult one to take. And, well, the fielder, well, he kind of picked it up, but he waited for the ball to land and then didn't stop it. So he kind of got the worst of both worlds there. Usually if the fielder backs off the ball, you think he's just going to make sure he saves the boundary, but I think he misjudged where it was going to land and just watched it go over the boundary. So the result of that ball, 4 runs, the fielder may as well not have been standing there. And that concludes the second over. Now, something's going on here. I don't know if you want to avert your eyes, but we're having a full undressing going on from Munib Mubashir out there in the middle. Thigh pads coming out. I hope the trousers aren't coming off.
I think he's decided that the bowling is not threatening enough for him to require a thigh pad, which is quite ironic given that there is plenty of pace and plenty of height on the bowling. And were he to miss a ball shot, then that area of the body could be in danger of being hit. But he's clearly decided he's not too bothered about that, and 12th man has come on to fetch said thigh pad, and the final over of the power play can begin.
12 runs off that second over of the power play, so 26 without loss. And the power play is going to be finished off by Akmal bowling his second over. His first went for 14. He's shown a great willingness just to nudge the ball into the offside for a single that time. It didn't evade the fielder, but Imran has played responsibly. Not just trying to hit every ball for 4, but trying to rotate the strike as well. May not seem very T10, but working the singles is key. Found the gap. Dropping by the goalposts. Comfortable couple there was Atol Karim. Wasn't able to cut off the 2. It's difficult for Atol Karim out there because he's watching the ball, but also the goalposts off at the same time.
Yes, it's not an ideal thing to have a deep mid-wicket.
Making room, and there's 4. Again, not troubling the fielder there. Barkat Ali wasn't really committed to that one, but it did race away very quickly. Well, whatever his 20 over stats suggest, Ali Imran is turning out to be a perfectly decent batsman in this format.
Well, it's a bit of an experiment from them because he hasn't played up the order for them in the ECS in July, and he hasn't played up the order for them in the State T20 this summer, but clearly they've decided to give it a go.
Well, he batted twice in July, just twice, made 2 and 1. And it is coming off. Good ball.
I would say in his defence that in both of those situations he came in proper sort of 8-9 last over thankless task kind of.
Maybe that's the thing. Maybe he is he's someone they feel is better off when he's actually got the opportunity to guide a 1, glance a 2, block the odd good ball. Well, now he's backed away. He's played it inside out this time. Made room and really had to reach for the ball, and it's gone for 4 again. Oh dear. Barkat is not having a good time out there sweeping on the boundary. And, well, certainly 2 of the 3 boundaries are ones which you would have thought he would be placed to cut off. It hasn't worked out that way, and now he has to go through the ignominy of actually being swapped out on the line.
Never a pleasant moment. You're a village cricketer or an international.
Akmal has kept his piece very well, considering the runs he's leaking. Well, back and pad together, well fielded. And well backed up too. Full spectrum of fielding therefore on display. The infielding's been good, the outfielding a little shabby. But we finished the over with the dot ball, just 10 runs coming off it, and that concludes the power play. 36 without loss, Heinhausen.
A very solid power play. Very solid. I'm very happy with that. Very advantage to the favourites. Got 2 set batsmen in. Plenty of batting in the hutch.
Now here's a bowling change. Tosif Ahmed being kept back for a little later. He's got an over in hand. This new bowler is Nasser Ahmed. Also a seam bowler. And, regularly used in the white ball competitions in the 10 games that he's played for Frankfurt so far. On the whole, an inexperienced team in German competition and one of the younger 11s. Frankfurt?
They've been a bit of a surprise package though this season. They weren't expected to get out of their pool in the state T20 comp, and they actually won 7 of their 9 games and almost topped the group. SG Heinhausen topped it on run rate ahead of Darmstadt CC, who we'll see later on. And then they got themselves in a quarter-final against United Stars Darmstadt, who have just qualified for ECL 21 and are one of German cricket's big guns. And then were defeated in that quarter-final. They got rolled for 80, had a bad day with the bat. But a lot of people have said that Frankfurt have been a bit of a surprise package this season and have performed above expectations.
Well, it's great to see them here making their debut on television internationally. Get our first look then at first change bowler Nasir with his seamers. Munib has 19 off 8 balls. He's done well to get a tickle on that. I think there might even have been thigh pad. He's got something on it. Thigh pad indeed it was. 4 leg buys. Doesn't really matter what you get on it. Little glide. 4 more runs on the total.
Matters to the bowler and the wicketkeeper though when it's given out.
Well, yeah, only in a world where one
cricketers
you care about your own stats.
Well, 90% of cricketers care about their own stats, and the other 10 are probably lying when they say that they don't.
It's still
cricket is an inherently statistical sport.
It was still down the leg side for 4.
Yes,
that's the message for the team.
Yes.
So that is Loosener. And that's it. Much better. Slow full toss with the fielder deep on the offside boundary. Then a bowler slow full toss as a medium pacer. Just in the slot there, let him drill the single, that's no big problem.
Well, we're seeing him with the ball now, but he's definitely going to be one to watch later with the bat, Nasir Ahmed. He hit his 82 runs in the ECS last time with a strike rate of above 3 a ball. With ball in hand too. He's got to get a breakthrough here though. His team need it.
That's brilliantly done. Yeah, width, just a little width on offer, but it was enough for Ali Imran, and he just leant back beautifully there, didn't he? Waited for the ball. That's the secret of playing those fine cuts. All balanced. Didn't try and hit it too hard. And it just raced away despite this long grassed outfield. But, yeah, he's punching shot for shot with Munib. Ali Imran has
taken his chance.
20 as well. It's the 1 ball difference. The 2 of them have put together a really doughty partnership here. Great platform for Heinhausen.
Going at 2 a ball. 2 a ball.
Nasir probably wants to pitch it up a little bit more. I say that, but that's going to be 4 more. 2 bounces over the long-on boundary, past the goalposts. Just a little too full this time, almost a half volley. And, Imran has now got his eye in, and he managed to get underneath that really well. And, well, you can see some drooping heads and hands on hips around Frankfurt fielders. Just starting.
And some double teapots. That's always a sign that 2 hands on hips. And there's I count 3 double teapots right now.
You know, you just can't afford to get like that. You have got to G yourselves up. And we saw a situation like this in the first game. And Hattersheim were in this situation in the field, and then the change bowlers came on and they pulled it back. Well bowled.
Oh, well done.
Well bowled. There you go. Pulled it back.
They needed that. They badly needed that. Finally, they've got a breakthrough.
Absolute Jaffa as well, because the batsman was hoping that he could get that cut away on the offside, but in the end it was just too close to his body. A nice sharp ball and short, and in the end he played a kind of nondescript shot, just dabbing it away from himself a little bit, trying to run it down to third man, but with no great conviction. A little tickle through to the wicketkeeper. So against the run of play, just goes to show you can't drop your head too much. And Heinhausen have lost their first wicket, 49 for 1.
Desperately needed breakthrough, and they've finally got it. But credit to Ali Imran, who was given a chance that quite a few didn't necessarily expect that he would get, to open the batting. He normally opens the bowling, but certainly doesn't open the batting. A chance to pinch hit, and he more than did his job right through the power play. Solid little partnership of 49, well, more than a little in the context of a T10 game, to have a partnership of 49 where you're scoring at more than a run a ball. It's fabulous stuff. He's gone for 24 off 13, and that really is perfect for his role in the team.
So here's to here. Number 3. Well done. Just tried to tuck him up there with a good length ball on middle leg stump. Hard to get away. That is one of the areas where Frankfurt have got the field covered on the single. So a tidy end to the over with a wicket in the dot. 4 overs gone, 49 for 1.
It's a badly needed breakthrough. They got it. Now what they could do is a tight over just to back it up, just to pull things back, because as you can see the current run rate is still above 2 a ball, which you pull that out through the rest of the innings and you're going to be chasing 120 to win, and you don't want to be chasing 120 to win on this. It's not an easy ground to score quickly on, and the 2 opening batsmen have done very well to make it look relatively simple.
A bit more seam coming into the attack, Atal Kurim Pasha. And, well, he just, he's a wobble bowler really. Those medium pace dobbers. In the longer form of the game of T20 cricket, his economy is between 6 and 7, which is very good. It's just a question of with this very samey medium pace attack that Frankfurt have, whether it's actually all going to become much of a muchness. Heinhausen batsman. Down the leg side, he got something on it, or was it byes? Wides, in fact. So 5 wides to start with, 1 for the wide ball and 5 for another 4 for it reaching the boundary, making 5, and that is not the start.
I could hear the Wicketkeepers Union screaming at their TVs when you said byes there, Kit Harris. I could hear them screaming back at their TVs, byes? It's a solid foot down leg and travelling further down, and in the white ball game where there's not quite as much grace as the red ball game, that had to be called, and it certainly was. Yeah, just on the note of spin, 25 overs today now, 3 overs of spin. We've seen very little spin.
Monday morning is a very seam sort of morning, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's a lot better line of length this time.
Oh!
And oh, there's no one backing up either. See, the throw was optimistic. Fortunately, it's gone so fast to the sweeper on the leg side boundary, and the batsman raced through so far that they didn't come back for the two.
Well, yes, there was overthrows on the ball, and there was overthrows from the batsman, because the batsman had sort of overthrown himself halfway to the sort of
cancelled each other out.
The deep fine leg boundary. Yes.
So, and Munib just got the single, brings Tahir back on strike. Oh dear, he's done it again down the leg side. It's this wicketkeeper has collected, but there's another run onto the extras. 2 wides in 3 deliveries so far in this over from Atol Karim, and those 2 wides have cost 6. He's only bowled 1 legal delivery therefore so far.
This could be one of those long overs.
Batsman making room over to leg, and the bowler follows him. So manages to get it away, forward of square, just for the single down to the sweeper at deep square.
We've all seen those overs in club cricket. We've all done it. We've all been that person.
Oh no, we haven't.
Oh, anyone who pretends they haven't is a liar. Even the best have had
6
it.
wides in
9 balls, 10 balls, 11 balls, 12 balls. Is it ever going to end? Oh dear.
Well weighted, Munib works it away behind square. Very well judged to third man. Waited for the cut. He had the width. With a flick of the wrists, he finds the boundary once again. Whenever he's had width out there, he's cashed in. That sweeper has had a lot of work to do, but really no profit at all to make. Out there on the offside.
Just can't stem the flow of runs here. It's not even taking wickets. They can't even stop boundaries.
Oh, that was well bowled.
That came out of nowhere.
As soon as he gets it straight, Munib likes width. That's what he wants. As soon as you get one straight, because he's always moving on the crease, he moves to leg to give himself that room. So that ball followed him a bit, went straight and whistled through. 25 he now has. 25 of 13. Waits for the ball this time, finds the gap, pulled powerfully, very straight, 4 runs. He knew the gap was there, mid-on, up in the ring, deep mid-wicket on the line. But almost had to try and aim through the goalposts there. The ball was too short, really. More of a long hop than back of the leg. Had all the time in the world to place it exactly where he wanted to. Moves to 29 of 14, and they're starting to run away with it now as we have 1 ball left in the 5th over. Oh, there he goes. Well, he made room again. The ball was straight again. Much more advisable to bowl straight to Munib. He makes room, he backed away, and on that occasion he tried to play a cut to a ball that was too full and too straight, and you saw the result. Managed to just clip it down onto middle and off stumps. So there's another neat little breakthrough. Both openers now gone, and at exactly the halfway stage the score is 65 for 2 as Atol Karim has got rid of Munib, bowling him for 29 from 15 balls. So is that, Michael, does that represent something of an opening then for Frankfurt?
I wouldn't go so far as the door is ajar, but the door is maybe just creaked a little bit, just a smidgen. We've seen games like this before in T10 cricket. One side dominates the first half, and they have a mini collapse. Bit of, I don't know what the opposite of pad rash is. I call it pad chaos. Batsmen keep coming in and going out. They lose their head a bit. What is a good start like this suddenly gets pulled back, and maybe they're kept to 100, 105 and kept within a chaseable distance, and then Frankfurt come out and bat well in the power play, and it all suddenly looks so different. So it's by no means got away from them yet. It's going to be Samar Ahmed Khan to bowl. 6th over. Oh,
He slipped, hasn't he?
he slipped, yeah. I did think for a second maybe that was a very bad attempted man-cab, but no, it was very clearly a slip, and the non-striker was not running particularly enthusiastically anyway. batsman is Shakir Hassan.
I thought the appeal was more of a celebration that he'd played and missed, wasn't it, on that occasion? But it's the thing, this is what we saw halfway through the Frankfurt Cricket Club first innings in the first half of game 1. Once the openers were out, now we have 2 new batsmen at the crease. Tahir 1 of 3, Shakil yet to face. It's just like we have to start again, but without a power play. There is an opportunity here for Frankfurt.
It's in the slot and crashed away over mid-on's head. 4 runs. That's a way to get yourself going.
Barkat Ali just bowling a little bit too full on that occasion. And when you're going to bowl full and you've got mid-on up, you're inviting the drive in the T10 competition. And in fact now, the offside sweeper comes into the ring and we have mid-off and mid-on both dropped back on the straight drive, which should allow Barkat Ali to bowl full. And in fact he's going to go around the wicket with 2 men out on the leg side.
This is interesting, so he's probably going full into the batsman's pads. No, he slid it across him and slid it across him a bit too much. And that is another wide to go on to a growing unwanted tally for Frankfurt boys.
Yeah.
And that only makes the pain worse when they're already having a bad day in the field.
If you're going to bowl back round the wicket with the fielders out straight and on the leg side, you've got to bowl full at the batsman's legs or middle stump, middle and leg, bowl at his pads. Width, there's no one on the boundary through that offside gap. So you give him width, it's going to go.
Self-inflicted wounds. Here comes Barkat. And that's better, that's beaten him. That's where you want to be. Short back of the length, sliding across him outside off stump, daring him to step away and try and get it over that offside field, which isn't an easy shot to execute. Ahmed was not able to execute it. Barkat starting to find a bit of rhythm. Just waited for it a bit better that time. So he does get 1. But they're pulling it back here from the start. My goodness me, did they need to as well, because the game, much like a train accelerating away from the station, was gradually pulling further and further away from the increasingly breakneck speed. Here's Barkat once more, slower ball. And that was very well waited for and guided with excellent timing through the cover point region, and it races away towards that hill for 4.
That ball had absolutely no right to go for 4 at all. He only tapped it. It was full, it was outside off, it was all timing, and he just placed it perfectly between those 2 offside fielders. And I'm afraid, you don't want to be critical, or not too critical in Frankfurt's first game, but we're seeing some reactive captaincy here. Every time the ball goes for 4, the fielder is dropped deep there and compensated for in another place.
Extra cover's gone back, mid-on has come up. This is down leg, they should get 1. They scamper through 4-1. I make it the 5th or 6th time we've seen a boundary and immediately, right, somebody's got to go back there. That was the latest episode after that ball through cover, and that's where a good player is going to keep manipulating the ball into the gaps. And if you can't stick to the plan of the field that you've got, albeit with that particular shot, I think you have to just give credit to the batsman. It wasn't a bad slow ball at all. As well as anything that we've seen all day in the FCC Oval.
The trouble is, when you get into that situation, you're no longer bowling to a plan. You're not trying to bowl a particular ball to a particular field. You're just letting the bowler bowl where he wants to bowl and reacting to the last ball he bowled. But when you do that, the ball before that went for 4, the fielder you dropped out then comes up, so that if the batsman only really needs to have 2 or 3 shots in his head for any given ball, it's much easier to select them.
Stem the flow.
2 Siefs back, the opener.
And he's immediately gone for a boundary. Dropped onto the legs of Shakil, who wasn't going to miss out. It's arguably Heinhausen's best bat. And he's already starting to show it here. He's 2 boundaries in his first 3 balls. He's on to 8 off only 3 deliveries faced. Heinhausen aren't intending to let the brakes be put on them. They're going to want well in excess of three figures here from this kind of a platform. In a very good position. As Shaquille goes again through extra cover. They should come back. There was definitely two there if they wanted it, but Shaquille was in no mood to be charging around for the second, was quite content to take one and walk to the non-striker's end on 9 off 4. It's as convincing a start to an innings as we've seen from anybody so far today. Tusif once more, that's in the slot and crashed down the ground for 4. Lovely shot, bang down the ground, and Heinhausen charging away here, and Funkstadt seemingly powerless to stop them at the moment.
Yeah, very full ball there, half volley in the slot, as they say. And just a lovely free-flowing drive, flick of the arms, powerful on drive, and inevitably the fielder then goes back to the onside boundary.
3 boundaries from the last 5 balls. Could be 4 from 7 if this can't be cut off as well. The sweeper out there has done just enough. Shaquille content with 1. He now has 10 off 5, and after a brief bit of respite, run rate is back kicking up well above 2 a ball. We're on so far for comfortably the biggest score of the day, albeit of course this is only the 3rd innings.
Well fielded.
Oh, that's nasty. That's nasty.
Pick up the ball if I were you, in case they take a single. While
I think he's busy worrying about if he's broken his finger.
Just a stinger.
It's always easy to say it's fine when it's not you that's had the stinger, isn't it?
All I was thinking there was, if I were the batsman, I would have run a single while he went dancing around the infield there.
Fairness to Ahmed Tusif, it was a painful blow and a good stop, but it was for his figures he was protecting, and that's gone straight through. Well, Tusif is furious with his wicket-keeper Zishan Atif. It might have kept a touch low, but it's ended up nutmegging the keeper for 4 byes. And that really is the dictionary definition of self-inflicted wounds. Heinhausen into the 90s, thanks to something of a gift. A really good ball that beat the batsman, but it ends up going for 4 byes.
Well, that completes Tusif Ahmed's couple of overs. 23 runs he's gone for. And, well, to be honest, he's bowled better than those figures suggest. He hasn't had the assistance that he should have had from his fielders, especially through the offside early in the innings. Now Nasir Ahmed is going to bowl his second over. His first went for 13.
Slower ball, but it's down leg, and he's very well taken by the keeper, trying to make up for those 4 byes from the previous over. Dived full length to get there as Hisham Atif. Stops further pain. Just to reiterate again, if you are just tuning in, unfortunately overnight we had a robbery of our camera equipment. It's been a superb effort with the 2 cameras that we've got left to get us up and streaming. That's why I'm able to quite provide the full ECS service you might have been used to. Back of the hand, slower ball. It's well bowled. Trot through for 1. But there's been a quite spectacular effort from everybody to ensure that the operation is still up, going and running, and everything's ticking along smoothly as it possibly can, despite that rather shocking event. And there's been quite extraordinary effort from everyone on the ground to ensure that today, and I'm sure everyone at home can thank everyone who's been part of making that possible, as this is driven with a straight bat. Lovely shot, it's picked out the sweeper. That'll be 1, fielded out there by Barkat. But 13 and over, heading for 130 here. A very imposing total on a ground that is not got particularly short boundaries. There's Nasir. Oh, that's gone. That is absolutely hammered into the stinging nettles at Cow Corner. Maybe call it Stinging Nettle Corner today. And deep mid-wicket has got to go in there. Hope that he doesn't get stung, but the pain is already on the scoreboard. 6 more to it.
He hit that like a swinging gate. As soon as he saw there was just a little bit of short length on offer, he rocked onto that back foot and whipped it away, almost baseball style there, punching it high over deep mid-wicket. You can see he's a strong man, he's a big unit. The bat looks almost matchstick-like in his hands. It's a dominant presence at the crease, and not totally surprisingly, the ball has taken some fetching.
Yeah, I don't envy anyone who's got to climb into those stingy nettles and try and get it out without ending up with something a bit nasty on their skin to deal with afterwards.
Spoiled Nasir's figures a bit because he was proving the most economical of the bowlers up until then.
So once more, it's a slower ball. Big LBW appeal, but it sounded very wooden for an LB appeal, and now he's got to try and stop the two, which he just about does.
It's faintly comical, that, wasn't it? Because he went up for the appeal
and then was reminded a few seconds later by his fielders that if he wanted to protect his figures from further damage, that getting the ball would help.
And then the batsmen were running, so he adopted the position of gathering the ball, waiting for the throw to come in at the bowler's wicket. Then he realised no one was going for the ball and it had to be him. So he had three things to do in the space of about 5 seconds.
Here's Nasir once more. That will be a wide down leg.
Not just the one.
Half stopped by the keeper, but it still drifts away to the boundary. 5 wides to the score. And Heinhausen being helped by more sloppiness from Fungstadt in the field and with the ball in hand. And that's been the story of this innings. Some very good bowling, but some very average bowling and fielding. And that is trying to be charitable about it.
They found it tough, it's true. But there was a long way to go yet in the game and the tournament.
So he is. Here's Nasir. It's worked away. More to the score. And they've got the exact people that you'd want at the crease for a situation like this. Tahir Ahmed Adil hasn't actually quite got the bowling away yet. We haven't really seen the best of him. He got 53 off just 24 in the semi-final of the ECS. He's a very capable hitter when he gets going. Most of the hittings come from Shakil Hassan at the other end. Well, that's gone a long, long way up. It's going to take some catching in front of us, and it's shelled. Didn't look convincing under it.
Got himself into a good position. He ran in straight underneath it. The sun was sort of behind the ball, but his hands were cold, and that's given him a sting.
He's starting to warm up. We've seen quite a lot of catches drop today in the 3 innings of cricket so far. Now it's Shakil Hassan, the non-strikers, having got that life.
18 off that over then. 109 for 2 and still 2 overs remaining.
25 extras.
Atol Kareem coming back for his second.
Here's Kareem. That's cracked away, and that will be 4 more. 1 bounce 4. Very convincing pull shot. And Fungstadt can't find a way to stop Heinhausen here. And he's been struggling to get it away a bit, Tahir Ahmed, but this was the most convincing shot of his innings so far. Cracked into the gap between square leg and mid-on, and again reactive captaincy. Short, miscued for 1. We saw there, found the gap between square leg and mid-on. What immediately happened? Deep square leg moved round to deep mid-wicket. There has been a lot of follow the ball this innings, and the game does look easy from the commentary box. It always does. It's been a common reoccurring theme. Here's Atol Kareem. That's a dot ball that kept very low, and we have seen that today off this artificial wicket, which you'd think the one thing you can trust is that the bounce will be relatively consistent.
When the sand starts to settle underneath, there can be little voids, even a couple of millimetres, and the carpet sits above that void like a drum skin.
Atol Kareem, I like that analogy. Beats him outside off. Very well bowled. That's what Fungstadt need if they're to just somehow keep this to something chaseable. Like their
Yeah, what they need is Michael, is just a little bit of luck.
Oh, that's
There you
nicked
go.
and gone.
There's some luck.
That's another lovely ball in the channel. The finger goes up, and Shakil Hassan, who's provided some destructive hitting, has to walk for an entertaining 18 off just 10 deliveries. And Heinhausen pick up their third wicket, albeit belatedly, with a very good score already on the board. And still 8 more balls to add more pain to their slightly miserable plight in the field at times today. But a bit of joy. Shakil Hassan has to go, and credit to Atal Karim coming back on. He's got them a breakthrough.
What I feel Fungstadt need to have a think about before their next fielding innings is just, what's the plan? Are we going to try and bowl short? I appreciate, they're in their early stages of tactical development in this tournament. They may not be very familiar with all the other team's players. But even if they don't know what they're bowling to each specific batsman, if they don't have that level of planning, at least is this bowler going to bowl short, in which case there's the field, or is he going to bowl full, in which case stick them there? At the moment, the captain is responding in the field to what the bowler bowls, and that's never going to work.
It certainly isn't. This is down the ground. Quite content to trot one, and then dropping the bat ensures there definitely won't be 2. Does also come a point where I'm slightly surprised. We haven't seen very much suicide running so far today. And now we're at the point that we are, with just 1 over left and 7 wickets in the hutch. There is very much a case now that batsmen should be prepared to get run out off pretty much every ball in the pursuit of extra runs.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's something that we saw very little of from Frankfurt Cricket Club when they were trying to set a target in Game 1. Of course, in fairness to TFC Hattersheim, they didn't really need to do that. They were in control of the run chase, and that would needlessly put themselves into doubt. Barkat Ali's coming back on for his second over. His first went for 10. Right arm around. That's very short and has gone very high, just over the head of the fielder at deep mid-wicket near us, who's had a difficult day out there. And it is another 6 to the total, and a great start to the final over.
He may even be a little, dare I say it, relieved that he didn't have to try and catch it, because he has had a tough time. Once he saw the ball going over his head, well, at least it's not my fault.
I've got a few people piling in on YouTube with predictions for the score in this final over. One more is added to it. Most people saying anywhere between 125 and 135. Now got 122 with 4 balls left. How many more can they gobble up? It's very full, and that is crashed away over the head of mid-wicket for 6. That has gone deep into the bushes out there. It's cleared a long old boundary by a good 10-15 metres. The cleanest hit of the day we've seen from anybody. Lovely shot from Tahir Ahmed, who after a slow start is starting to boss this game.
Tahir in the last tournament got a 2 runs per ball 50. Now you know why.
Takes the single this time. Yes, he did in that semi-final. He got 53 off 24 on this ground with 10 fours and a 6. But today he was really struggling for rhythm. He was on 11 off 11. And since then, he scored 13 off the next 4. Here's Barkat's slower ball, but that's too wide. And that only adds to the problems. Goes back to a reoccurring theme. That's now 26 extras, 15 wides, 4 byes, 7 leg byes, which in fairness isn't necessarily too much of a responsibility on the bowling or fielding side. Here's Barkat. That's full, smeared away into the gap. A 2 bounce 4. It's gone 20 yards wide of the man out at long off. And the runs are being piled on and piled on. Another expensive over. Barkat is getting the treatment here. And this final over is out of control already. Trying to tot up how many runs there's been. It's difficult
21
to keep pace with it.
21 so far.
21 off 4 balls. Barkat Ali in. That's full in the slot as well, and like a bullet, it's hit away. Very well fielded out there by Atel Karim Pasha. And if the bells were taken off, it would have been a run out too. Superb piece of fielding. Oh, it is a run out, pardon me.
No, that's the end of the innings.
Nope, sorry. I was very confused for a second because he was walking off like he was out. The batsman wasn't joining him, and I thought there was one ball left.
Yeah,
but alas, that is not correct. That is it. Ladies and gentlemen, Heinhausen's batting much better than my ability to count the balls at the end there. But that is that. 136 for 3 is what they finish on. Scampering back for a 2 at the end. So Nasir Ahmed finishes with 14 off 5. Tahir Ahmed Adil eventually accelerates to get 25 off 16. And Heinhausen have posted a well above par of 136, total of 136 for 3. And that is going to take some serious chasing down on a big old ground where the outfield isn't necessarily very true. And in truth, there's very little, to use the old commentary coach cliches you hear all the time, the old positives to take. It's difficult to find many positives for Fungstadt from that bowling and fielding effort.
They didn't, apart between the wides, they didn't bowl that badly. It was more a question of not having the captaincy plan about where the fielders were going to be and how the bowlers were going to bowl. If you look at that scorecard, well, just having a look back over what's happened during the innings.
Well, Kit Harris, you are trying to make the case for the defence that there were some positives for Fungstadt. I've just had the match referee whisper in my ear that they've just been docked 5 penalty runs for bowling their overs too slowly.
Oh, right, okay.
So it really has gone, just as I was about to pull the gavel on the prosecution case for Fungstadt having had a really bad time of it. The only way it possibly could have got worse, it has, which is penalty runs being added after the innings is completed, as has just been confirmed. So extras is 31 in total, 5 penalty runs, 4 byes, 15 wides and 7 leg byes. So they really have helped Heinhausen get up to a decent total. In terms of the batting card, good contribution from Mubashir, who got 29 off 15. Ali Imran, unexpectedly given the chance to open, 24 off 13. And then Tahir Ahmed Adam chipping in with 25, 18 off just 11 for Shakil, and then 14 not out off 5 right at the end. Some good blasting from Nasir Ahmed. And so, with those 5 penalty runs, they will finish on, in fact, 141 for 3 off 10 overs. And so it will be an unlikely, at best, chase of 142 to win off 10 overs for Fungstadt. They started this game very much as the underdogs, and now, well, they are trying to defy the odds. Well, it would be outrageous to find a way to chase 142 from here, but they're going to give it a go. We'll be here to tell you and take you through that as it happens, as we see some highlights of some crunching batting from Heinhausen. The stinging nettles at deep mid-wicket were regularly in play, and unfortunately for the fielder, it's around that deep mid-wicket area. They were in there trying to get the ball and not get stung too much, as was the boundary at fine leg from some loose bowling down the leg side and some wides as well. But the drop catches didn't help their cause. So as you were saying, Kit, is there any positives for Fungstadt?
Well,
you were in the middle of your impassioned defence, as I was being told about the 5 penalty runs.
Yeah, I do think the bowlers bowled all right. I mean, yes, there were 15 wides, but they actually, they only bowled 7, which for a new team in T20, 7 out of 60 balls, that isn't so bad. They managed to stick to their plan of using 5 bowlers. The problem is like I've said a couple of times, is that it's the same thing with the over rate. It goes on the captain. So the captain has got to marshal his troops better and not respond to where the ball's been hit, but to say to his bowler, right, okay, you're best suited to bowl like this.
The field was changing non-stop. Every time the ball was hit somewhere, the field
impossible for a bowler to get into a groove in that situation where he knows what he's trying to bowl. Even if you don't know what the skills are of this batsman, or we're bowling this to this batsman, this to the other batsman, it doesn't matter. As long as the bowler has a plan. But when the captain is responding to what the bowler's bowling, you're going to go for maybe 25% more runs than you should. They didn't bowl no balls, they only bowled 7 wides. Could have been a lot worse from the bowlers themselves, but
Yep,
the
that's
captain
true.
needs to get a better grip on what the plan is.
Yep, I'd agree with that. And there's no doubt there that Zishan Nassar lost control of that innings very quickly.
But Michael, this is a conversation we can have here right now. But this must not be any of this in the team tent right now.
Well, absolutely.
It's not for now, because now
Absolutely.
the conversation is, right, how are we going to break this target down?
Yep, and it is chaseable. We've seen this chased before, and when we come back, we'll be back to see if they can chase it. 142 to win for them off 10 overs after SG Heinhausen posted 141 for 3.
I mean, the other thing, you made this point after the last innings, is run rate. If they can't get there, as close as possible.
Correct. 142 to win.
Ona što drugo da. Evo ti ova dva. Sad ti nam više izgleda. Sad su svi tamo na jedinici. Tamo na jedinici. Koliko moraju pogoditi? 149. Jedan? Kako je mrzno. Znači, uopće nisam mrzno kamo s tim organizacijama.
Welcome back to the FCC Oval. You've gone and grabbed a cup of tea in the mid-innings. Or maybe if you're just joining us for the first time, wherever you are in the world, on ECN.cricket or fan code. Pleasure to have you with us for this run chase in game 2. Very tough target, 142 to win for Frankfurt. Opening the bowling, SG Heinhausen. Naeem Ahmed. 47-year-old, he bowls his little right-arm medium dobbers. Slips one down the leg side first. It's not the start he'd have wanted. He's known for his accuracy. And it does just about reach the boundary as well, so it's 5 wides. So Frankfurt were very charitable in bowling 15 of them. And almost immediately, well, immediately, not all of that, but a part of that charity has been returned with that. And not really what you want with a medium pace from the keeper standing up. Slide one almost immediately down the leg side. And his name once more. Full. That's a much better ball in the Yorker slot. Coming up for Frankfurt, Zishan Nassar, the captain, and Mohammed Habib. And it will be particularly interesting to see how Nassar goes here. Just got the single to get off strike. Now Mohammed Habib faces his first ball and smears this away through extra cover. And a poor bit of fielding from Imran means it's the first boundary of the reply. Just got inside out and slashed it through that extra cover region.
Well, the thing is, they've got to stay positive, haven't they? Got to keep going for the gaps, especially in these 3 overs of power play. They have got lots of gaps. Leg side is completely clear on the boundary. Trying to find it on that occasion. The trouble is, decent bowler will just keep the ball over towards the offside. Restrict that run scoring to leg.
Yeah, a little bit of an untidy start from Heinhausen, and we have seen stranger things than 142 being chased down. Here's Naeem Ahmed. That's full, and that's smashed away for 6. That's almost onto the railway tracks. That's a huge one. That's gone past the stinging nettle corner, and it is right out towards the trains and the cycle path. And if you want to chase 142 to win, then that is how you go about it. Bosh. And some poor soul's got to go and fetch it, and the search party is off and running. And with those light green shirts, the Heinhausen boys sort of look like camouflage as they go off to fetch it. And this first over is already looking very nice from a Funkstadt point of view. If you were going to chase down a big total like this, this is how you start. 15 runs off just 4 deliveries. And Zishan Nassar has got 10 off 4. He had an absolute nightmare in terms of captaincy. A lot of follow the ball. Bowles not bowling where he wanted, struggling to stick to a plan. 5 runs penalty for a slow over rate because he just couldn't manage the troops very well. By the end, looking like a messy old ship. And now he's come out and tried to put it right with the bat, and he's made a very good start. And having talked him up so much now, it seems almost inevitable he's going to get out this ball. But let's see what he does. In comes Naeem, trying to put a lid on things. That's short, pulled away. Doesn't get all of this. It might well go, though. It's plugged in the deep around the football goal post. And that will be 2 to the skipper. Very purposeful start to this chase, Kit Harris. It seems like we've got a game on our hands. And maybe it looked like it was all one-way traffic.
Well, they've got to be positive, as I say, that from the beginning they've got to go for it. They've got to try and reach the boundary. They've got to try and pass the boundary.
Deep mid-wicket out.
Well bowled.
That's full. That's a much better delivery. And it brings about the first dot ball of the innings and a bit of calm and serenity.
It just caught the batsman moving over a little towards the offside and got a bit unbalanced. Fired in a Yorker. He can just stay where he is, not try and preempt where the ball is going quite so much. Stay in good balance, good position. He can get under that ball and drive it up over the infield.
First over though, 17 without loss, and that is a very nice start. Power play, of course. You can only have 2 fielders outside of the circle in the power play. And then after that you can have up to 5. Although the rule is actually administered such that you need to have 4 in. That's the way that it's done. If you, for some reason, didn't have an 11 or any situation like that, it would mean that you weren't given some kind of an advantage in terms of how that is administered. Second over of the innings. It's bowled by Ali Imran. His whippy fast medium. That's a... Oh, it looked like a decent start, maybe just a touch too wide, trying to go in that wide Yorker channel. Actually, you can excuse that because he was trying to do the right thing. He's got 2 sweepers out, he's got a deep third man and a deep extra cover, so bowling wide outside off makes a lot of sense for him. 5-4 field with a slip in play. Imran, oh, that's lovely. Nearly catches the outside edge. And just by a whisker misses. That's a really good delivery. It's the first legitimate ball that Habib has faced. Zishan Nassar, who had the strike for all of the last over. That is a very good ball to get first up, and one of those that you just feel thankful that you've managed to not nick to the keeper. It's Imran wide of the crease. And that's cut away, bisected the gap really nicely. Right between third man and extra cover. Can't be cut off. Very purposeful start here from Funkstadt. If you're going to chase 142, you've got to start fast. And they are starting fast. They've got the motor going.
Well, they've got to make it count, haven't they, in the power play? That's the key thing. They've got to take those risks. And this is a very accomplished bowling side.
Here's Imran. Wide, and that's well bowled. Wide in the sense of just in that channel I was talking about. He knows where his sweepers are. Knows that he can't afford to stray onto leg.
The key, I suspect, will be the 2 overs to be bowled by Yasser Ahmed, the very, very slow bowler. As he's the sort of bowler who should go for runs, but rarely seems to come off for the batsmen when they try it.
He's in round wide of the crease. Little nick and gone. That is beautiful cricket. Really proper cricket. A wild slash, and it's understandable because that's what Frankfurt need to do to chase 142 down. And the dangerous Habib is gone. Just a little schnick. Regulation catch. And he has to take his leave. Zishan Latif was never dropping that. All credit goes to the bowler. Lovely stuff from Ali Imran. He's got the breakthrough to pull things back.
Yes, he had to go for the shot. There was width on offer, it was short. And he could only pierce the gap between the offside ring. There was a boundary on offer. In a way, it was just unlucky for him that Imran's outswinger went so wide. He could do no more than just get the left corner toe end of the bat on it.
That's a bit harsh on the bowler.
It was a very wide ball, and he got a little snick on it. If he'd missed it, it would have been a wide. You don't think?
You know, I'm a very poor club cricket opening batsman. So if anything, my lenses would be favoured, possibly in favour of the batsman. But that was a peach of a delivery. Here's Ali Imran. Unfortunately, they don't have a replay to be able to look at to adjudicate between us on some kind of strictly come dancing basis. What we know for a fact,
I'm looking at one right now, Michael. I'm
late.
looking at a very wide ball. But if he'd missed it, it would have been called a wide.
Well, okay. I'll give you that on the line. I'll not give you that on the length. I thought the length of it was good. The line was quite wide. It was quite wide. 50-50.
No, I'm not having 50-50.
Okay. What we know is that SG Heinhausen have got a much-needed breakthrough after a dangerous-looking opening partnership. Here's Imran. Short back of a length and crunched away through mid-wicket. It's the second time he's gone there. It's his go-to shot, Zishan Nashar. He hasn't got quite hold of that like he did in the first over, but it's still into the stinging nettles, and it's 6 more.
Well, if he can stay there, he's going to have to do that about 10 times. But at the moment,
and the rest,
you know, we've really talked up 142 as a mammoth, imposing, nigh on impossible target. But at the moment, 29 off the first 2 overs. It is a good start, and Frankfurt have not screwed up the chase yet by any means.
No, they haven't. But one would have to be pragmatic and say that when you can have 5 fielders out rather than 2, boundary scoring opportunities will become more difficult. And it's not scoring at 14 and over. Scoring at 14 and over is perfectly possible, but to sustain that over a 10-over period is difficult with big boundaries. Nasir setting himself up to bowl now. 77 on his back.
So they're not sticking with the same 2 openers. That's always the question. But do you bowl your number 1 bowler overs 1 and 3? Naeem went for 17 off his over, so he's not going to bowl a second. Nasir is.
There's Nasir. That's a good start. Back of a length on middle and off. Guided away for a single. He's a man on a mission here, Zishan Nassar. He's had an awful day in the field as a captain, but he certainly can bat. He had a strike rate of exactly 200 in the state T20 competition this summer. Scored 232 runs at 38. It's an average. And he started well here. Let's see, bowls. Goes for that pull shot again, but there's a sweeper out there now, so he's only going to get 1. It also makes it a very risky shot. Needs to try and go and hit it. Well, that was a bit of a mess. It was thrown straight at the batsman, who just blocked the ball to try and be considerate. When had he let it go through, the backing up looked to be lackadaisical at best.
I would like to have seen them run that first one hard, because they allowed the fielder just to sit on the boundary and wait for it. They do need to try and steal runs.
That's it. Full. Oh, smash down the ground, baseball style. And it's a home run. It's hit the cameraman on the scaffolding, who I'm pleased to report is thankfully okay and laughing in mirth at the chaos of the situation. 6 runs, but that was more like about a 10. We've got scaffolding about 10 metres back from the boundary. And on the 4th floor of that scaffolding, our cameraman up there has not been winded. It hit said scaffolding rather than the individual. And here's Nasir again. Full, and this is crunched away too for extra cover. One bounce 4. Fungstadt are on a mission, and Samir Khan has walked out with a heck of a lot of intent. He's flown onto 12 off just 4 balls. And we might just be seeing the early signs of something truly extraordinary.
It's on, isn't it?
It's definitely on.
This is exactly how, for all that we carped and moaned about the way things were run in the field, this is exactly how Fungstadt should have come out to approach this batting innings.
Oh, absolutely. And you have to give a lot of credit to the mental strength of Zishan Nassar in particular as the captain who set the tone, having been integral in what went wrong in terms of mismanaging fielders and bowlers and everything that happened. He's come out and stroked it around with a bat. Now Samir Khan has taken his lead. 6 and 4. What's coming next? Oh, he's beaten him. That's a good follow-up. That's a good follow-up.
Yeah, that's well bowled. That's intelligent because...
it's a bit of the old double bluff because you've now got cow corner out, long off out, so he's probably expecting it to be full again. And he's gone short. And it was a risk because had he got anything on it, there's no fine leg or third man, but that's bowling in the power play for you. Now see once more, 6-4 dot. That's short again.
The umpires are having a think about if it's over shoulder. Yes, it is a no ball over shoulder height.
I must say, I thought that was a marginal. Maybe we'll have another look on the replay.
So we have a free hit, Michael.
We do have a free hit.
No, I think that's fair enough. 2 in a row.
I suppose, yeah, if the first one was called. What do we got now? Free hit time.
Now, where can Samar hit this? Of course, they can't move the field.
Yep.
So it might be wiser to try and just bowl that short one again at the rib cage.
Let's see it. Full. Oh, that's cracked away, but it's a catching chance near the goalposts and taken. And of course, it's a free hit.
Well, if you're going to...
Which I remember just as the catch was being taken, and I was getting excited.
If you're going to get a practice catch, next time you'll be all warmed up for when the ball is actually... Oh, it's really hurt his hand catching that, you silly boy.
As I say, you can't blame him. It's a fielder's instinct. The ball's hit at him. He's not going to be like, oh, it's a, you're a cricketer. The ball's hit at you. You're going to try and catch it, but he's come out on that deep wicket boat. Karim Ahmed has appeared to do himself a bit of a mischief in trying to catch that.
It's just very cold, you see. No amount of rubbing the hands together is going to keep them warm enough for the really stinging catches, especially the 10-over game where the new ball is always pretty darn new. So it's a real stinger. And that's it, over goes for 14. And after the power play of 3 overs, it's 43 for 1. And now this is the key moment for me. This is the appearance of the super slow grenades bowler, Yasir Ahmed.
There's a bit of the Pavel Florins about him. But he's very effective. He was the joint top wicket taker in the ECS tournament, the 16 two-day tournament here in July. He took 6 wickets for 62 runs in 6 overs. So he went for a lot of runs. His economy rate was nothing to be smiling about, but he took wickets and made things happen, which is what grenade bowlers tend to do. Here is Yasir.
That's it, well played.
He's cracked away though, and that's 4 through square leg. Keeps Fungstadt accelerating on. And they are right in this run chase. They need 14 and over, but at the moment they're going at 14 and over.
There's a very specific, correct way to play, Yasir. If it's a length ball, you've just got to control your desperate patience and push it for the single to the sweeper or try and run 2. It's the kind of bowler where you think you can hit every ball for 6, and you mustn't, you really mustn't. You've got to wait for the 1 ball per over that is a really rank ball, make sure that goes to the boundary.
Samir Khan facing again and mows this through square leg, and that's 4 more, beating the sweeper again. 4-4 to start the over, and 50 is up for Fungstadt, 51 for 1 off just 20 balls. They're going at 2.5 a ball. And they are right now above the required run rate. Zishan Nassar and Samir Khan are putting together the groundwork for what could be one heck of a run chase.
And they're not bad balls from Yasir, both of those, just drifting onto leg stump. But Samir very strong on the sweep. field has now been moved after 2 shots to backward of square. Try and cut off that sweep.
Yasser once more. Full.
That's what you don't want to do.
Turns and has beaten him.
That's what you don't want to do, because he will just drop it in that slot and you think you can mash it away to the boundary. That ball, you just come forward, you drill it out to deep mid-off and take your single. You can't hit every ball for 6 off Yasser. That's what he wants you to try and do.
Yes, Yasser. Full, and that has gone for 6. A huge 6.
Biggest of the day so far.
That's gone well towards the train tracks and might have hit a cyclist or someone walking on the road path, but we can't see because it's gone over the trees that are in front, behind, Stinging Nettle Corner. That is the biggest 6 of the day. And this over is getting some serious treatment so far. 4-4.6. 27 off just 10 balls here for Samir Khan, who has walked out at number 3. And we'll get more runs here.
Get
2 of them.
Well done.
And advance to 29 off 11. Fungstadt are putting together something quite exceptional. And in the first over, we were speculating about what might change when the power play ends and you can have 5 out.
I can judge the thing.
But so far they've coped very well.
Samin just needs to check himself here though, because the adrenaline will be absolutely going, and I've got a feeling he's going to eye up that leg side boundary again. He mustn't try one shot too many.
3 sweepers ringing it. That's just kept low a bit. That's a good ball. Full outside off stump. And it beats the huge swinging arc of Samir Ahmed Khan, who is stuck on 29 off that delivery, off just 13 balls. And with 4 overs gone, Fungstadt are 59 for 1, so just at a touch below 15 and over. And it's 13.45, the required run rate. We've got a game of cricket on our hands, no doubt about that. The sun has dipped behind the clouds, and there has been the odd spot of rain, which we very much hope is not a sign of further things to come. We will only wait and see in time.
Now Nasir went for 14 off his first over. He's now going to have his other over, so he's the first bowler who's going to complete his full set. He bowled overs 3 and 5. There's a lot of traffic being moved around here. It's very difficult to set a field at the moment with these two. Zishan it is who's on strike.
Captain facing. See bowls, that's short, hasn't beaten fine leg. Direct hit might have been interesting there. Khan gets home though.
How's Samar going to approach this? Just the 2 fielders out on the boundary on the leg side.
6-3 field. Full outside off is where it's got to be with that field, and that's where it is, but it's just a bit too full outside off. That's the problem.
It's a good area for him though. It's a good area to bowl at, because he makes room. You notice when he walks inside the line and hits the ball high over the leg side, he invariably middles it, but when he moves to leg and makes room through the offside, his shot is a little bit in to out, and he misses it 5 times out of 10. That's where I'd be bowling now, length outside off, quite wide of off.
That's it. That's fallen on the pads. LBW appeal, but it was a very wooden pad if it was a pad.
I think that might have hit him on the boot strap.
Possibly, yes. But with this field, you don't mind him bowling a wide outside off, because he's got a deep third man, he's got a deep extra cover, he's got a long off, and he's got a 6-3 offside field. He's also got a backward point, a cover point, and a cover too. So
50 centimetres outside off.
Outside off. Here's Nasir. That is outside off. It's drilled down the ground towards long on. He runs past it, which allows him the chance to come back. Direct hit could have been close. The batsman in evading the bowler has taken a little bit of a tumble.
It's so slippery out there where the grass is shorter.
Just a bit of overnight rain as well, and maybe a bit of rain tickling onto it now on top.
They've responded to that very, very well though. No one only dropped the ball, picked it up in a flash, but in the split second they had to look at it. They called the second and raced through. just for a moment it looked as though they might be struggling. It was a really well taken couple.
Now this is a nice humanising moment, which I like in cricket that can happen at times. Which is two teams in battle, two tribes going to war, but then the batsman has his shoelaces come undone.
That's a song, isn't it?
And he needs cover point to. He needs back to point to come out and do his shoelaces up. Here's Nasir bowls full and he's bowled him. Lovely ball, middle stump Yorker out the ground. High fives the batsman as a send-off, which is something I haven't seen before. Who seems interestingly accepting of being high-five by the bowler who's just made his stumps cartwheel. And it is a valuable breakthrough for Heinhausen, a desperately needed breakthrough for Heinhausen, provided by Nasir Ahmed. And the captain Zishan Nassar, who's led his side to resurgence after a terrible day in the field, has to take his leave, having set a decent platform here.
Yeah, the thing is, when your adrenaline gets up and up and up like that, and you keep swinging away and running fast and hitting big sixes, it's very difficult to get the adrenaline to come back down again. And you start trying to play bigger and bigger shots, and in the end, a really, really top-class player with a good length straight ball like that will be able to rein themselves in and just block it out and nudge it into the offside for a single. Whereas at this level, when we are high-quality amateurs, we're not professionals, yet the mental side of the game is just so hard to bring yourself back down.
Bowling right arm over. Short, decent bouncer, very good pace on it.
Now, he's got to be careful because he did that a couple of times in his first over. It was a no ball the second time.
Well, he does now, but that was an excellent. Give him credit for that delivery. That was a quick winning bounce.
If he does it again,
that's
the thing.
Yeah.
But he is very good at getting it shoulder height.
Difficult first ball to face that. You come out with a quick bouncer up at shoulder height, in and around the helmet area.
Testin 2, veliki pozdrav sa trećeg sprata. Skele želi puti uz pjesmu uz
almost at the halfway point of this run chase. It's a back of the hand slow ball, very nicely bowled. And in the end, it's only just about dug out. The new man, Akmal Ahmed, on his back.
That's a critical over. That is very important now.
And this is what I was saying earlier. The problem with a big run chase like that is you only need 1 or 2 bad overs, and then it gets nigh on impossible. You can't really afford a bad over. And a bad over is definitely what that was from a French stat point of view. So at the midpoint of the run chase, 64 for 2. The 6th over to start. Come into it, find where they need to be. He had put up a valiant effort. Because midway point, you'd have been forgiven for thinking that by the midway point of the run chase, this match could be towards being over. It certainly isn't.
So here we go. The 6th over is going to be bowled by the 5th bowler. That is Ali Raza Verk, who is, shall we say, a hothead. If he gets a batsman out, he will let the batsman know about it. His first ball, full outside off. Is that going to be a wide? Indeed it is. Got a very sharp run-up, Ali Raza. Bowls a nippy bit of in-swing, but on that occasion, wasn't his stop ball so much as going away from the bat and just went on with the arm. So another wide goes up on the board. He is just got to keep his temperament here. Excellent bowling, just in the slot, and there's the in-swing, you see, just there at the batsman, imposing himself already. Just bowls on a length. He's got some little bit of pace, not fast, just a little bit medium fast pace. Ball comes back in late, so it cramps the batsman for room. Samar, 30 of 15. That's the key now. Now that's high. The catch is possible at deep cover. It's a difficult chance, and it's well taken.
That's the best catch of the day.
Could be a critical blow. He made it look easy, but he had a lot of ground to cover. out there, and well, it's a great effort. And Samar goes, caught at deep extra cover out there on the boundary. Well, I hate to say that is probably Funchstadt's best chance of winning gone, but it certainly is a critical chance. He, in the end, made 30 from 16 balls. 3 4s and 2 6s.
It's incredibly difficult in a T10 game to come out with a team under the pump, even 15 over. Immediately, you've got to be hitting boundaries, because if you don't, the arithmetic is going to swiftly head into impossible territory.
Batsman crossed. Akmal at the crease, not out 0. His first ball is going to drop short of the long-on fielder, who's fumbled it and manages to rein it in. Noman there on the boundary. He's done well there. The throw is pretty wild, but the key thing was he managed to prevent the second. Akmal off the mark. 2 new batsmen at the crease. And coming in at the other end. There's the captain, is it? Mo Karim. This is the critical point. This is where it gets difficult. 2 new men there. Well done. Now that's sensible. Just get off the mark, keep the ball rotating, no dot balls. Not the time to be playing big shots yet. Just nudge the single.
Problem they've got is that even singles at this point start to have big effects on that wide run rate, which is ticking up.
It's investment, isn't it? They're speculating with the singles to accumulate the 6s later. Good one.
Well,
Nailed
one
it.
of them.
Over it goes into the nettles. Took a couple of sighters, and that ball was nice and short and right in his hitting zone. And there is first of a number of 6s they're going to need to hit in order to get back on track. But he's nailed that one out of the screws. First boundary to Akmal Ahmed, moves him to 7.
Well, you can make a very strong case that if Funchstadt lose this game, it's nothing to do with anything that they've done with the bat, because if they were winning the toss here and choosing to bat first, and they were in this position, they'd be very, very happy with this. They've shown really good intent. They're on course for at least 110, if not more. It's the bowling and the fielding if they lose this game that is clearly cost them.
He's dealt with that well. It can be difficult to place that high full toss. Just the single bunted out to the sweeper on the point boundary. Now Abdul Karim Pasha back on strike. Certainly one clean hit down the ground possible. Going over extra cover. Again, that fielder is very nicely placed for the full toss outside off stump. So that concludes an eventful over, big 6 in it for Akmal Ahmed, but the key wicket for Ali Raza Verk, Sam Ahmad Khan, was caught by Nasir Ahmad out on the extra cover boundary, and after 6 overs it's 74 for 3, which means that 68 are needed from 24 balls, and this now is the point at which Funchstadt really do have to put their foot on the accelerator.
Did mention get your tweets in. Yannick Bischoff has done exactly that. He says, question for Kit and Michael, how are you enjoying Frankfurt? Speaking for myself, very much enjoying it, good sir. Having left London to be here, it's a few degrees warmer. There's live cricket going on. The sun is out there. What more could you want? 6s flying everywhere. Maybe some more here.
Ali Imran is into the attack now, and his first ball has been skied a top edge and out of control really over his shoulder. But it's fallen safe, and they've managed to scamper back for a couple. It's a brave decision from a captain to have the 7th over being bowled by your 6th bowler, sticking with his main 5. Sorry, Ali Imran opened the bowling, of course, quite wrong. Went for 12 off his first over, now he's coming in to finish his 2-over spell. Well bowled. Umpire just checking with his colleague that it was below head height, as indeed it was. 2 runs off the first 2 ball of the over. And a decent start.
You're now into what required rate is 17, so it's up at 3 a ball now. Very tough.
In the hitting zone again. He's too late on the shot, just beaten for pace. He's bowled 3 very similar balls, just the length varying very slightly, but the line has been identical. First one top edged for 2, and he's missed the next 2, which have really gone right through him. I don't think there's any reason why Ali Imran should change his approach. Outside off stump, the ball's died on him and the wicketkeeper can't gather it. Well, that's nobody's fault other than the pitch, really. 4 byes, it seems harsh. I know Michael McCann is in a moment going to say how unfair it is on a wicketkeeper when that happens. But the ball kept low and the keeper couldn't get down quickly enough. So 4 bonus byes.
Well, we saw 4 shocking byes in the Funkstadt innings from a regulation ball outside off stump that got missed. And this was very much more in that category. It's when it's going down leg and then on the angle going a lot further down. You think of maybe a guy bowling left arm over, that kind of thing. And it goes down leg and goes further. That's when it can get very harsh on the keeper. Wind's very much whipping up here as well.
It's almost seaside here, and this one is cracked away off the back foot, but he hasn't really got a hold of that. They hit it so hard out onto the boundary, they've just got the single, haven't they?
I think it is also worth mentioning we've been often fairly critical of the fielding, and it is an important part of the game, particularly in T10, but it's not an easy field to field on.
It's not.
There's
no.
quite a lot of rabbit holes, divots, long grass, bobbly.
Well, that's a better hit. That is going to be 4. They need that very desperately. Just sat up. And, that is a very good line and length to bowl if you're bowling to Atol Karim. But Akmal Ahmad quite likes it there. Just play across the line. And, well, that was critical, I think, really, for the chances of Funkstadt to get to the target here. 7 overs gone, 87 for 3, and off the last 3 overs, a whopping 55 are required, and we are, well, we're going to need a bit of a repetition of last night's game in India, aren't we, to finish this one off? 51 off 18 was the winning target there.
Yes,
they did it with 2 balls to spare.
It would be quite something, but without meaning to sound like a broken record, it is also important, even if they lose, the fact that Funkstadt have gone and batted like this rather than collapsed to be all out for 50 could by the end of tomorrow be the difference between them being in Friday finals day or going home, because of net run rate as well. So whatever happens, Funkstadt have done themselves a lot of pride with how they've come back.
Ali Raza again, lofted down the ground, a chance of a catch. Oh, he's come in too far and it's gone over his head. No, that's the worst thing to see as a bowler, when the fielder has run in from the line.
You put him on the rope.
Stay on the rope, man. He's just misjudged it.
Have you been there, Kit? You're saying that like you might have been there the odd time.
There is an epithet that goes between stay on the and rope when I am bowling. Stay on the rope. He just misjudged it, has Norman. He'd come in too far.
Is it a 7-letter word that starts with F and ends with G by any chance?
It's broadly. He's come in.
I'll let our viewers fill in the gaps of the other 5 letters. I'm sure you can manage to do that.
Yeah, when the fielder comes in from the boundary and it goes for 4, not 6, that's a pain. But in terms of keeping this game keen, that's what we need to see.
It certainly is.
91 for 3 now, 51
for
required,
us,
17 balls.
For us strictly neutral commentators, it's perfect. I imagine you'd be saying something different if you were bowling.
Ali Raza will be steaming now. Well played again. Now he should get a couple here. They've really got to push it. They can't afford to turn down the second run. He's not the fastest man between the wickets, Abdullah Karim, but he's done well to come back for the 2. 49 off 16.
Still a very tough ask. They've got to go at 3 a ball. So even every other ball being a boundary isn't necessarily good enough.
Yeah, they've got to start mowing it over the infield on the leg side here, you fancy. He's tried the scoop there. That wasn't a bad option. There's no fine leg to speak of at all. He just tried to wrong foot Ali Raza there, didn't he, with his little shimmy across the crease, but in the end he moved across the crease too far and wasn't able to get back to scoot the ball over his shoulder. Well, that dot ball, well, now really dot balls are about as disastrous as wickets, frankly. Still 49 to win. And that's a good Yorker length ball. Misfield, they must take the 2. They can't turn down the 1. I don't know what the... Well, you should be thinking about that, really, Pasha. Should have come back from the 2nd straight away. Got to show a bit more intent than that. But in the end, Akmal said, look, you've got to come back for the 2, and Atal Karim rather reluctantly has come back for the 2. 47 from 14.
I think it is an apt time to also, if you're unfamiliar, let everyone know how this game would be decided if it goes to a tie, because there's no super overs in the European Cricket Series. I'll explain in a second.
Right, nailed it. Past mid-wicket, 4 runs. Crucial. Just keeping their hand in. Michael, tell us then, if by some miracle this is tied.
Which is not impossible from here. The way they're going, Frankfurt are going at a serious rate. They're keeping this interesting. So there's no super overs, because we've got to have a T10 match every 2 hours. That's how the schedule works. And if we play super overs, we run off the schedule. It is a golden ball. Yes, you heard me right. Not the daytime UK TV show.
Well bowled. Good Yorker length, and
That's
not even a single. That's absolutely perfectly done by Ali Raza. That concludes it. Always having a bit of a word with the non-striker. He has got fire in his belly, Ali Raza. I think we may get to the end of this tournament and hopefully he'll have done something really serious behavioural-wise. Spice things up a bit, but a good over.
Not serious, but not too serious, you know.
Well, yeah.
I think he's stepping the line.
Yes, not illegal serious, but just fruity. That's what we want, don't we?
Fruity, yeah, I'm on board with that. So, for those unfamiliar, so the golden ball, an invention of my ECL commentary colleague Vin Sandhu, involves a one-off ball to decide the match in the event of a tie. 2 runs to win. Any bowler can bowl it. It was previously had to be the bowler that bowled the final over of the innings, but that's been changed now. It's any bowler can bowl it, and any not-out batsman from the innings can choose to face it. And if you get 2, you win the game. So far, there's been 8 balls, golden balls, that have been bowled in the European Cricket Series, and the batting side have won 6 of them.
Right, what a time to face Yasser. Well bowled first up, drilled down the ground. They've got to push for 2. They've got to go. And again, you see, Atal Karim doesn't want to come back for the 2, and he really must. Not in a situation now where they can just take singles. Singles are going to make it impossible.
I can hear the passion in your voice. You should go and tell him. No, I mean, you can't disagree. If you look at the scoreboard, they have to. They've got 7 wickets in hand as well. They've got batsmen that can hit in the hutch.
This over needs to be going for 26. And jogging the single is not going to cut it, I'm afraid.
Ruthless Harris.
Okay, that's very, very high. That might fall into the gap. It's coming down between mid-on and mid-off, and it is another single as the ball lands safely short of Adil.
Not enough, though. They need 3.5 a ball. You don't need to be a mathematician to work out that 1-1 in the start of the over is not what the doctor ordered.
101 now, at least they're past the 100, 41 to win from 10 balls. You don't need me to tell you what the equation is, Michael.
But it's not the batting that's lost Frankfurt this game. They've been excellent with the bat.
Just get their fielding strategy worked out, how they're placing the field for the bowlers. They'll find the targets more chaseable. Oh, it's lovely the way he does that, isn't it? He just drifts it over the top of off stump.
He's been doing that for years. He knows his game inside out. 41 years old. He's into his 5th decade of playing cricket. 20 years at Heinhausen.
Okay, that should go out to deep extra cover. Juggled, dropped. Well, he took a lovely catch earlier on, Nasir Ahmad. But it was very similar to that one. You called it his previous catch, Michael, didn't you? The best catch of the tournament so far. He just had to pull it off again there, but he's put it down, and it won't really make much difference to the game, which I'm afraid now has gone as far as Frankfurt are concerned. Here's a chance to Imran, and he's held it. Well done. These are really the last knockings of a frenetic run chase that at times shone brightly, but have now fizzled out a bit like a damp firework.
Yeah. Certainly has.
And Atol Karim Pasha has, well, he struggled a bit.
18 off 15 was
18
not
off-
what was needed.
No, he faced 15 balls and managed to find the boundary a couple of times, but also found it quite difficult to get his partner back on strike with the necessary 2 runs, singles.
It's a bad combination.
Getting down to the striker's end, eating up balls. Oh, this one also very, very high, straight up in the air, bowlers under it. Oh, he's put it down. Oh, yes, sir. They are difficult, those.
It's his own figures he's ruining, not anybody else's.
They are difficult. It goes straight up, white ball against white cloud. Cold hands. Barely more than about 10 degrees here in Frankfurt. Well, that concludes his spell anyway, and it's
Very good over, though.
great time to
2
bowl
drop
it.
catches, could have had even more wickets than he ended up having, but the over did the job for his team, and any slight hope for Fungstadt, any tiny flicker was extinguished.
So Naeem it will be. Nice organised approach to bowling here from Heinhausen, each of their 5 main bowlers taking a couple. Naeem actually went for 17 in the first over of the game, but now he comes on to conclude the innings in a position of relative luxury. Oh, not now though! Oh, it's massive! It's gone over the trees, into the railway line. You'd think you're on a hiding to nothing as a batsman. You can't really do much here to win the game, but
That's the way to start.
he's going to ruin Naeem's figures and take him down to the bottom with him.
It's the old, if I'm going, I'm taking you with me. I'm taking your economy weight with
Great
me.
shot from Akmal. No, that's caddy bowling. Naeem just dragging it wider. But they are coming back for 2, which is what they should be trying to do. And they've made it.
Well, yes, because again, even if they lose this game, those runs,
Yeah, it's all about
net run rate.
reducing the difference between their run rate and their opponent's run rate. So if they're tied on points, they might just sneak into the cut. This is going straight down the ground. Easy fielding on the bounce for Adil. They're coming back for the 2. They're going to get it as well, you know. The throw lacked urgency.
But all that proved as well is how many other 2s have been missed earlier in the innings.
You're right, Michael. There are usually 2s.
Particularly on a big ground like this. You know, when you had the Manga European Cricket League 50-metre boundaries, with a ground like that, it's basically 1 or 4 ground really.
And it's so easy to fumble.
Very rarely getting 2s, but this is a very different kettle of fish. It's a big old ground.
That's going all the way to
Oh.
the boundary. Is it going over the line? Just short. No, just over. 6 runs.
What
Flat.
a shot!
Barely above head height the whole time.
That's an outrageous shot.
Skimming 6. Just a little chassis down the wicket. Right to the pitch of the ball. Turned it into a half volley. Hit a powerful inside-out 6. Shimmying over the line. 119 for 4. 2 balls to go in the innings.
Well, I don't want to be that coach who everyone gets...
There are going to be 4 byes there. It was a high full toss. The batsman saying to the umpire, surely that was over waist height. It definitely wasn't. The umpires nailed that decision. Quite right. But ball goes to the rope again. 4 byes this time. 123 for 4. They're bringing this...
I was just about to say, I don't want to be that take the positives coach, but there really is genuinely positive in the batting for Fungstadt. It's been the backbone of their surprise season, their batting.
End of the innings. The fielder has no inclination to try and restrict them to a single here. Well, no, that's silly. They should not be just sticking with a single there. They must take 2. There's no reason to stand there and conserve your wicket for the run out.
That's a mess. And he wasn't even running to the danger end as well.
The fielder had no interest at all in restricting them to 1. They should have taken the second, so that's a slightly sloppy end to what has, in all other regards, been a very good run chase. Unsuccessful, but only by the
Purposeful.
slim margin. They even took 18 runs off the last over. So the conclusion of 10 overs for Pfungstadt, 122 for 4 in response to Heinhausen's 141, a deficit therefore of 19. And given the mountain that they were gazing up at, losing by 19 runs is a really good result for these newcomers.
Absolutely, and the only thing that you could level at them in terms of criticism from the batting point of view was the running between the wickets. But we saw what Pfungstadt can offer there, and they were a surprise package in the T20 comp this year. They reached the quarterfinals, they won 7 of their 9 pool games, and that was built off good attacking batsmanship. And they did display that for us there, but it was the rugged bowling and fielding that cost them this game.
We're just having a look at some of the highlights of the innings, and you can see there was that one moment where the catch behind saw off the opening batsman, but then there came these wonderful shots from Samar over mid-wicket. Really nailed them. He's just got this hitting zone, hasn't he? Baseball style, and then he clears his front leg and mows it through the offside as well. 6 sixes were hit in the innings. And, even Yasser with these 2 sweep shots that went backward of square, not managing to pin Samar down. Really strong across the line on the leg side. Unfortunately, he got out at just the wrong moment. Just trying one shot too many. That's Zishan getting out to Nasir. 22 off 11. And it just started to come apart a little bit. Nasir Ahmad took a very neat catch there at deep extra cover. So that strong start, as it continued to rain sixes on the onside when Akmal and Samar were together, just started to slow a little. The one batsman who couldn't quite
5 utakmica. Da pričaju. Puki! Idi do komentator, vidio su se pojačali. To nije do nas uopće, mislim, nemamo veze s tim, ne trebamo pitati. Treba namjerno, tamo nije sad, probam ja u kameri zvuk. Da probam iskopčati u kopčatu. Čekaj, jebi. Samo ću iskopčati i kopčat kabel. Šta vanje? Ajde, čekaj. Da. Ne oba, samo ovaj donji, jel? Kanal, taj. Taj preko kojeg valj ide, jel? Nemam. Sad je u input 1. Sad stavimo input 2. Nemoj meni niš da očekam. Da. Da. Sad imaš. 1, 2, 3. To je s kamere, jel? Ovoga su na line. Ovo je na... Sad sam stavio ovaj jedan na... Čekaj. Sad kamera. Sad. Imaš opet s kamere. Čekaj, kako su se komentatori čuli do malo prije? Jesi rekao da si ih imao? Znači, ja sam stavio na kanal, drugi sam ovaj promijenio i stavio sam na int. Da. Evo, kako je sad? Sad. Sad je u inputu jedan, kanal kao jedan. I na int.
Alishan is having a better day of it in game 2 than he did in game 1. Struggled in game 1, 11 off 12 balls. Normally he's Frankfurt's gone back, but he's 20 off 12 here. He's looking a lot more purposeful. He's timing the ball a lot better. And that certainly is timed well. That's a 6 over extra cover. Oh! That was a gorgeous shot from Nakash Naveed, who is going very nicely at the other end too. 20 off just 10 balls for him. 3 4s and a 6. And they're already well placed to get a long way past what they managed in their first game against TFC Hattersheim, where they got only 81 for 5. More than halfway there. Probably be looking at 100 as a starting point. For extra cover for 1.
Got the pace they want here, haven't they? From Majid.
Necessary.
It's just giving them a bit more to work with. Really does race in, and when he hurls that ball down.
He's one of the youngest players in this competition. He's only 20 years old, and this will be a big learning experience for him playing T10 on a stage like this. And he might have picked up a wicket, young Nasseri. That's Sky down to fine leg. And, well, it's not even technically a drop in one way because the fielder didn't even get hands on it.
He just didn't look confident, did he, as he ran round? He was always a little tentative, tiptoeing forward rather than striding into position. And, yes, I'm afraid that's a... Well, it does have to go down as a chance, even though he didn't get his hands near it, because it was straight to him.
Dropped by number 3, Vipin Chetri. Batsman not able to...
Misfield's going to cost them 1.
In the field.
It's a tough fielding day. It is, you know, these are cold conditions. Very difficult to keep your hands warm.
It is, but what's been noticeable about Alishan and Naveed is the running. This pair have run comfortably better between the wickets than any other pair for any team so far today in all of the 5 innings of cricket that we've seen. And it's already making a difference. They've already pinched 4 or 5 singles they shouldn't have got, but they're not going to be able to get 1 there because an odd-sounding phrase, they've hit that too well. And the problem is, if you nail the ball straight at a sweeper, and the sweeper does their job well, then you don't actually have a chance of a second. You're better off shanking it, toe-ending it into some part in front of the boundary that requires a bit more chasing.
Halfway point, 53 for 1.
Well, we were talking about laying platforms while scoring at a good rate, and how much do you do one of one and one of the other. But their best batsman in Alishan is in. He's looking dangerous. He's got 25 off 16. Nakesh Naveed is really batting well and has kicked things on with 21 off 11. So they're well placed for at least 3 figures.
They've gone for
if
platform.
Not well beyond.
They've gone for platform and it's worked, Michael. So far.
But they haven't gone for platform in a conservative way. They've gone for an aggressive platform.
Okay, here's
They've
Umar.
bought the furniture from a department store, but they've assembled it quickly. You know, they're not messing about. They're not taking their time. They're not having a cup of tea. I mean, Naveed's scoring at almost 2 a ball. You know.
Yes, it's the running.
This isn't England pre-Owen Morgan bad platform laying. You know, they're not ticking along at 5 and over, thinking, well, if we push later on, we might get to 70. That would be the England ODI team of a certain era. I won't name names. That would be cruel.
Alishan's got underneath that, very low for a catch, and it's been spilled, but it was a superb effort at long on. Alishan just going to collect the single there, but it was Shafiullah took a very good dive forward, but it just popped out as he hit the ground.
It's costly chances though.
Flat
It's a much harder chance than the one that Chetri had, but it is still a chance, and that is 2 lives now.
Another skimming shot from Nakash. Batsmen are very smart in realising, these two, that when they really time the shot straight to that deep fielder, they just jog the single, but as soon as they think they've underhit it, they take off for that first run very quickly in the hope that they can push the arm for 2.
They've both been dropped now. Well, one of them technically not a drop because they didn't get hands on it. But
first appearance of birds for the day. German pigeons. They've decided that's their... It's got to be their location there, deep extra cover.
I think they're safe out at cover point. I've seen Naveed swinging for the hills, but it is actually towards the birds. Oh dear.
Oh, that's a shocker. Well, shall we be charitable and say that perhaps the birds put Mohamed Umar off there on the line?
That's a million miles beyond charitable. Yeah, the long barrier was required, and the long barrier was not used.
A bonus 4 then. Nakash not sure whether he wanted to call Alishan through. He thought about it, but Alishan was so busy turning round to face the stumps and stay in that he wasn't looking in the right direction. I think he probably made the right call though, didn't he? Nakash has got all this space on the leg side. Everyone's on the boundary. They're just going to nudge it away for 4. That's so smart. There are 3 men out on the boundary in front of square. He just waited a split second longer and tickled it away off his pad. So well timed. You see, these two are batting. They're batting with brains.
30 off 14. So what is this now? Is this aggressive platforming? Is that what we're...
They can accelerate now, you see. They've got the fielders where they want them.
I'd argue they were never really platforming, because they were too aggressive to call it platforming in the first place.
I think running 2s aggressively is still platforming. Trying to hit every ball for 6 or 4.
Yes, yeah. Agreed. Yeah. And actually running between the wickets has been a big feature of this partnership, but you do have to say there's been some poor fielding as well. They've been put under pressure. The one out on the cover point boundary was particularly charitable in terms of giving runs away, and both batsmen have been dropped. And when you've got a partnership that is growing in confidence and stature, you've got to take your chances when they come, and if they don't, particularly if Alishan gets in, this could be really, really bad news for Darmstadt.
Right, Syed Ruhollah, 5th bowler, more medium pace. Oh, he's nailed it. Oh, well played. Had the width on offer and grabbed it with both hands, slapping it away backward a square. He's just timing the ball so well now. Any room and he latches on.
It's a lovely shot. And these two are really starting to have a lot of fun now. It was only a case of when rather than if that Alishan would start to have a big impact on the ECS, and we're seeing it in this innings.
Whoa!
Oh.
Straight down the ground, 1 bounce 4. Welcome to the ball game, Syed Rahullah. And he smiles a rueful smile. He's just dropped it a little shorter that time, and the batsman was well onto it. Now they are going to expand and play their shots, because Alishan could be forgiven for waiting for that. Dabbed it into the covers for a couple, but he came down the pitch and slapped it backside.
He's on a roll here, and he takes some stopping when he is. Had a strike rate of 182 in the state T20 competition. Was the second highest run scorer in the whole competition and scored a couple of tons.
He's beaten himself there, hasn't he? He's gone to leg to make room. And well played.
Got to give a lot of credit to the bowling.
Yeah, Syed Rahullah saw him going, and he held his line. He didn't follow him, and the batsman's wided himself. And Syed Rahullah's got a good dot ball in there. Down the pitch again, not quite where he intended it. He's swung himself off his feet. They're pushing the single, nice and quick, and a good throw comes in, even though it was just fumbled for a moment on the boundary by Mahmoud Umar. He's managed to get it back on. Now we have different people wearing different shirts out there at the moment, and this is in fact Parvez rather than Syed Rahullah. When they lend each other shirts with numbers on the back, that makes life difficult, so apologies to Parvez. Down the leg side, they've gone for the appeal, but the umpire is... Oh, the umpire's pointed to his pad. There we go, so no harm done. Yeah, you see, we don't have the 35 there, I read there, you see. There we go, the production team's just corrected the numbers for us. Right, here is Parvez again, he's going round the wicket now. That's worked, they're going to bunt it down the ground, just a single this time. That was a good slower ball on the length.
Well, this has been a very good over. To come on and bowl when you've got two very good batsmen set like that, and he's ended up going for 10.
He's done a good job. A couple of dots in there as well.
That was a very decent over at a very testing time. And just to finish what I was saying about Alishan, he had the second highest number of runs of anyone in the state T20 Hessen comp this summer. 421 runs at an average of 60, 2 tons, and there was only 8 tons scored in the entire competition all summer, and this was a 20-team T20 comp, so not easy to score hundreds despite a lot of matches being played in a round-robin format. And the only person who scored more runs was Mudassar, who we'll see in action on Wednesday and Thursday for FCA 04 Darmstadt, who's one of the German national team's top players. And he really struggled in game 1, Alishan, but we've seen what he's about here. And at the other end, Naveed, well, Naveed's out scoring even quicker than him. They're going toe-to-toe in this partnership, stroke for stroke. It's quite something to watch, unless you're a Darmstadt fan.
Now, that's very short of the boundary. Not caught. I wonder if this is a no ball anyway.
Don't think so.
A high full toss. And, well, in the end, Nakash was able just to bunt it away for 1. The umpires are very happy that it was legal. The batsmen certainly aren't.
Well, the umpire's saying that it was just below waist height, and so it's a drop catch from Adnan Nazir, the Darmstadt captain, and that is a 3rd catch dropped in this partnership.
Swing and a miss. It's a brave of Darmstadt to bring on Shafiullah to bowl the 7th over as the 6th bowler. He's got to hold his nerve here. There are 3 bowlers, Mansour, Majid and Parvez left to bowl, so one of them will bowl 1 over. Shafiullah is coming on now. Oh, another wide. It's a tough ask to come on in this situation. Nakash, strike rate of about 170, now really has license to hit.
Oh,
And hit that one he has. It's going to clear the ropes by about 5 metres. Just got underneath it and was a little bit inside out, but there was enough bottom hand in it to carry it all the way.
it's a cracking shot.
That's his second 6.
It's a bit of a squash shot, that, really, or a tennis shot. So cross-court forehand vibes about it. All bottom hand.
Shafiola needs a comeback here. Whipped away again. I don't think the fielder is... well, no, he does just make it. Takes it low to his right at the last minute. That's a nice bit of work over there by Khalil Rahman.
Yeah, that was if you're a left-hander on a tennis court and you don't fancy a backhand. That was when you run around and you hit a cross-court forehand. Just over the net. Stinging. A couple of lovely shots. These two, they really need to just find a wicket from somewhere. They need to take the catches when they come. They've dropped 3.
I think that'll go all the way as well. Yes, it does. Just over the line. He's got underneath it and just pinged it away. Lots of bottom hand there. Very, very strong on the elevation. Nakash, that's his third 6 now. Second in the over.
He's on 45 now. So he's 1 6 away from the first 50 of this second ECS Frankfurt competition.
47, I think, because that was the 6.
The scoreboard literally cannot keep up with the rate at which boundaries are piling up. Nor can I. It's a score is nightmare. Yes, it ticks over. He's on 47 of 22. 22.
91 for 1. Shafiola again. Is that going to get away with it? Yes, indeed he is. There's a bit of a gamble from Nakash not to play at it, and it's just inside the tram lines. And in the end, that's a good finish to an over that was quite expensive. 17 runs from it. That's the most expensive over of the innings so far. I feel sorry a bit for Shafiola because I'm not convinced, Michael, that it was necessary to bring on the 6th bowler to bowl over number 7. Number 8, in fact.
Playing devil's advocate is a booming partnership that's going at 2 a ball that you can't find a way to stop the time where you decide, actually, we've got to try something different because what we've got isn't working.
You don't need to stop the partnership. You need to have your best bowlers trying to bowl as dry as possible.
Yep, no, I understand the logic, but you know they're chasing a wicket as well.
Right, penultimate over.
And in fairness, if Adnan Nazir takes the catch, they do break the partnership.
Manzoor Khan is back, wide to start with, and, well, I wonder whether he was slightly sold a dummy by Ali Shan there, who just took that step to leg, didn't he? And I think Mansoor probably responded by pushing it a bit wider, and Ali Shan has earned a wide. Down the pitch, across the line, 4 runs, very nicely done. And no, it is fielded out on the line. So now I've sold you a dummy, haven't I? Because fielder scampered round very quickly out on the boundary. Number 8, Khalil Rahman. Actually kept it down to a single. So Naveed, 47 not out of 23 balls, as non-striker's end. Wide again moving to leg. There's appeal for a stumping. So wicketkeeper throws down the stump without intervention from the fielders. Not out, says a square leg umpire. So these dot balls are proving invaluable. These 2 batsmen so far have put on 85 runs from 44 balls. Shouldn't see too many 100 partnerships in this format.
No, pretty much unheard of.
Length thrashed through the offside, and there is another 4, takes Ali Shan to 42. They're not both going to get 50, are they?
They could well do. They could well do. Of course, when European cricket fans think of 100+ partnerships, there's only really going to be one that comes to mind in T10 cricket, which is, and it is one that has a German theme to it, unfortunately, in terms of German carnage, which is that ECL 19 final, where VOC Rotterdam went out and put 222 without loss on the board through Max Udall and Scott Edwards against the German champs SG Findorf. It's extraordinary.
Straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Just a single.
There was a spell in that partnership where for 5.5 overs, every single ball went for 4 or 6. I believe I'm right in saying it was
Over 5 overs.
I've never seen anything like it. It was two. You know, to repeat again, it's. I haven't missaid that. It's 2. For those that didn't see it, it's worth going back and looking. 2-2-2 without loss from 10.
Well, that's high. Looks like it's going over the rope. It is, and that's his 50. What a stylish way to get there with a 6. Skewed away behind point. I think he was aiming more over extra cover, but just got a really solid bit of the side of the bat on it. And that's, I believe, our first half century of the day. Nakash reaching his 50. 53 he has from 24 balls with 5 fours and 4 sixes.
It's a strike rate of a personal run rate of more than 13 and over.
There are still 8 balls left. That also brings us to 106. Oh, well bowled.
I'm going to say he didn't pick that slow ball.
He just snuck it through the gap between bat and pad there. I wonder whether this lineup of medium pacers, 5 of them that Darmstadt have used, they might have mixed up their pace a little bit more. The lengths have been consistent, but
that's the problem. Consistent lengths in T10 is not necessarily a good thing.
And that hasn't gone where he wanted, but it's over short third man's head. It's going to be reeled in just short of the boundary. Indeed it is.
Well, if they do end up losing this game, Darmstadt, they will rue, well, 3 drop chances, one of which wasn't actually a drop because the fielder, despite it being a high catch and being underneath it, never got any hands on. Adnan Nazir, Vipin Chetri.
There's a lot of rueing to go on, isn't there?
Two have dropped those and allowed this partnership to grow, which is now approaching 3 figures.
Now, here's a brave move. You've got to admire this. Even if it doesn't pay off, it's still a smart, well, I don't know if it is, even if it isn't smart, Michael, it's still brave because the captain, having not bowled yet in the innings, as Matali is coming on to bowl himself, the 10th over. What do you reckon?
I think he's just done that village cricket thing where he's seen everyone else had a go and he's like, look, if I go for a few here, you can't have a go at me because you've all had a go.
He has the lowest.
You've dropped 3 catches.
He's got the lowest white ball economy rate of all of them.
He certainly does.
The first one is going to be a single here as it's drilled out. I
mean, 4 words come to mind, Kit, which is I'll do it then.
Well,
nobody else will get them out. Although, in fairness to his bowlers, they've created chances that his fielders haven't taken.
His economy rate is good enough that he perhaps should have bowled earlier. But
yes,
well,
but is that the reluctant captain not wanting to, given that he will open the batting?
There's no such thing as a reluctant captain who doesn't want to bowl. They love it. Well, he's just missed his. No, he hasn't missed his run up there. It's simply the case that Nakash wasn't quite ready.
But yes, he has got an exceptional white ball economy rate, which makes it all the more surprising that he's held himself back this long in such a destructive partnership.
Miss hit. A little bit short of Shafula. He's done well to gather it on the bounce, actually.
Yep, he's known amongst his teammates as the best fielder
Shafula
in the Darmstadt side.
Yeah.
So if anybody is not going to get sort of criticised for refusing to take a catch, it's not going to be him. He's pulled off plenty of stunners.
Oh, that's gone high and handsome, and I think it may go all the way. No, it just bounced short of the line over there towards the Sycamores. But, that 5.
Having a lot of fun here. Having a lot of fun.
What it's going to do is just sneaking Alishan a little closer.
He's on 48 off 27.
To his 50.
Would be his first ECS 50.
An edge, and he's going to get 4.
What a way to get there.
Well done.
A fine knock, not reached in fine style, it must be said, but who cares? 4 runs.
Well, why wouldn't you have a slash at that point? You know, if you get a little tickle on it with third man up, it's just going to go over his head. So I wouldn't say it was a deliberate shot, but it's certainly, as they say, a good option. He's 50 coming off 28 balls with 7 fours and a 6. And now both of these batsmen have reached their half centuries. How about that? Round the ground. Shafiola, great pick up. And he's restricted it to a single. Wonderful pick up and throw, moving to his left. He is a good fielder, isn't he?
Exactly, as I mentioned, he's the best fielder that they've got, and that's exactly why. In T10 situations, you want your best fielders at long on, long off, deep mid-wicket. And that's exactly where they've got Shafiola. As the sun comes out.
They're going to push 2 to Shafiola here. They could be on for a run out. He might have a hit direct. He's going for the keeper's end. And a little bit too wide of the stumps. The keeper couldn't get back to take the bails off in time. So we finish with a couple.
Is that not given out? I thought that was. I thought I saw the finger go up. Maybe I'm imagining that. Regardless, an outstanding piece of fielding from Shafiola. An absolute bullet arm from him. Took aim. The batsman desperately seeking an extra run.
The run out in itself not important, but the second run, whether or not that was scored, that's the crucial thing. We just have a look. Yes, out by some distance, in fact. So 120 is the final score.
So the partnership is broken at the death, but a fine partnership it was, though it should be said that Darmstadt do deserve credit because they have, despite those 2 batsmen getting in and providing some destructive hitting, kept it within a chaseable distance.
Yeah.
This is very, very chaseable.
But it was a wonderful partnership, Michael. 111 partnership of 9.1 overs. And Alishan, 53 not out, 29 balls. And you can see here, the only few moments of spin that there was, well, it was all about timing, frankly. Nakash working the ball well away off his feet and also pulling very well. Right-handed Alishan, whenever there was even the slightest bit of width on offer, he cut and cut very hard through the offside. Even when he didn't quite middle it, he often found the boundary especially straight. That was the squash type shot that Michael McCann was referring to earlier. He just gets his weight on the back foot and throws his wrists through the line of the ball. Nakash 57 when he was run out. That was off 28 balls, so fractionally faster. Strike rate of 203 runs per 100 balls. 4 sixes and 5 fours. 120 for 2 the finish. As we enjoy the highlights of this magic little partnership of 111, the highest of the tournament. But we've seen some high scores so far.
Well, it's got to be said, both scores in Game 2 were higher than that score. So this is definitely chaseable.
And Frankfurt are not used to winning on television. They have played
4, lost 4
up to now. So it'd be nice to see Darmstadt make their television debut with a win, but equally it would be nice to see Frankfurt break their hoodoo.
We're always neutral in the commentary box.
Let's have a little look at the way the batting and the bowling went. Pretty decent bowling performance just to send down a total of 8 wides. It's not too bad for this level of competition. But 12 runs per over, as you can see. Only Akil, the man to fail there, opening the batting with 1. And in the bowling, well, it was a gamble in the end to use 7 bowlers. Parvez did very well, bowling 1 over for 10. And I also thought Majid bowled well with his 1 over for 12. I'm not sure it was altogether a good idea to bring on that 6th bowler. They really tucked into Shafiola, taking 17 of his over. And Azmat Ali, well, the captain decided that he wasn't going to give the last over to Majid or Parvez. He was going to bowl it himself. In the end, it was relatively tidy, going for 12. And the winning score will be 121 if, and it's a big if, Frankfurt Cricket Club are able to pull off a successful chase. The sun has come out. Captains are actually now making the toss for game 4 at the moment. But, we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes after a short break to see how Darmstadt get on in their chase, or whether Frankfurt can get their first televised win under their belt. We look forward to your company there. Here we are at Frankfurt, halfway through day one of the European Cricket Series competition. In this interesting, and at the moment it seems finely balanced game between Frankfurt Cricket Club and relative newcomers Darmstadt Cricket Club. Both teams have a similarly named opponent in the other group. But these are the two cricket club versions. The situation at the moment is that 120 is the score to beat. Frankfurt being pushed there energetically. A partnership of 111 between Alishan Moman, 53 not out, and Nakash Navid, 57. Now the chase is on. And, the opening bowler is Mohammad Hakyar. Strong start, up in the air, chance of a catch, brilliantly taken. Oh my word, what a wonderful catch. I said chance of a catch, but he's taken it pedaling back with his left hand, and there's the breakthrough straight away from the very first ball.
Well, that was more Apple picking off a tree than Apple picking itself. Just stuck a mitt out, grabbed it in, wicket off the first ball. The literal perfect start.
Adnan Nazir makes his way off the pitch disconsolately. You can see the ball was very high. He's not a tall man to pull. He had to drag it around from very wide of off stump, and that wonderful catch.
I don't mean to sound like I'm rubbing it in when he's got out for the golden duck on the first ball of the innings, but in the build-up to this tournament, I was actually speaking to him about what to expect from his team. I did ask him who was the biggest six-hitter on his team, and he did say himself. I do feel like that is the moment of the cricketing gods just delivering a sort of reminder of everyone's own mortality on the cricket field, but I'm sure we'll see good things from him across the next 3 games with chances to make up.
Beating him outside the off stump. How about that? That was rapid. And Hakyar's really got his tail up now as he raced through the crease.
The wicket keeping in particular as well was really sharp there. Yeah. Take that outside off and take the bells off.
The wicketkeeper was expecting it to be as rapid as that.
Well, maybe it's the old thing, it's the classic thing, you have a signal between the bowler and the keeper for the cricket ball, so they're the only two people in the universe who know it's coming.
Muhammad Umar is the new batsman, and he's worked the ball back with a square here. He should get one. The fielding is rather indifferent. It's a bit of football out there. Lets him come back for 2, but he probably would have got 2 even if they'd been a decent slide and pick up as well. So now Darmstadt are away. There's a couple of runs on the board. And, the captain, Azmat Ali, is the one to score them. This is a solid pull this time. He's worked it away behind square, finer this time. It's beaten the fielder. Fielder himself signals 4 before even the umpire can. And 2 is followed by a boundary. Darmstadt are up and away. You just look here, but the way that Hakyar has been bowling is short and straight. The one time he beat the bat was when he bowled fuller and outside the off stump. I think he's probably better off sticking to that more conventional line. Racing through for a quick single here. The bowler will have to be quick. He's quick in the pick-up, but there was no one backing up for the throw. His captain was a little bit late in getting into position.
It's good purposeful running from Azmat Ali, but these two have got to be really careful to not let that wicket off the first ball cause them to go into their shell, because the power play goes by in a whisker, and when you're chasing a significant score like this, you can't fail to capitalise on the scoring opportunities that provides.
He's got underneath that, over.
He was listening
mid-on. He had to beat the fielder at mid-on. He did it, and there's the 4.
Yeah, I've just heard that commentator on the boundary say it's the power play, so you know what, we're not had a gun. No, joking aside, it's a lovely gun, straight shot in the slot, dispatched, and that's how they've got to be. you can't sit on what's just happened. They have lost their best 6-hitter to the very first ball of the innings, which, going back to what we discussed before, that is the other side of the coin. But if you decide to have them right up in the innings, if they go, then arguably that's your best weapon out of action, where you've given them the best chance to flourish.
Here's Alishan to bowl the second over. First over was productive, went for 11. Required rate is, of course, 12. Alishan just encouraging the edge. Didn't even get the edge, in fact. It came off the keeper's pad. And there's a bye on the board. Keeper being very brave and standing up to these relatively nippy bowlers. He's missed that one. Alishan just making fine-tuning with his field. He's decided the two men he wants on the boundary in this power play are at deep mid-wicket and long on. Wide, the keeper's muffed it again. And that's going to, well, in fact, has been signalled a wide as well. It's taken the keeper right on the edge of the glove and it's stung him. You can see Womack is wringing his right finger. And
not fun to be a wicket keeper when you're trying to stand up to something that's pretty nippy and then they start being wayward on lines and lengths. That's a nasty place to be.
Wides into 2 there. Big drive there from Azmat, trying to go through the offside. Why wouldn't you? 5 fielders there, all of them in the ring. If you can thread it through the gap, there's 4.
It wasn't even about the drive, it was about the pause afterwards and the look of disappointment that it wasn't a wide, but it definitely was not a wide.
In the air, it's going to go straight to mid-off. Taken. Well, it hit the leading edge a little. He was going for beating the mid-on fielder, I think, trying to hit over the infield, but he skewed it a little bit, went straight up in the air, and the captain was underneath it and completes the catch. And there you see, that's the second wicket. It just hit the outside part of the bat there, got a leading edge. The captain, in his hoodie, was held a simple catch. Fortunately, Darmstadt have had a difficult start now, 14 for 2, having hit nice clean 4 early in his innings. The captain Azmat has to make his way off the field and he will play no further part in the chase. Coming out to joy Mohammed Umar is Mansour Khan. He'll be at the non-striker's end because the batsman managed to cross while the ball was in the air.
Considering we're almost in October, beautiful conditions, the sun's out. I'm sure a few people watching on from cold old England in particular, where the cricket season's just finished, maybe a touch envious.
Darmstadt mustn't panic here. Mohammed Umar is a capable batsman. He's just got to take a little time to set himself. They don't need to go crazy for boundaries here, they just need to push it around for an over or 2. Umar will feel the pressure at this moment. Oh, it's gone. No, he's played a massive... No, that wasn't necessary. He played a massive heave at that. You could hear the thick edge as it went into the keeper's gloves.
It's very good keeping there, standing up.
Yeah, well held by Womack. Standing up. Thick edge. Sometimes they don't stick, but there was no need for Umar to play that as wildly as he did. And now 14 for 3. Darmstadt are in a bit of a mess here.
A bit of a mess, yeah. More than a mess. Suddenly, 120 looks a very, very long way away. And on a boggy, difficult outfield like this with relatively decent-sized boundaries as well, and so they're getting value for shots. It's not an easy run chase. It does look like a match that increasingly could be defined by something that has let Darmstadt down in a lot of big games in the last few years, which has been their fielding more so than their batting or their bowling. It was drop catches that cost them in the semi-final T20 state competition defeat, and the game was there for them to win. It was their fielding that let them down.
Shan's bowled well. 2 wickets in the first 5 balls of his opening over. He's going to bowl to Quadratullah, wicket-keeper at number 5. 1 ball left in this over, the second of the innings. Oh, well, that's a moment of misfortune. Just pushing it wide of leg stump. At least he gets another go to try to get this 3-wicket over.
And it should be said as well, this is a team that have got a huge amount to offer, Dom. So they won 8 of their 9 pool games in that T20 comp. And it was their fielding that cost them the knockout stages, and it's their fielding that's cost them today so far.
Chasing the wide ball again, looks up hopefully at the umpire. But, umpire's not playing.
Rightly not. It's just in that good off-stump channel, exactly where you want to be. This is really good discipline bowling that has seen the power play not only go uncapitalised, but quite the opposite, a catastrophic power play.
Took the umpires a little time to think about whether that was the end of the over, but they have now agreed that it was.
Do you know what, Kit? It's sometimes really good to know, and I'm sure a lot of village cricketers at home would sympathise with this, that even at a sort of decent amateur level with qualified umpires, sometimes you do look at each other from square leg and main ump and be like, has anyone got a clue? Is there one? Is it you know, we worked out in the end, between the 2 of us, we managed to count to 6. And it is comforting to know that even the sort of qualified professionals have that sometimes.
Backyard back for his second over. As you can see, he starts by conceding just the single.
I do feel that might just be me speaking, though. Someone that...
no, not at all. Remember the World Cup final? There was a critical mistake made there.
Well, yeah. Well, yes, exactly, yes.
Oh, that one's hit away high. 1 bounce to the boundary past point. Good rasping cut shot. And that will make Mansour feel a bit better and a good way to get off the mark.
I'm more meant to comforting my own umpiring inadequacies in terms of the sheer amount of times that someone's looked at me and said how many are left. I was doing my fair share of umpiring in a 6-a-side tournament. My club side Acton on Acton Cricket Club in West London on Saturday. And yeah, eight balls in an over and then re-bowl. That quickly becomes a catastrophe between 2 amateur umpires.
That's good proactive running. Went straight to the fielder, but they pushed hard, and it's a nice call from Quadratullah.
It's not actually that dissimilar in a way, 6-a-side from this. It's sort of cricket but chaos. You know, it's,
I see no chaos. I see efficiency, organisation. Thought about the single again. Oh, they've got a mix-up here. Fortunately, the fielder buckled under pressure, and the mix-up paid off.
But chaos in the sense that sort of the traditional image of cricket is, oh, it happens really slowly and it's sort of really confusing and it goes on for 5 days and it can be a draw. And actually, no, it's sort of a wham bam. It's every game is done in an hour and a half. You blink and you miss it, sort of.
It's like relationships, isn't it? Big shot. It's going to clear extra cover. I'm not sure that's going to go to the boundary. It just plugs in the turf a little. They've taken the 2 very quickly, and if they get their skates on, they can turn for 3.
What I'm sure of is that I really want to hear you finish this analogy.
You've just made the analogy. I just summed it up as, yeah, that's relationships.
What, some relationships are 6-a-side and some are test matches.
Well, it's an analogy, isn't it? It's not literal. Some last long and are complicated, others are short and frenetic and ultimately unsatisfying and unmemorable. Just going down the leg side there. Nice idea to bowl the slower ball.
Isn't that the blurb of Taylor Swift's new album? Sounds like the text.
Do albums have blurbs anymore?
I don't know. I'm just about from the era where you get a CD player that actually had something in it.
Something you can download a blurb.
Well, this is true.
You can't stream a blurb.
Maybe it's in the spot, you know, next to the Spotify playlist. Other streaming platforms, aren't they?
Well worked again by Quadratullah. He's just decided that he can get a run that particular fielder, Masuda van Sanan, and a couple of occasions they've managed to race one through quickly, and he's retained the strike with that single. Kudratola is going to be key at number 5. He's already hit 4. He'll have to hit a few more. 26 for 3 after 3 overs. It's becoming difficult. And the power play has concluded. 11 runs off the 3rd over. And now Alishan is going to bowl his 2nd and final over as the 4th of the innings. His previous over went for 4, sorry microphone. And those 4 runs were 3 wides and a bye, not a single run off the bat in the 2nd over of the innings. 2 wickets, of course, when he got rid of Azmatali and Muhammad Umar. He's going to be bowling to Kudratola now. Now that should be out. Point fielder is under it. Well taken, and he celebrates as well he might, because I think more catches have been dropped than taken on this occasion. And Alishan has his 3rd wicket at a cost of just 4 runs of 7 legal deliveries. And the man to go, well, is a briefest of cameos. He did hit the boundary on one occasion, but Kudratola has been dismissed. And I'm afraid it is all unravelling quite quickly for Darmstadt, as they are 26 for 4.
Heads out to bat in the midst of quite the collapse, 24 for 4, and it has to be noted as well that unless I missed something, 4 catches held from 4 in this innings. That is the difference that fielding makes. It's coulda, woulda, shoulda kind of stuff, but there was 3 drop chances in that mammoth 111-run partnership that has gone on to define the course of this match. And now, whilst they are just about in with the tiniest hope of a run chase, you're probably looking at seeing if they can just avoid the margin of defeat being too high to not damage the net run rate too badly. But based on where they are now, it's hard to not see their net run rate getting quite a kicking here.
So Mansour becomes the man in the driving seat. Got a couple of runs so far. It'll become 3. 3 balls, 3 runs for Mansour. Brings his new partner down on strike. The earliest opportunity. Umar, number 6. Well, do have a bit of a mountain to climb at the moment as he takes guard. Has scored competitive half-century, averages 20 in white ball cricket. Safely off the mark. And a good call back for 2, actually. The fielder out there tends to bowl rather than throw it back in. Well, that was good, busy running.
Also worth mentioning at this point again, if there's wherever you are in the world, maybe you're just tuning in, halfway through game 3. So apologies for the fact that overnight, unfortunately, had a large amount of our camera recording stolen. So we're not quite our usual capabilities. Only 2 cameras unfortunately left after the theft, but it's been a genuinely monumental collective effort from a few dozen European Cricket Network team members coming together to keep the show on the road.
Why wouldn't you have a go at that? He tried hard to reach it, but it proved unreachable, and the umpire compensates the batting team with a run. In the form of a wide. You can pierce those infielders. And we'll find the boundary. 1 bounce. Slightly fumbled on the line, but not in such a way as to cost a 2nd run.
Question, what do you make of the aesthetic of choosing to field in a gilet? It is cold, but I've never seen that before.
Only 1 step off a... It's only 1 step off a life jacket, really, isn't it? A little whistle and a bell. He's got underneath it. Now, that hasn't gone all the way. It's right on the line. It's just evaded the fielder. He tried so hard. Hassan Norman. But had he been 8 feet tall, he might just have grabbed it.
Now, this reminds me of a phrase that I think I might have just spontaneously invented in the European Cricket League, which is rope management. Now Hassan Noman there has actually managed the rope pretty well. He's right on the rope. He's exactly where he could be. He's given himself every chance, and it's just over his head. It's the ones that we were discussing earlier that really annoy a bowler, where the rope management is poor. Someone maybe comes in when they shouldn't, and then it goes over their head. The misjudge dive quite badly, but nothing Noman could really do about that.
Now here's Nakash. It's a very whippy action, very round arm. He tends to bowl full. Accordingly, he's got. Oh no, it's not Nakash, a different sweater.
Is it Nakash?
This is Nakash, yeah. Just pushed
You
it
didn't think
through.
after he got 57 off 28, he was going to say
Slow
to the skip,
left
you know
arm.
what, I won't bowl. He was like, no, this is my day. I'm having my 2 overs. I'm picking up some wickets as well, skip.
So he tends to bowl quite full, and accordingly he's got deep fielders long on the boundary for that drive. So Umar Khan, 3 off 3. That's firmly struck. Fair to say that Frankfurt Cricket Club are happy to concede a single to the fielder in the ring. Those fielders were quite deeply set, and they're not jumping on the ball, just waiting for it to come to them. Singles are fine. So there's another. Moment. Slow left arm is quite hard to get away. Haven't seen a lot of spin in this tournament so far.
The rate's almost 2.5 a ball. Two batsmen who by no means set. This is a heck of an ask.
And that's gone high. It's going to bisect the 2 fielders on the boundary, and it's just come short of the rope. Just come short of the rope, and he couldn't really have placed it better. Lofted
Well,
it.
he could have hit it for 6, but
Yeah, but the
I couldn't resist
the
that.
position,
Sorry.
the placement was good.
Yeah,
That's-
of course, yeah. 6.
would have gone
Lovely shot.
straight into the breadbasket of a fielder had it been about 5 metres either
But
way.
you see, this is the thing with T10. A couple more boundaries now. Like it is only 14 and over. It's not by any means undoable if 2 batsmen get it. But that is it.
Mansour's the key. He's trying it again, and this time it's going to go all the way over deep mid-off towards the television tower, and that was a glorious shot. And that was all about the hands and the wrists there. He stepped away from the ball. He wasn't really to the pitch of it with his body and his foot at all. He almost was
that
leaning
was the
back.
squash tennis again. That was the squash tennis bottom hand.
Just got underneath it. So 4 to 6.
Again, suddenly.
Now a little horsepower behind the Darmstadt innings. I don't know what he thought he was doing there. Maybe he thought just at the last moment he'd push it down to short third man for a single, but he played it so late.
In his defence there, if he gets anything on that, he probably races down to third man for at least 2 or 4.
So halfway point. 50 for 4, and therefore 70 behind the first innings score.
Yeah, 14 and over needed. This game is a long way from done, and anyone who's watched a lot of European Cricket League and European Series matches will know that one bad over here for the bowling team that goes for 20 odd, and that's a real momentum swing in Darmstadt's favour that has already started even just in those few boundaries. In T10, the game can shift in such a short space of time. There's no period for the game to drift really. Even in a T20, people talk about the concept of middle overs. In the T10, middle overs just do not exist. Every over has a capacity to have an absolutely gigantic effect on the game because it's just so short. The 6th over starts with a good classical cover drive. They turn down the single, and well, if you're going to get 14 and over, you've got to push the envelope with the running a little bit more than that, I feel.
Not sure.
Khan facing, but he's got hold of this. He was happy to turn down the strike because he's crunched that through for 4, and suddenly, having been quiet as some field mice behind us for the first 4 overs or so, the Darmstadt 10 have woken up and got very excitable, and you can't blame them one bit because out of the ashes of a disastrous top-order collapse that saw them 24 for 4, there's a bit of life back in this game. Here's Sana, second ball. That is sived away, but that will go down to third man for 4. Oh, the runs are coming, they don't care how they're coming. There's a bit of luck there. You need it when you're trying to recover from 24 for 4, and it goes their way.
Yeah, 19 runs in the last 6 balls.
There you go, that's exactly what I was saying. It just takes such a small period of time for the game's complexion to change, the momentum of the game to change. Suddenly it's Frankfurt Cricket Club in the field who are just a bit unsure of things, and a bit of body language not quite as you might want it to be, and a bit of disagreements with each other about field placings. Third man has now gone back. There's a long on and long off, mid-wicket and square leg. As this has gone into the gap at deep backward square leg, it's going to need a big effort from the fielder to get round. He does get round, but at the expense of 2. So that helps the score along again, and Mansour Khan is on to 30 from just 11 balls. And single-handedly has kept this game alive and kept the Darmstadt flame flickering in this one. Comes Sana, flicked away, and that will be runs down to fine leg, potentially 4 more. It certainly is 4 more. The runs tap is flowing and flowing and flowing here for Mansour Khan. That is 34 off just 11 balls. His strike rate's now up to more than 3 runs a ball. 4 4s and 2 6s. Van Sanen is getting the treatment, just guided down, knew where the fields were, knew where his gaps were. All the field is out straight. The field is set. Full straight bowling. And he's gone full and straight. He's got sweepers out there. Will only be 1.
He's not too unhappy about getting the 1 there, is he, Mansour? Because he's starting to think about maintaining the strike. But actually, to begin with, Umar was a bit of a second fiddle. Now Mansour is starting to open up a lot more. They do need to manage that strike a bit more.
This is true, but to chase this from here, they're probably going to need both batsmen motoring. It's very, very difficult to get 15 and over. You've got one batsman just pushing singles. So,
and that's what worries me about Umar, is that he's sort of fallen into this role now.
He's on 6 off 6. He's taken 6 singles in his innings so far, and you can't blame him for that, because it's better than getting out. And given that his previous teammates got 0, 7, 4 and 8 to leave him 24 for 4, it's still something of an improvement.
So Janat coming into the attack. Left arm quickly round the wicket. He didn't bowl in the earlier game today.
Nolan hasn't batted yet, so this is his first chance to contribute in this European cricket series. And he's got an important job to try and do here, to put the brakes on this recovery. That's short, and that's not really where he needs to bowl with this field. It's helped on its way for 4 more. And it is more fine work from the Khans. Mansour and Umar are having a lot of fun out here, and between the two of them, have completely changed this match. This partnership is now approaching 50.
Looks like we've had some corrections to the score, doesn't it? Something's been unpicked from earlier on. You can see the Umar suddenly has leapt ahead from 6 to 19.
That's bowls, that's short, and he's got quite lucky there, because again, he wasn't really bowling to where this field needs him to bowl. He's got long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, third man, and he's now got a fine leg out as well, in fairness, so that should be a very fine leg. Still a big ask from here, but it's doable. That's excellent. That's excellent. Right in the block hole. Nothing he could do with that apart from keep it out. At this stage, even 1 dot ball has a big influence on the equation.
Such a strong man as well. Look at the shoulders. Just took a tiny bit of pace on that, but we know he isn't at the gym Thursday evening, don't we?
I want more short. This has gone up. It's going to take a lot of catching, though. Got to come in a long way. Just can't get there in time. Charging in, it was Hassan Naumann, big six-sitting batsman. It wasn't needed earlier on because Shannon Lee did all the heavy lifting. Once more. Full, and that's gone, and that is over. 5 yards over the rope. Naumann will have to get it back. You can put your fielders out there, but a big clean hit like that isn't getting stopped at all. And Darmstadt CC just refused to die in this game.
That brings out the 50 partnership. These two batsmen came together after 3.1 overs. 50 has taken another 3.4 overs. That's 50 runs in 3.4 overs. That ain't bad, Michael.
It certainly is. If they lose this game, 4 feet. Can't.
14 off each of the last 2 overs, both being the most expensive overs of the innings so far. 49 off 19, 49 off 18. Still tricky, isn't it?
Now Nikesh Naveed is going to try and batted so well earlier. 57 off 28, strike rate of more than 2 a ball.
43 off 18. Well,
he's going to try and squeeze the life out of this game. There's definitely life in it. 14 and over needed. It's Nikesh. That's wide, surely, and it's gone through the keeper as well. And the keeper's trying to appeal to the umpire that it shouldn't be, but it was very, very wild from Nikesh. That's not where you want your spinner to be bowling. He's drifted a long way. The one thing I will say in his defence is that just as he was starting that over, the wind has really, really whipped up. And the wind was pushing that ball from right to left as your screen looks.
Wind's got nothing to do with it. It's a wide.
No. I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing it's a wide. Oh, that's gone. That's not a wide. That's 6. The over starts with 5 wides and a 6. And the Darmstadt dream is more than alive. It is happening in front of our very eyes.
11 off the first legal delivery.
They needed 14 off this over, and they've taken 11 off 1. And it is now Frankfurt who are, without any doubt, panicking. And you can see the body language gradually changing.
Very quiet,
hands on hips. And all the noise is coming from the Darmstadt tent behind us. Well, that's gone straight up. It's going to need some catching, though. Wicketkeeper's running back and has taken it.
No good. That's rather spoilt things, I'm afraid. They were very lucky that the wicketkeeper took it because there wasn't a call. The 3 were converging together. But that may just have derailed the chase fatally.
You've got to give credit to Wamat Saeed, though. He's called that. He's run 15 metres behind him as the wicketkeeper. And he's taken a really big catch at a really big moment.
Over his shoulder as well.
And out walks Majid Nasseri, trying to continue the good work of that partnership. And just as Darmstadt have moved into a dominant position in the game, or certainly a preferred position in the game, Mansour Khan goes for 33 off 14, scoring at 2.5 a ball. He deserves a huge amount of credit. He's given his team a chance. And that, well, just trying to see if I can pull up the stats for that 5th wicket partnership, because that was one heck of a partnership. They've been out there 4 overs and 1 ball, and they put on 61 together. So they were going at 15 and over. Now, it's up to Nasseri's at the non-strikers end to continue that good work. Now it's Umar Khan on strike. Down the ground. Well, that would have been a really good catch for Neumann. They're scrambling too, as they have to do, and that's good running. And if they're going to get this chase, they need to run like that.
Yeah.
And we've been surprised how much of the running has been quite casual from a lot of the sides today at the death.
Not in this game.
Darmstadt, they're not doing that. Well, they've got the 14 they needed for this over. These are all bonus runs now. Cash in. Oh, that's gone! Trying to smash a straight ball over the mid-wicket fence. That is the end of that, and both of the two-set batsmen are now gone. Mansour Khan out for 33, and now Umar Khan gone for 17. And it is Nikesh Naveed who, having stepped up with the bat, has now stepped up for his team with the ball and got both of the big fish they needed out in the same over. Now the momentum decisively, quite possibly, swings in favour of Frankfurt Cricket Club, because it is on the Darmstadt lower order to try and get them over the line here.
What does Vipin Chetri do here? Go for it himself, or just try and get the other guy on strike and hope for the best?
Well, you say that. The issue is that Nasseri also hasn't faced a ball yet, and this is the problem when you have a partnership and then you lose both so quickly like this.
Bigger hitter than Nasseri, isn't he?
He is. That's true, but they can't really afford too many singles. The scoreboard the way it is, and he's 30 off 15, I make it.
30 off 15 balls.
2 aboard. Here is Nikesh. And that's
40.
a wide, and that's the thing that's really costing this over. That is 7 wides in this over, I make it now. It's been a fascinating over in terms of making this game a tense finish. Here's Nikesh. Full. They'll look for 2.
They have to.
Against Neumann. They're not going to take it this time. Oh, they might now. No.
Doesn't work like that.
No, they decide not to.
I'm afraid...
well, this has been the perfect over for the neutral.
Majid had
Speaking
no,
as a neutral.
Majid
We've
had
seen
no
2
intention.
wickets. Yes, correct.
He had no intention of taking a second
seen-
run there. His back was turned to the fielder, so when Chetri saw that there was a misfield, there was no chance of calling him back.
Oh, he's bowled him! He's bowled him round his legs! Nasseri has stepped across to the offside to try and make room. And he's ended up missing it. He bowled round his legs, a bit of spin on it, ensuring that it wasn't a wide down the leg side, brought it back, cannoned into the leg stump. And you'd have to say that, having seemed to have won the game for his team with the bat, or at least put them in a dominant position, he's bringing it home with the ball, Nikesh Naveed. 57 with the bat, and now 3 wickets in an over. Darmstadt have gone from a position where they were just getting into the driving seat to throwing it away, it seems.
Yes, it's not often you see a bowler take his 3rd wicket in an over with his 9th ball of the over.
I was just about to say, how many runs has this over gone for
16,
as well? It's all happened.
16 runs. So
16 runs,
5
3
wide,
wickets.
6.
It's gone on for about 5 years.
5 wide,
It's
6
still going on.
wicket, wide 2, wicket, wide 1 wicket. How about that? I don't know where the scorer finds room.
I was just about to say, if that over doesn't make you not want to be a scorer, then you really should be a scorer, because if you can deal with this kind of carnage, you can deal with anything. It's TV series goes on forever. A load of instalments, but it is over now, and we've got a change in the bowling. Alim Al-Razi, the captain's on, who picked up a wicket, the only wicket they managed to take in a successful run chase that Timson Hattersham managed against them in game 1. It's the captain trying to bring it home for his side. Al-Razi full. This has gone very, very, very high. It will take some catching. Out on the long on rope, and it's taken. Taken in style by Alishan. No problems there. Minimum of fuss. Throws it back in.
It made it look. He made it look as easy as it should have been, had we not had so
Yes,
many precedents today.
Given that I reckon the catching percentage today is maybe about 40%, if that, maybe about 30. 1 in 3.
He took it professionally. That's the thing. Is in a professional game of cricket, that was a sitter, and today with cold hands and only day jobs and midweek training, it's altogether more complicated to get underneath one of those. He's done it well.
Razi, that's a
No ball.
massive no ball, and a tennis cross-court forehand. They've surely got to take 2 given the scoreboard situation. They rightly do. You can see how Razi's frustration, head in hands. And it is a free hit as well. Only 2 wickets left. Razi. Full Yorker missed. I've just got a suspicion this is going right to the final ball here.
I think it will go to the final ball, but I think they'll need about 14 off it.
Right, sarcastic. Kit Harris next to me. Al-Razi to bowl. 27. Oh, that's a wide. And you can see Al-Razi's expression. He's not having any of it. He's not having any of it. He's absolutely fuming with that. He was down pleading, but there was then also a smile and an understanding of yeah, you know what, actually, I'd rather you didn't give it, but I have to accept it probably was. Which it was. Comes again, Al-Razi. That's full, 2 full toss. He's got away with it. They might try and get 2. They don't look very interested. I'm sure they'd be given how good Alishan's field is.
And they've got to. They've got to push them.
But yeah, they do. They haven't got much time. So there's now 8 balls left in the innings. 23 runs to win.
Make it interesting for you though, Michael. By my calculations, we're not far off a 5-run penalty for the batting team.
Do you know how many minutes it is?
It's four per over, isn't it?
4 per over. So you've got to bowl your whole overs in 40 minutes.
40 minutes, yeah.
See, yes, I mean, this was something that we hadn't necessarily thought too much about pre-tournament, but it is in the rules if you don't bowl your overs in 40 minutes. And game 2 saw both sides have 5-run fielding penalties. Not getting through, is it? Al-Razi. It's in the block hole, and somehow that has missed the off stump. It's a dot ball, which they'll be pleased about, but it so nearly could have been a wicket as well to bring them to the brink of victory. But it is an excellent over regardless by the skipper Al-Razi, who has brought himself on in the pressure situation. He's conceded just 6 runs and he's picked up a wicket as well, and that means that the equation has gone from being one where Darmstadt were right in the game to one where Darmstadt are firm outsiders now. They need 21 from the last over, having needed 27 from 2.
They're going to need 14 off the last ball, Michael. We're on for the climax that they have predicted. So who's going to bowl it? Janat has been chosen.
Janat was it. His first over went for 13. Not too bad an over, apart from the final ball going for 6.
It's the angle that's difficult. That's why I think it's smart to choose him instead of Sanam. Just that left arm angle coming round.
Oh! Is that a no ball?
No way. No way.
It's very high, but I don't think it's been called. He'll have to walk off, and it's given by the umpire. It was a full toss, but it was. I'm not sure it was over waist high. Let's have another look. Oh, it's in and around.
Now he's played on. Now I think he's played on there.
He has played on, yes. He was signalling to the umpire that it was up around sort of shoulder height, which it wasn't. It was probably around sort of upper thigh, waist height, and that's 9 down. So, on the brink of victory, Frankfurt, in this seesaw game, seesaw run chase. His Parles Akunzada comes out at number 11. With the game seemingly gone. And Kit Harris desperate for it to end up being 14 off the last over, just so he can say, I told you so.
I do think he might have been unlucky there. Looking at the replay, I suspect that hit him either, well, it was very, very close.
He was signalling that it was up around sort of his shoulders, which it definitely wasn't, but it was in and around his waist. He definitely had a case. It was one of those that might have gone to a TV umpire, or TV referrals, or
has to be 2
replays today. Got to come back, and they've turned that down. Which,
well, he's got a lot of faith in his partner's ability to hit 6-4, 6-4. I suppose, in fairness.
It's the last wicket though, so if they get run out there, then the game is over. So that's the only way you can justify sort of thinking, actually, no, we're not going to run that.
You're as likely to hit 20 off the last balls as you are 19. I'll give him that.
Oh, he's got a decent chunk of that. It won't go for 6. It might well go for 4 though.
Yes,
does trickle over the rope. Game just about alive. 16 to win off 3 balls.
And, you know, that means he doesn't have to hit all 3 of them for 6. He can hit a 4. If he just got 2 there, this would be completely possible. technically, you know, 6-4-4. We know he can hit 4s, but can he hit 6s?
Just about alive here, Darmstadt. Just refusing to die. Pesky for Frankfurt, you just can't get rid of him. That's a full toss, it's a poor ball. And he's got away with it, they've surely got to come back given the scoreboard situation. And they've maybe got to look at 3. They won't get there. So that is 17 to win off 2. Which, as long as those are 2 legitimate deliveries, should see Frankfurt home for their first win at their 5th attempt in the European Cricket Series competition after losing all 3 games last time. That's short, that's gone straight up. Is this the moment? Oh, it's shelled. Could have been their first ECS win. Sealed with a kiss. Sealed bowling the opposition out, but not to be. Should get it regardless though. 16 needed off the last ball. Just falling short, Darmstadt. The undoubted highlight, pretty much the sole thing to shout about from their innings was that partnership with the 5th wicket. As is that a no ball? Well, that is a no ball, so we prolonged a little more. The last ball of the innings will be a free hit. If that had been whacked away for 6 as well, that might have made it a bit more interesting. But the scoreboard is still very much against Darmstadt. Janat, swing and a miss, and it's given out stumped, and that is the end of that.
Well, they lasted all 60 balls. There is that, and they got close enough, and I am sure there's going to be I'm going to look over at the match referee right now, because I reckon there'll be a 5-run penalty in there, because it's now...
But it is inconsequential because Darmstadt have been bowled out for 109, chasing Frankfurt's 120 for 2. And so the difference right now is 11 runs. So regardless of if that penalty is applied or not, Frankfurt will take the points. They will take their first ever European Cricket Series win. Congratulations to them. They've really had to earn it. They played in the 2-day competition in July. They lost all 3 games in the final 2 balls of those matches, which is a pretty agonising way to lose 3 games of cricket when you're on telly with the world watching for the first time. They turned up today, didn't have a good day with the bat in their first game, had that comfortably chased down by TSC Hattersheim. In game 2, very good partnership from Alishan and Naveed, put them in control, and with the ball, they were always in the dominant position, apart from a brief moment when Mansour Khan and Umar Khan started getting really destructive. And then it was Naveed who took 3 wickets in an over and swung the game right back their way once more.
Yeah, those were the fatal blows, weren't they? While that partnership was lasting, there was a good chance, but it all fell away very quickly after that. And the death bowling was neat. And it's nice to see that Frankfurt have got their first televised win, and I dare say that Darmstadt's time will come. So they certainly have power in the batting, and the batsmen we saw in particular, Mansour Khan and Umar Khan, putting together that partnership of 61. And there was a lot of promise while they were there.
So that's the end of the innings, 109 all out. I should say, on an administrative purpose, that the final ball of the innings was given out run out. Of course, he couldn't have been stumped because it was a free hit. If he was given out run out, and then trying to run a single or something to narrow the margin of defeat. So that's where we've got to the end of game 3. And Frankfurt is still alive and kicking in the competition. 1 win from 2 for them so far. Darmstadt 109 all out. These were the moments where they had a bit of hope. They were 24 for 4. And then Mansour Khan thrashed 33 off just 14 balls. Umar Khan whacked 27 off 15. And that lifted them from 26 for 4, pardon me, to 89 for 5. But then unfortunately none of the lower order could carry on their handiwork. And that meant that ultimately they fell just short. Weren't quite able to take the game really deep into that final over. A lot of credit must go to the Frankfurt skipper Ali Malrazi, who brought himself on for the penultimate over with the game still in the balance, conceded just 6 runs, took a wicket, and that over was the one that really killed off any last embers of dying hope that Darmstadt could chase this target down. As we have a look at Nikesh Naveed, who also, before we got to that Al-Razi over, played a huge role in this game with one of the most eventful overs I've ever seen. It lasted about 600 balls. There was about 300 runs scored off it. But most importantly for him, joking aside, I think he conceded about 18, and he did bowl a lot of wides. He took 3 big wickets. He got the wickets of the 2 Khans who'd been leading that partnership, Umar Khan and Mohammed Khan, and then took one more to boot as well to rip the heart out of what was left of the Darmstadt batting. And by the time he'd done that, including that lovely bowling round the legs of Nasiri, which that's a clip I think you're going to be seeing replayed a few times on the highlights packages. And then this was Al-Razi coming on, picking up his wicket, seeing Darmstadt to defeat.
Yeah, that was the key over, wasn't it? I mean, 11 balls in the over and 3 wickets. And,
Can't complain about lack of entertainment value.
It sounds like it was some kind of horrendous nightmare over from the bowler. I mean, the reality of it was that he bowled well, but there were some marginal wides in there. But in the T10 format, you only need one over like that just throws the freight train, whatever speed it's going at, right off the rails, and that proved to be...
But that, of course, shows how quickly it shifts, because the first... Well, I say the first 2 balls. The first legitimate ball of that over went for 11. A 6 smacked over mid-wicket and 5 wides outside the off-stump.
Yeah.
And at that point, for the first time in the entire match, Darmstadt were in the superior position. And the moment they got into that position, it all completely unravelled with those 3 wickets that followed in that same over. The partnership emphatically broken. Umar and Mansour Khan both dismissed. And that was that. So, that's the end of Game 3. Frankfurt, the winners here. We'll see you back here for Game 4 very, very shortly. I can tell you that TFC Hattersheim have won the toss and chosen to bat against TFC Pfungstadt. We'll see you shortly.
Here we are again. Frankfurt is becoming overcast, windy, autumnal, if not wintry. But we are all set to have our fourth game of day one, which pits Hattersheim against Heinhausen. And the news I can bring you is that Hattersheim have won the toss and they've decided to bat first. And umpires out there, so too are the teams. Shahid and Inam making their way in their black and red kits out to the middle for Hattersheim. My name's Kit Harris. With me in a few moments, Michael McCann. And, this European Cricket Series, Frankfurt, continues to play its early stages, but we are now in the position where the teams are playing their second games. And Hattersheim have made a good start of the tournament.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world joining us on ECN.cricket or Fancode. Fantastic to have your company. Now this should be the game of the day. In theory, this is the top two seeds of this Pool A. Tiger FC Hattersheim won their group in the T20 state competition, which is what sort of caused them to deserve that status. And they were runners-up in the ECS series in July. Heinhausen were also right at the final stages of that, losing finalists in the T20 state competition. And they were losing semi-finalists in the ECS in July. So these two, on paper, as dangerous as that is a phrase, particularly in a T10 cricket tournament, are the two strongest teams in this group. And they've both got a win today and both looked very convincing. And now they're up against each other. So this should be fun. This should be really interesting.
It's going to be Nasir Ahmed to open the bowling. Came on first change in the first game of the day to Abdul Hamid. That's a statement of intent, isn't it? It's not Abdul Hamid. It's Shahid Ahmed.
Abdul Hamid tends to put himself at 4.
The scorers are just moving the information around at the moment. Shahid has certainly
Shahid Ahmed, the wicketkeeper batsman,
made his intentions clear, hasn't he, early on?
Shahid Ahmed out there opening with Inam Ullah. And in fairness, given the job they did in that run chase against Frankfurt, there'd be no real reason to change the batting order.
Oh, wonderful, that's worked, hasn't it? He's gone for the shot again, and this time he did get something on it. Not everything, but it's flown away into the vacant third-man region. And a slightly accusing look or two at Nasir along the lines of, well, did we talk about bowling short?
One thing, well, it's funny you mentioned short and the name Shahid Ahmed, because if they've done a bit of basic scouting and they've even watched that first game, which you'd imagine you would if you're about to play a team, and they've heard what we discussed on commentary, Shahid Ahmed scored 42 off 25 against Frankfurt, and the majority of those runs were from the pull shot. So whatever you do, don't bowl short.
Well, the intention now, a rather chastened field change with the long on coming up into the ring, and now two men back for the cut. There is the short ball. Now that's what they're going to try and do. The plan clearly is to Shahid that they're not going to feed the pull. And, to reinforce that plan, there are just 3 fielders in total on the leg side, and they're all up in the ring.
But this plan requires discipline.
It requires, well, they've given him the cover. Now there's a third man and a deep point, so he can bowl short and wide if he has to. He's still gone for the pull, and he hasn't timed it.
It is his shot.
But that's good. That's a good situation for Heinhausen.
It certainly is.
They've bowled short, and his pull hasn't come off. Now Inam at the other end. He will play straighter. Field remains the same, which suggests we're going to be short and wide for the rest of the over. He's got up in the air, down to third man. A great attempt at a catch, but spilled. I'm not quite sure whether that ball reached him on the full. We might have to have another look at that. But things are going according to plan for Heinhausen at the moment. They are feeding the shot they want to feed and restricting the shot they want to restrict. Let's see that again.
You certainly don't mind him playing a cut shot like that with the man out on the fence. It's definitely not the percentage shot, and he's not getting more than 1, max 2 for it.
There's you see cutting that short ball off on the leg side, and he's struggling, nibbling at it outside off. And that's a lovely first over. A plan well executed from Nasir Ahmad. And that first over has yielded just 5.
Well, that in the power play is outstanding. I make that the second best power play over of the day.
Yep.
The only one being better being the very first over of the entire tournament, which went for just 2, bowled by Yasir Mahmood of TFC against Frankfurt Cricket Club. That is a heck of a start. To go for 5 in a power play is brilliant. And now Imran's going to look to continue from that good work his teammates just done to set them on their way.
Yes, he had a tough time in the first game. He bowled well, but he was let down by some dodgy fielding. He's opening the bowling again. And now the power play has rather moved the fielders to cater for the strength. Well, let's just see, they're fiddling with the field again. Now you'd think that they would have it organised before the first over who was going to field on the line. They've changed it now. A long off and a deep mid-wicket. Those are the 2 men out. Swing and a miss. But they've got in his head, haven't they? They've got in his head.
But again, it's notable for the 6-3 field. There is nobody from the wicket-keeper right the way round to short mid-wicket. Absolutely nobody there. So he cannot afford to stray anywhere near the leg stump. And I wonder if the thought of walking across and trying to flick it has come into Ahmed's mind. We'll wait and see. Easier said than done.
Trigger movement. Now that is safe. And in fact, it's going to take a couple of bounces and clear the boundary. 4 runs. He waited on that. Just took a trigger movement across the stumps. But that was a zone that was unprotected. So, victory there to Shahid. The field changing round. And now there's going to be a long on.
Well, that is follow the ball captaincy. It has to be.
Well,
said.
that's what they started with at the beginning of the over, and then Ali Imran complained that he wanted mid-off back, but now he's got what the captain wanted. They're short. Again, he's had to reach for that cut, and he hasn't middled it, and it's just plonked into the turf short of the deep mid-wicket fielder. So by and large, Shahid, well, if he's not being contained, certainly his favourite pull shot is being disrupted. Same 2 fielders out on the boundary for Inam. You see that slip is staying there. That's a brave move in the power play. In fact, there has now been a change as the long on comes up and deep point goes out. I don't know whether that ball was supposed to be cut to deep point for 1, but it was too wide. These 2 sweepers now, deep point and deep mid-wicket, is you assume that the ball is going to be short.
Certainly can't be on leg stump or anywhere near it. That huge gap between the keeper and short mid-wicket.
That's where they wanted it. Oh, Covers missed it. Well, it just about went to hand for Heinhausen, but unfortunately it hasn't stuck. He did the hard work there. They gave him a ball that was hard to hit. Imran just putting it on a length outside off. He hit it inside out, but the fielder was perhaps a metre or 2 closer in from the ring than he needed to be.
And those fine margins cost you.
Imran just pausing in his run up there because the captain's decided to bring the slip out and to reinforce that cover ring. What's that big appeal for? Oh, they're determined, absolutely
He can't
insistent
believe
upon
it, Imran. Cannot believe it. Umpire unmoved.
Well, we didn't hear anything.
No referral, of course, so he can't be making the T sign here at the European Cricket Series. Doesn't have that option available to him.
Well, now, it's a bit of kidology there because you saw the bowler reacted a bit late. He didn't react really. He thought about it, then reacted again. Another swing and a miss. Oh, my goodness.
He's got a bit between his teeth here.
And Imran is having a bit of a word with the batsman. He seems a bit cross. But all things considered, that's another pretty tidy over to conclude the second of the match.
It's very tidy. In a power play, 13.
13 off the first 2 overs.
This is, well, TFC winning the toss, batting very convincingly when they notched up that 85 for 1 off 8.5 overs in that successful chase against Frankfurt, but made a bad start here.
They're going to go with Nasser again. Just 5 runs in his first over, and we're still in power play conditions, this being the 3rd over. So that seems sensible to keep him on. There's only one. They haven't worked out who their boundary riders are yet, because there's only one out there, and that is Deep Point. Oh, he's done well to get hold of that, hasn't he? I think if he left that alone, he might even have got a no ball for it, don't you think?
That really was a tennis shot. That really was a tennis shot.
Got the 3rd man and the Deep Point out there for Shahid. Clearly the point is to continue to bowl short at him and wide of off stump.
It seems to be working.
Yeah, 10 off 9 for him so far. Comparatively quiet start. He chipped it up to 3rd man. Oh, he's beaten him on the bounce. And what's more, it's gone for 4. Brave of the fielder to try. Glaring back at his wicketkeeper as his wicketkeeper lets him know what he thought of it. That's Munib down there on the boundary. Bravely came in for a half a chance, and then when it went through him, it went for 4. Top marks for effort.
Not quite the execution, though.
Safer plan would have been to hang back and restrict them to 1, but they're going for the wicket. And well they might, because the wicket of Shahid is the prize one in this Hattersheim batting lineup.
One of. Faisal Bashir as well. He looked quality when he came in that game 1.
He did. He's a good finisher, isn't he, Faisal?
Very classy batsman.
Yeah, that's very high up. They're appealing just in case the umpire was thinking about a no ball over the shoulder height. Umpire Gooch is not going to be cowed or fazed by any of this barracking from the fielders.
I must say I'm a touch. It looked to me like he was a long way from that.
Yeah, they've gone with it. Umpire's sticking with his guns, and he's signalled a no ball and a free hit for a ball over shoulder height. And Nasir doesn't like it.
Well, I must say I was a little bit perplexed as to what the appeal was here, apart from maybe just a bit of a, if we appeal, maybe they'll forget about the possible no ball situation.
No, I think you're on it. I think you're right.
Because he was there was a huge gap between bat and ball. They were nowhere near it.
I don't know. There's no point in Nasir having this conversation with umpire Gooch, because he's not going to get anything out of it. The decision's been made.
I think eventually he's begrudgingly realised that.
Got to focus on bowling his free hit ball. Shahid
doesn't want to undo all the good work of that first over. That's
a good ball. Very full, thinking about the single. Probably could have run it there. Outfield's so difficult. He could have grabbed a quickie.
It's so hard to pick up cleanly on this outfield.
It's usually
your percentages are with you to try and run it as a batsman.
Yeah, it's worth the risk. 4 times out of 5. There'll be a run out every now and then, but it is worth it. Oh, that was a good ball. And almost a double bluff there as Nasir bowled a straighter, fuller length. And I think Shahid was expecting the shorter ball again and ended up playing it quite late. It kind of hit him higher up near the glove.
That's hurt him. He's taken himself off the square leg and taken some time, but that has given him something to think about.
He've definitely got in his head this short attack. He's just parried it. Just parried it as it came back at him. But again, Shahid was on the back foot waiting for the short ball and then found it was fuller and tried to play forward, and he really didn't middle it. One thing's for sure, that's Heinhausen have shown themselves to be a thinking team in captaincy and in the field, because they have an approach. Shahid been kept quiet so far. Again on the back foot, fuller ball though, and he hasn't timed it. You really have unsettled his natural free-flowing rhythm.
Well, they've done their research. They've seen in that first game the way that Shahid is looking to rock back on anything he can and pull it with destructive intent, and they've just completely blocked that shot off for him, pretty much, just in the disciplined way that they've bowled. And now it's up to Shahid to see if he can adapt his game. He's a very capable batsman, one of TFC's Hattersheim's very best, and this is of course the other interesting dynamic that you get with a tournament being televised, in a way that in a state T20 competition this wouldn't happen. You wouldn't be able to see your opponents and analyse what they're going to do and have a look at them back before you face them in your game.
Still not every team who would do it. So power play done, 19 off it. See the...
Yeah, there might be a bit of word that get round from when you play someone, but it's different to the exposure that this provides.
Here's how to keep this guy quiet. Now Ali Imran is going to bowl his second over, fourth of the innings.
Smacked back.
Bosh, no, that's not Norman's fault. That is not Norman's fault. He got right behind the ball. He got a terrible bounce. And the ball, as it came to him, ended up being almost an off break.
And he smiles wryly, because there wasn't really a lot he could do about that.
It's good to see he got a sense of humour about it.
And if that doesn't give you a sense of this outfield, I don't know what will, really.
It just got a bad break as it bounced. That must have deviated a metre past him.
Yeah. It would be easy to play the fielder, but it would also be completely unfair.
Oh, that's his area. That's where he likes it, and that's where you don't feed him. In fairness, it's only the first or second time they have put it there. But as soon as he gets it around about his hip height, he flicks it away wristily.
You can't bowl there with that field. 6-3 field and nobody between the wicket-keeper and the short mid-wicket. Cannot bowl there.
Of course, if he could bowl exactly where he wanted to every time, he might be playing for money rather than at the highest level of amateur cricket here in the European Cricket Series in Frankfurt. Doesn't always come off.
Yes, of course, that reminds me of one of the main misconceptions about the European Cricket League when it first came along.
Those successive fours, and that's gone high in the air, and it's going to be another one. Another one over his shoulder. Tried to play his hook, got a top edge, 4-4-4.
But again, it's a short ball on middle stump, and that is something that he very much enjoys.
Just needs to get it further outside off stump. Yeah, you were saying about the ECS.
Well, it's the ECS and the ECL, and you know, when commentating on the ECL for the first time, you sort of had a deluge of Twitter comments, particularly in the Pavel Florin situation, where people just fundamentally misunderstanding this as a concept. And you mentioned the paving, which is why it sort of comes up, where people saw Pavel Florin and sort of said, oh, what a joke of a tournament this is. What a load of nonsense, it should be cancelled. How can something like this be going on? But the point is it's not a franchise tournament. It's built to grow club cricket and grow the game. And the way it works is it is the Champions League of European cricket. And if you are the Romanian champions, you've earned your ticket to be at the ECL. And if you're Pavel Florin and you play for Cluj and you're someone that had never played cricket until 8 years ago, and you end up becoming president of a club and a big part of that club, and they win the Romanian T20, that's how it works.
I mean, they're not franchises, they're clubs.
Well, yes, exactly. And it did seem sort of a surprise to people to understand that actually, you know, a tournament that champions club cricketers and growing the game in a sustainable way can actually be done as well as sort of franchise cricket.
Cracked away this time to deep mid-wicket, so that ends the run of 3 consecutive fours. But Shahid has managed to get himself well ahead of the runner ball rate now. Strike rate 150, 28. He has now off 19.
He's starting to find a way to adopt to the plan they've approached.
Well, he's bowled, in truth, Ali Imran in this over at least has bowled a little too straight at him.
Yeah. And he's capitalised. He's been patient, he's waited for that, and he's taken his chance.
Imran gets one. He doesn't nail that. That was got a little big on him. He'll do well to get 2 here. Oh, that's fantastic running. It never went more than about 20 metres away from the striker's end. But the keeper had to run in so well onto the stumps rather than go for it himself. The deep mid-wicket had to do all the work. Excellent running from Inam.
And that's the fundamentals that I think people are now starting to understand. Now they've seen the European Cricket League and they've seen the European Cricket Series emerge since, of course, the European Cricket League cancelled this summer for reasons that we obviously all know. And very much trying to provide a blissful escape from the world that we're in at the moment, so we won't go too far down that rabbit hole.
This should just be 1. Oh, they're racing back for 2. That's aggressive running, and the throw is inaccurate. Very well done. I think Shade saw early that there was a bit of a fumble on the line, immediately called Inam through for the second. That's superb bit of running. Even when he's not on strike, Shade is hustling. He's looking for the second run. Inam's only faced 6 balls and made 6 runs. Shahid 28 off 19. But he's always looking for runs for his partner as well. Very, very wise and switched on cricketer. So 4 overs gone, 35 without loss. Yeah, so the European Cricket League is Europe's best amateur club sides. Clubs with members, not franchises with signed, generally available players. One from each country.
And the thing is cricket is a broad church, and there's a space for everything within that. It's not about getting too what's the word, sort of attached to one way of doing things. And but what I found confusing at the time, which I spoke up about on Twitter whilst I was commentating on the games, and the world was sort of falling into freefall, is well, if you're objecting, which so many people did until the story was told and people realised, oh, okay, maybe I've actually been pretty harsh in the way of spoken about this guy. If this is the kind of person that you have a problem with playing cricket, then you really need to ask yourself, do you actually want your sport to grow? Or would you rather it just didn't? And that's really fundamentally what it comes down to. And again, he'll be back at ECL 21. Cluj have won their Romanian T20 tournament this summer. And so next summer, assuming everything's okay to go ahead, for now, that's 6. Bang! That's a lovely, crisp slog sweep.
So Yasir into the attack, bowling his grenades. And in order to play him well, as we said in the first game, you've got to wait, and be prepared, if the ball is on the spot, just to push it out to the line for 1, or scamper a 2, and just wait for the bad ball to hit. But he really does bowl into Shahid's perfect zone for hitting across the line. He's going to follow the 6 with a 2 now. Oh, a mix-up. Yes, there's the 2.
They get there eventually.
Yeah, the 2.
It's the bobble that...
The throwing hasn't been ideal.
Well, that's the throwing on the bounce on this turf is sort of taking a chance in your own hands.
Now a strap's broken, I think, there for Shahid, and he just needs to re-secure himself. And Yasir, who takes wickets through temptation.
Oh, that's a good way to
rather than through technique. Again, it's sat up, it's going up towards deep mid-wicket. Who holds it?
Temptation. There you go.
You can't try and hit everything for 6. And
just couldn't resist.
A muted celebration. In fact, I think you've just seen the diametric opposite of the famous celebra appeal that you see in international cricket, which is an appeal with absolutely no celebration whatsoever. Not a fielder has moved.
He just celebrated getting the gun bat out like he just does it every day. The Mario Balotelli, why does a postman celebrate when he delivers the post? This is what I do. Job done. Cheers. Thanks. Nothing special. Another day at the office for me. But as much as his celebrations are muted, it cannot be ignored. That is a big moment in this game and a big turning point, because Shahid Ahmed, who hit 42 off just 25 against Frankfurt, goes for 36 off 22 hit. Another excellent knock. He does seem to have just hurt his finger. He was just saying to a teammate as he's walked off, I'll hope that that's not too significant a problem at Hattersheim. And out walks the classiest man, or one of the very classiest batsmen in this field, Faisal Bashir, who stroked 24 off 18 and looked so untroubled against Frankfurt, and is their go-to batsman. The top run scorer in the ECS in July, strike rate of 225 in that competition, and yet scores almost all of his runs in 4s rather than 6s. This is going to be a really interesting test for him against a very good white ball SG Herrenhausen attack. We reached the final of the state T20 competition and were one of the best sides in it. They've got to try and see if they can find a way to get TFC's key man out.
Yassir making his tweaks here. It's a very, very precise art when you bowl donkey drops to get the fielders in exactly the position they need to be. Yeah, donkey drops.
Is that what they're listed as the MCC coaching manual?
Not sure they're in the MCC coaching manual.
That's true.
That's one of his good balls. That's the kind of thing you don't try to get underneath and smack for 6.
Yep.
But, let's just hit that a little too hard, Bashir. But he won't mind. He always takes a couple of balls just to play himself in. He doesn't go crazy at the ball to begin with. Good footwork. And an easy single to get him off the mark.
From speaking to a few people around the sort of Hessen German state circuit, they just said the thing that marks him out is that it's all placement and timing. He doesn't try and generally hit the ball too hard. He can score 360 all around the wicket, can manipulate the field, and the stats back it up. As we said earlier, the bulk of his runs in that ECS in July, way more than anybody else, coming in 4s rather than 6s. Someone that likes to hit the ball cleanly along the ground.
Inam going for the big hit here. It's going to drop just short of the fielder at the deep extra cover boundary. And that's well placed. You see, that's not a miss hit, I don't think. That's a deliberate attempt to hit it in the air. Oh, no, that's no good
not
from
a
the bowler.
percentage shot.
That's no good from the bowler. Now, he's complaining, Yassir Ahmad, that his fielder didn't come in, and he's got a proper sulk on, threw the ball into the pitch and shrugged his arms, and he's assumed that ball was catchable, whereas in fact that ball must have bounced 10 metres short of the fielder. They've just got to get together as a team now and stop this sulk. And I'm not sure necessarily that the man to restore enthusiasm and good humour is Ali Raza Verk.
A man known for his temper.
Yeah, well, he tends to direct his animosity towards the batsman, at least. But if you play and
he's
miss...
the Lee Cattermole of German state cricket. He does often pick up a yellow card.
I was thinking Paul Cattermole.
Paul Cattermole.
Yeah, that's one of the singers from S Club 7. That's Lee Cattermole, a footballer. Okay.
Yeah, he's a guy for Sunderland that just always used to get booked. Always. Card magnet. Absolute card magnet.
You displease Ali Raza at your peril. If a batsman plays and misses, he
likes a send-off. I part of me wants him to get a wicket just for what he'll do next, because he had a very frustrating first game from a personal bowling point of view.
Well, he does that more really at the start of every spell. He takes a run up. It's a practice ball in some ways without bowling it, but a practice run up. He's steely. What's Inam got? Out to deep extra.
Oh!
Dropped! Now, someone put the lid on the pressure cooker now. That is...
well, you can't blame him for that, because that deserved a double teapot in frustration and a stare that he gave, because that was straight down the fielder's throat. He's picked the sweeper out. That's one of those that if you're doing catching practice before the game for your sweepers, you kind of hit it out to them and just give them one to get the confidence going and get them catching a few. Did have to come in 5 yards or so, but it was very reasonable for him to expect that to be taken.
Munib's been dropped in the field there rather unceremoniously and replaced with Karim Ahmad. And this, no one is catching that one. That is the biggest so far. Gone out into the railway over all the shrubland. I'm not sure they'll get much luck looking for that. Absolutely mammoth, and that will do nothing at all to improve Ali Raza's mood. And it just goes to show you lose Shahid before long. It's just a question of getting another one. And Fazal, well, he doesn't hit a lot of sixes, as Michael McCann has told you, but when he does hit them, they are usually big ones. Balls come back.
Yes.
Now then, Ali Raza, steam coming out of his ears. And, he's missed his run up again, and in fact, look, he's even marking his run up out again this time. I think poor old Ali Raza is now thoroughly phased. A wicket now may turn the air blue with the release of this pent-up tension. Straight back at him. Oh, he's dropped it himself. Oh dear.
Well, he doesn't have anyone else to look at this time, but that would have been one heck of a grab off your own bowling, low down to his right-hand side. That would have been a big catch, and it would have got the prized fish out of Bashir.
Bashir has been looking accusately at his bat, and he's very upset with himself for hitting it straight back to the hand of Ali Raza, but he did middle it. And had Ali Raza not got his hand on it, it probably would have gone straight for four between the two deep fielders. Oh, now is that too high? No, that is the first one over shoulder height, signalled by umpire Gooch at square leg. So if he does that again, it will be a no ball. But to be able to bowl a ball over the batsman's shoulder, down the leg side, and get a dot for it is a pretty good investment for a bowler. Just that he can't do this again. Oh, he's broken through, and he's letting the batsman know. Has a long chat to him. I'm not sure you can give a batsman that big a send-off when he's been dropped twice in the over, but he has gone. Ali Raza Verk, a sneaking of a smile on his stern features. And, well, he played across the line there, got a bit overexcited. Poor old Fazal Bashir. Played a big mow across the line, but the ball probably wasn't short enough for him to do it. So 53 for 2 now in the 6th over. And Fazal Bashir is out-bowled by Ali Raza Verk for 7.
It's a shot quite atypical of how he's known for playing, Bashir. He's a quality, classy batsman. He takes his time, hits the ball hard along the ground, but felt impatient, felt like he had to go for the big shot, and perished in doing so. It was a shot that was unusual for him, given that this is someone that stacks up runs and normally does so without needing to try the sort of big agricultural swings. And yet that was exactly what we got there. And he paid the ultimate price. So that is a big shift in this game. That's a big, big moment, because the two batsmen who were so good for TFC Hattersheim and are the two fulcrums around which their order is often built, Shahid Ahmed and Faisal Bashir, are both back in the pavilion. And here is a pumped-up Ali Raza Verk. That's a decent ball. They'll collect a dot off the new man, Zahob Kumar. He's no stranger to dealing with pressure and dealing with tough situations. In the European Cricket Series final in July, he walked out and quickly found his side 32 for 5 and then hit 37 off just 16 balls to get Hattersheim into a position where they at least had a total of some respectability to defend. That got them up to 82 for 6. It wasn't enough. MSC Frankfurt chased it down with an over to spare, but it was he that gave them some kind of hope in the game. And now the 25-year-old is out there, batting with Inamullah, the opening batsman. He's only faced 8 balls. He's had a lot of exciting cricket to watch from the other end, where he's had the best seat. But he's not done much himself. Ahmed very tight at the top, conceding just 11 off his 2 overs. And then Yasir Ahmed and Ali Reza Verk, the two change bowlers, both picking up a wicket each. And that is what has brought this back, just as it was maybe starting to get away from SG Heinhausen. Now a bit of spin into the attack. That's a decent start as well. Good length, a bit of turn as well. Can't ask for much more than that from a first delivery from Adil Tahir Ahmed. His left arm twirlers. Just lost his line a bit there. It's the joint top wicket taker at the European Cricket Series event here in July, taking 6 wickets across the tournament. And he's nearly got another one there. It's shelled. Third drop catch of this innings already. And now pray it doesn't prove costly. It's a regulation chance. Really should have been taken. Quicker ball. Out to the sweeper at deep cover. Quite happy with one. There's a big old boundary out there, so they could have probably pushed a little bit harder in terms of putting putting the fielder Karim Ahmed under a bit more pressure. Here's Adil. Short, pulled away, and he's a poor delivery. And due to good work from the sweeper, he's got away with only conceding 2. It could have been a run out. I think it's hit the edge of where the matting meets the grass and bobbled over the wicketkeeper. It's not an easy surface to be a wicketkeeper on, it must be said. It's not an easy surface to field on as well. Very undulating, and our TV cameras don't necessarily fully show that. Adil Tahir Ahmed to bowl. And Ola struggling to get going, really. Must be said. It's flighted and crashed between the gap. That'll help him get going. Bisected the gap of long on and square leg perfectly. TFC Hattersheim needing to get some momentum back into this innings, and that will certainly help. 15 off 12 now for Inam Ullah. I hope that can get him going. Adil's now got 3 sweepers out on the leg side fence. And that's a nice ball. Got a bit of turn and a bit of grip off that concrete matting surface, which we have actually seen, as well as some spin, the odd bit of undulating bounce off it, which isn't really what you'd expect. And that's the end of that over. The 62 for 2 off 7 overs. A really good nip and tuck contest here of T10 cricket. Momentum swinging both ways. 2 relatively evenly matched sides. SG Heinhausen, who reached the final of the state T20 competition, up against TFC Hattersheim, who were the losing finalists of the European Cricket Series competition in July. Both sides with decent white ball pedigree. Both sides that have looked good today in getting a win on the board. And now up against each other. You win 2 out of 2, and you are almost certainly, bar a ridiculously improbable set of circumstances, going through in a 5-team pool. Well, yes, you win your first 2. You could still lose your next 2 and quite possibly be out, but you're in a clearly dominant position as Yasir gets him. He's out by miles. He's waiting around. I'm not really sure why, because I could see that stumping from here. Really good teasing bowling, drawing the batsman out, and the grenades of Yasir have done the trick once more. And there's another big cog in the TFC Hattersheim batting lineup that goes. And now, for the first time in this ECS, the captain Abdul Hamid Bhatti has to walk out and repair the damage. 62 for 3 now. And an uneventful day at the office for Zaheb Kumar in this particular instance. Just 1 off 3 balls for him. Drawn into the big shot, couldn't resist it, and was absolutely nowhere near it. Met his demise in the process. So Abdul Hamid Bhatti, the skipper for TFC, walks out. As he said to me in very good humour, when I said where do you bat? He said, I bat at 4, I do it for the seniors. Said he's representing the slightly older generation, born on the 20th of September 1965, 55 years old, but still very much wanting to be out there in the firing line. He's the only left-hander in their lineup as well, which is useful variety. Here is Yasir Tabati, and what a shot! What a signal of that intent from Abdul Hamid Bhatti. He wants to be out there in the battle, and he wants to be making his mark. He's crunched that down the ground, and it's actually knocked over one of our European Cricket Network members' lunch on the floor, which is frantically being picked up. And it's 6 runs on the ball. That was a bullet. And the said lunch is all over the floor being cleaned up. And Abdul Hamid Bhatti's eyeing his next victim, but he's gone, is he? No, not given LB.
That's a big
Drops
appeal.
down for a leg bye. It's all going on here. It's all going on. Yasir's pulling up the bait, and Abdul Hamid Bhatti is not even trying to resist it, and it's making for compulsive viewing.
Well, we're going to want another look at that, aren't we, Michael, while they're just rearranging the field. Here's the replay, because that looked like a very good shout. Ah, no, it just hit him outside the line and quite high up, actually. Hit him on the midriff rather than the pad.
Yasir once more comes down the track, and this is a huge 6 towards us, well over our head in the commentary box and towards the nets. 6.6. Well, Yasir is throwing up his tempters, and nobody in an Hattersheim shirt is even attempting to resist them. And it seems like every ball is either threatening your life in the commentary box, or if you're anywhere remotely straight, or quite possibly a wicket. Yasir once more. Back of the hand, slower ball. Disappointment from the batsman that it's not wided.
Did you say slower ball, really?
It was a slower ball.
I don't think it...
Within the realms of a grenade bowler, it was his slower ball. He's gone back there, he's tried to really hold it back.
Yeah, it's when he bowls too full and they can get under it that he comes in for the most damage.
Yeah. Here comes again, that's...
Whoops.
Spooned up, and he's got another one, Yasir. He's got another one. Inamullah is gone. And the grenades of Yasir are doing the trick. Inamullah goes for 21 off 15.
It's the kind of bowling that shows you, when you're watching it, wherever you are in the world, that you can still do it. Look, it just floats it up, comes out of the back of the hand, and easy as you like, skewed off the top edge there to short third man. And you've got to bear in mind that you're watching here the highest level of club cricket, amateur cricket. There is no professional club cricket in Germany. So they may have club cricket where you are in the world. If you're in England or Australia or India or Pakistan, of course, your top level clubs all have professional cricketers. These are amateurs, but this is the top level here in Hessen. And it shows that even if you're not at full fitness and you don't have a great turn of speed, there could still be a place for you.
Giving hope to us all, Yasir Ahmed.
And of course, that's what the European Cricket Series is all about. It's all amateur. It's all top level in whichever country we're broadcasting from, but it is all amateur.
And of course, in a different way, that's exactly why so many people, once they sort of realise the reality of the story, could relate to the Pavel Florin story. Here is Ali with his tail up. Right arm around. I feel like there's different context. There's a bit of a Liam Plunkett vibe about this. He's going to go right arm around, bang this in short of a length across the batsman, with his sweeper set out on the offside, to the right-hander, that is. That's what he's decided he's going to do. And in fairness, he's hit him on the body there, and he's only been able to scramble through for a leg bye, which that's more than fine in a T20 game. You don't mind people getting one a ball. Now the left-handed Bhatti onto strike. He did say to me that is one factor why he keeps himself at 4 in the batting order, because he is their only left-hander in their entire squad of 25 players, and it is a useful fillip in terms of messing with bowlers and their lines and their lengths,
Presumably
as well as backing himself with the bat.
That's true at any position, though, isn't it?
Here is Ali Razorvak. Full. Oh, that is a one bottom-handed. How on earth do you... It's a West Indian calypso style. He's played that off the back foot with his foot in the air. Where do you even start with that? But it's a very effective shot from Abdul Hamid Bhatti. He's now got 11 off just 3 balls.
Waiting for the short ball, wasn't he? Just went on his back foot and then realised it was fuller than he thought. He played it inside out.
It was outrageous. That was absolutely outrageous. You can't look at a shot like that and not just smile. It's a bit of the West Indian calypso vibe about it. And that is going to only raise the temperature on Ali Reza Burke. We'll be all the more frustrated here because that's plugged into a gap. Thinking of 2. It's not 2 on that arm, I don't think. And that is one thing, actually, that speaking to people building up to this, they noted about Heinhausen that has been backed up by what we've seen in both of their games so far that they're known for, is that their ground fielding is excellent. And they've got good boundary sweepers in terms of attacking the ball, getting the ball in, taking their catches, albeit the catching has not lived up to that reputation, but their ground fielding in terms of attacking the ball with intent and getting it in has been as good, if not better, than anyone else we've seen today. But they've shelled catches, but everybody's shelled catches today. The fielding has been... I mean, if you're any of the 5 teams today taking rest at the end of the day, no matter who you are, one of the first topics of conversation is, what are we doing in the field? We've got to get better there. Ali Roosevelt once more. It's good sharp work, never a single there.
Yes, the ground fielding, when that's indifferent, you can forgive, because the outfield is distinctly football-y. When it's in the air, of course, it can't deviate off a rabbit hole or hit a small pebble. It's just coming straight to you. And as much as anything else, I think, Michael, it's the coldness of the hands. That hard leather ball. Every time the fielder is getting their hands to it, but it does get dropped a lot. And there's another false start.
Run. Yes, he does like a false start. It reminds me of that era with the 100-metre races where they had a rule that you could get a yellow card and then you were disqualified. So then what happened is just everybody was just basically running before the gun went off to try and get an extra tiny sliver of a second. As that's cracked back, that's going to really hurt Ali because that was hit like a bullet. Naeem backs it up, it's a single. And Ali just throws the ball away because he's too busy dealing with his hand, and can't blame him because that was hit pretty hard. And so what you had was a situation where, because everybody knew that they couldn't be disqualified until they'd false started once, everyone was just anticipating a gun and just running, and it got to the stage where 100-metre races were taking quite a while to complete because all the athletes knew they could do it, and in the end they changed the rules to sort of stop it.
But in this scenario, in cricket, from a bowler's perspective, yeah, sure, if you know you're not going to land on your mark properly, you might bowl a no ball, so yes, pull out. But he's done that 3 times out of the 12 balls that he's bowled, and, 3 times out of the 15 run-ups he's had.
Yes.
That's going to push you into overtime if you're not careful.
This is true. Here's Adil. That's a full toss, is it? No, it's not. It's dipping, not given.
Chinaman.
Pitching outside leg, I would have thought. Adil Tahir Ahmed on. Left arm around the wicket.
Now he can bowl finger spin and
wrist
looking
spin. At that replay, I mean, we're not quite straight behind the line here at long on. That was a ridiculous appeal. Quicker ball, and that is sived away. It's an ugly shot, but it doesn't matter how they come. 4 more to the total. Abdul Hamid Bhatti's having fun out there. He's got 17 off just 7 balls. And I've just had it confirmed. You mentioned that, Kit Harris. It is becoming a theme of this competition. You've got 45 minutes to bowl your overs. This is exactly what I was saying about Europeans and getting into cricket through understanding football metaphors and T10. One team bats for 45 minutes, the other one bats for 45 minutes with 15 minutes in between. Well, that is what generally happens if you get on with it.
Yep.
But for the 3rd time today, we've got a 5-run, I should say, penalty. Here's Adil bowling. That's cracked away. This is in between the sweepers. Could well be 4, and the football skills have unfortunately brought about the boundary, whereby a dive of some description would have been definitely the better percentage option. And Abdulhamid Bhatti is really enjoying himself here. It's his first bat in this ECS tournament. He's got 21 off 9, and he's not just stabilised from a collapse, he's rebuilding at pace.
As you can see from the way the fielder fielded that, using the feet again, but it's one thing trying to stop the ball with your foot on the ground, but trying to stop a ball that is bouncing through the air with your foot and not your hands is particularly difficult.
Here's Adil, quicker ball, and this is crunched down the ground, 6 more. Abdulhamid Bhatti is having his fun, and as he said to me, he's doing it for the seniors. The 55-year-old is crunching it around. 27 off 10, that's his second 6 to go with 3 4s, and he's having all the fun. He's got 66 on his back. He's not quite that old. He's 55, but my goodness me, he's as good as he's ever been. Taking Adil apart, 4-4-6. Oh, and that's short, and he's missed out there. It was a short, horrible delivery outside of stump, but Bhatti was already swinging for the hills. And it's a bye.
It's a tough gig, being a spinner and coming on to bowl at this late stage of the innings, the last over of a 10-over thrash. And really, and he's got the variations, and he's bowling his finger spin and his wrist spin, but you want a Yorker man to come in at this stage. It's very tough for a slow bowler.
Abdulhamid has got them up to just short of 100, and they should get there from these last couple of balls. It's now Amir Waheed facing.
Well, now.
They will with the help of that, no doubt. Amir Waheed, guilty of the extra, just trying to throw it too far outside that off stump. It's quicker, shorter, and he's gone. Stumped a long way out, had to go for it. 2 balls left of the innings. Well, in fact, that was the final ball of the innings, so there we go. Waheed is stumped, and Abdulhamid Bhatti walks off knowing he's done a great job for his side here. 27 not out from just 11 balls, and that has brought his side back from a mini collapse into getting themselves a very defendable total. They end on 98 for 5 from their 10 overs. Thanks to his contribution, and then at the top, Inam Ullah and Shahid Ahmed once again showing what they can do. Ahmed hitting 36 off just 22. And Inam Ullah hitting 22 off 15. Nice to see a few handshakes and high fives and smiles between the two teams, even at the mid-innings point. When we come back, I'm sure they'll both be gunning for the chance to go 2 wins from 2 today. Confirmation that TFC Hattersheim have ended on 99 for 5. However,
don't forget those bonus runs.
Just as you might have heard us mention in that last over, and then we were going to come back to in all the carnage, for the 3rd time today, because the overs have not been bowled in 45 minutes, there is 5 penalty runs. And in a tight game like this, how costly could that prove to be? 45 minutes available. It should be said that the extra time is added if there have been more than 6 wickets because of the changeover time. So for those wondering, that is accounted for. But in this innings, of course, 6 wickets didn't fall. So that's no particular excuse. 5 penalty runs means that TFC Hattersheim end on 104 for 5 from their 10 overs. So when we come back, it will be 105 to win for SG Heinhausen to go 2 from 2. Or TFC Hattersheim to defend that and go 2 from 2. And if you go 2 from 2, you haven't got 1 foot in finals day Friday, but you're not far off. Round robin of 5 teams, of course, and it's the top 2 that go through. You're certainly putting yourselves in a very good position. As we look back at the highlights, Yasir getting a bit of tap, but at the same time taking some big wickets with him as well. Very, very entertaining to watch him loop those grenades up. Went for 23 off his 2 overs, but picked up 3 very important wickets. Yasir Ahmed, he got Shahid Ahmed out and Inam Ullah, both of the openers. And then also picked up Sohaib Kamar as well. That was the stumping to get rid of Sohaib. And then out came Abdulhamid Bhatti with 27 off just 11 balls. That is, I would say, put this game into as close as to a 50-50 position as it possibly could be. TFC Hattersheim end on 104 for 5. And if there's one thing you're saying in the SG Heinhausen team talk, it is for goodness sake, let's bowl these overs in 45 minutes. Because otherwise, you're giving away 5 needless penalty runs. Both teams did it in Game 2, so it effectively ended up cancelling each other out because both teams gave each other 5 penalty runs for being too slow. It's a very needless thing to do. That's where we finished up after the first innings then. TFC Hattersheim 104 for 5. Very decent score on the board here that they'll try and defend. Probably around par on this ground based on what we've seen so far today. Do join us very shortly for the run chase. But for now, we'll be back in around 5 minutes or so with that run chase. Conclude the first innings with Hattersheim putting 104 for 5 on the board. When we come back, SG Heinhausen will need 105 to win in this game to see who will go 2 wins from 2 so far here in Frankfurt. Welcome back to the FCC Oval in Frankfurt, where we've got a really fascinating run chase on our hands, in what is probably the matchup of the day between arguably the two big seeds in this group, or favourites to go through, based on the form coming in. And it's SG Heinhausen in the light green, with the interesting black and red pad combination from their two opening batsmen, who are chasing down 105 to win from 10 overs. Opening the bowling for TFC Hattersheim is Yasser Mahmood. He bowled very well in their first game, conceded just 13 runs in 2 overs in the power play against Frankfurt. That is pretty outstanding on the old economy rate. Here he comes. That's wide, and given the treatment, and could well go out there, just about reeled in the long grass. You don't really get value for shots on this outfield. It does often plug. So the batsmen get through and get Heinhausen off the mark. Wyndham Mubashir, the wicketkeeper batsman, the drive through extra cover. Rafa Ahmed at the other end.
We know all about Rafa, don't we?
We certainly
the
do.
Last tournament.
Here's Yasser. Full toss, and that deserves to go, and certainly does go. Can't bowl there, particularly in a power play without protection out, but it wouldn't have mattered if there was. Crashed through long on for 6. And that's a very nice start to the chase. If you're the batting side, 8 without loss from just 2 balls. And we need Mubashir getting his eye in. And there's no better way to do that than cracking a full toss away. Yasser needs a response. That's a much better ball. Really good ball. Exactly where you want to be in that block hole. Not much that could be done with it.
Wouldn't mind them seeing them put a bit of pressure on the fielder there with a few steps towards the run.
Yasser once more. Flighted, cramping him for room. Darted in, pardon me, not flighted. Nicks a single. That was better running between the wickets, as you just called for. And Muneeb gets himself off strike. He's got 9 of 4.
The key with Rafa is don't bowl him width. He is very strong on the short ball. And you must not give him any room to swivel a pull or to free his arms and cut.
Here's Yasser. Oh, that's a cracking shot. Inside out. Over extra cover for 6. That is a beautiful cricket shot. Straight bat, danced around it, met it on the half volley and crunched it away. Doesn't get much better than that. First ball that he's faced in the match, and Rafa Ahmed smacks it for 6.
If you're going to bowl full like that, full and straight, you need to have that mid-off back.
What can he do with his second ball? That's very nicely driven, but he's picked out Abdul Hamid Bhatti at mid-off, who had his fun with the bat earlier on. 27 off just 11 balls. And that, combined with a thoroughly unnecessary 5-run penalty for not getting their overs bowled in time, helped TFC Hattersheim stave off a middle order collapse and pull things back round to end up on 104 for 5 from their 10 overs. End of the first in the reply here. 15 without loss. Excellent start for Heinhausen. Both openers have already got a boundary to their name.
Just as in the first game earlier this morning, it's going to be Amir to open alongside Yasser. In the first game, Amir was a fraction more expensive.
Yasser was able to get in and get out with those exemplary figures of 2 overs of 13 in the power play, which was pretty exceptional. More exceptional than my ability to avoid using exceptional twice in the same sentence.
3 times now.
3 times, exactly. Well, that was ironic. The third time, you've got to give me that one. Come on. Oops. Amir strays down leg, and you can't afford to do so with that field. Not going to be missed out on And the freebie is gleefully gobbled up by Mubashir, who's charged on to 13 off 5 already. And now bowler and captain considering changes to the field. Can only have 2 fielders outside the circle. They're currently at long on and extra cover. And that is some follow the ball captaincy. So fine leg has gone out off the back of that shot and long on has come up. The problem being now that if he bowls full or anywhere near the slot, he's got no real protection apart from extra cover. And that's exactly where he's gone. The problem being he's got absolutely no cover because of following the ball from the previous bad ball. And that goes for 4. Lovely shot, whipped away, take nothing away from Mubashir. He's got 17 off 6.
You see, it doesn't do the bowler any favours. Amir's first ball was a little short down the leg side and pulled away. It wasn't that wide of the mark, but it just drifted down leg. He's had his one loosener, and then you change the field. Well, that's not the ball he's trying to bowl. That's his loosener. So don't change the ball just after the one, and it's cost him the second.
We've seen a lot of reactive captaincy today. That's a single. Ahmed Bhatti just does that thing people do sometimes where they're thoroughly aware that they're not going to end up fielding the ball, but they just do enough to make the batsman think about not taking the second. And he did his dummy role in the operation perfectly, and then Inamola came and did the actual fielding. So they pick up 1. It is now for Ahmed onto strike. 6 and a dot for him so far. Very good purposeful start to this chase from Heinhausen.
Hamid set himself out deep long off for that lofted shot.
That's in the slot. Too far onto his legs, and it's a half volley as well. Not going to miss out on that, Rafa Ahmed. He's now got 10 off 3 balls, and this is shaping up to be a very good power play for SG Heinhausen.
He just can't quite find his line at the moment, can he? He sent 3 balls down the leg side, and the 2 widest ones have been struck behind square for 4. The one that was a little fuller still went over mid-wicket. It just needs to drag that length another 50 centimetres or so further towards the off stump.
See if he can get it right now. And that's a wide.
That's always a
just
risk. Yes.
Overcompensating the other way. And he's not having a good time of it in this over. It's gone for 14 already from 4 balls. And there's still 2 balls left for the misery to be piled on further. It doesn't take a maths genius to know they're well above the required run rate. Chasing 105 to win. About 10 and over is what's needed, and they're going it way better than that thanks to these lovely flick shots from Rafa Ahmed. And he's done it again. Another 1 bounce 4 through mid-wicket. And they're struggling to work out how to bowl to him. He's got 14 from only 4 balls. 6.44. A very purposeful, aggressive start to this run chase. Look at those wrists on that. Lovely flick away. Now the field does change. So long on and deep mid-wicket go out. But then if Amir goes wide outside off stump now, he's got relatively little coverage there. Just 5 in the ring on the offside. Here's Rafa, comes down the track and does exactly that. Manipulates it into that space that's been created. And it's double teapot, hands on hips time for Amir Waheed. He just can't work out how to cage these two. In particular, Rafa Ahmed, who's now hit 4 boundaries from the 5 balls that he's faced. It's the end of the second over, and it is 37 without loss, 22 off that. And they're breaking the back of this run chase in the power play.
That's the most expensive over of the day, I think, 22.
Yeah.
And the last one I can't really blame Amir for, because the batsman just went for it, and it could have gone anywhere. He was aiming somewhere over
extra cover.
Yeah, and it went a lot finer than he'd hoped. But that is power play bowling, and with 2 fielders out, the good batsmen, the batsmen who put you under pressure, are really going to go for their shots to clear the infield. And unfortunately, Amir was probably at about 60% of his capacity there, and kept going down the leg side and then overcompensating outside off. So that's been tough for him.
37 without loss from 2. Got to find a way to stop the bleeding here, TFC Hattersheim. Because this game is getting away from them, and it's getting away from them at a real rate of knots.
So Umar Farouk is going to bowl the third over of the power play, so 3 bowlers tried in each of the 3 overs.
Well in the first game. Here he is. Oh, he's got the outside edge, and he can't believe his luck. Nicked away through third man for 4. And, well, double teapot from wicketkeeper and bowler. Bowler looking at wicketkeeper. Wicketkeeper staring away because he doesn't want to look at him before turning around and belatedly apologising. Wicketkeeper feeling like he couldn't have done much about it. Might have been a catching chance, but his footwork was a little bit of a mess. What we know for certain, it's 4 more. 41 without loss. They are flying here. They're going at more than 3 a ball. Oh, what a piece of bowling. Found the outside edge the previous ball and didn't get any luck. But you don't need that when you can bowl a delivery like that. Clean the furniture out. Don't rely on anybody else to do your work for you. Clean bowled, lovely delivery. They've broken this devastating opening partnership. It's Mubashir who's gone after riding his fortune the previous ball. 22 off just 9. But all the credit goes to Farouk for coming on and turning the tide.
Just picked it up a little late, didn't he, Mubashir? He thought he was going to have something outside off to swing his arms through and try and clear the infield, but in the end he found it swinging in and homing in on his stumps, and it just beat him through the gate. That's a lovely bit of bowling, rather against the run of play, because Munib, as you say, 22 off 9. He'd made a blistering start, and that is, well, that's a crucial blow, because Heinhausen was starting to run away with it a bit.
Well, they certainly were. I mean, you look at the previous balls. 4-4-1-4 wide, 4-4-4 wide. 4-4-4 wicket,
yeah.
Pardon me. It can't get more against the run of play than that, really, much more.
They need to get rid of Rafe, don't they, at the non-striker's end?
He got 1 for 12 from his 2 overs against Frankfurt, and he's continuing that good work into this game. Umar Farouk. Quick single. They scamper, and they get there. That will bring new batsman, pardon me, that will bring Rafa Ahmed back onto strike. That will get the new batsman, Ali Imran, off the mark. Ali Imran, who was promoted to open in the first game for Heinhausen and hit an enterprising cameo of 25, and now has been put at number 3 in this game. Promoted, well, dropped to behind Rafa. Inside out, doesn't get all of it. This will need a chase from the man representing the seniors, Abdul Hamid Bhatti. Gets his skates on. Keeps it to 2 as the late evening sunshine peers out from behind the extensive clouds that have been covering us through the day here in Frankfurt, and the wind whips up once more. One of those late autumnal days where the sun becomes slightly deceptive, although it is quite nice and warm at this moment. Now it's suddenly managed to peer its way out from the clouds. There's Farouk. Well, the width is pounced on, but straight to point. And again, you just see how that wicket has punctured the momentum a touch. Still a very good power play, this, for Heinhausen. And it was dragging the game away from TFC, who were pulling it back. Farouk crunched away. Good fielding from Abdul Hamid Bhatti. A nice pick up as well. Setting the standards in the field.
It was struck hard, that, wasn't it? And if he hadn't got something on it, it certainly would have raced away for 4. So although it might have looked a little clumsy, he saved his team 3 runs there. And that is a good over to conclude the power play. 10 runs from it and a wicket. The previous 2 overs of the power play had gone for 15 and 22. So Umar has changed the...
It's changed the dynamic of the game.
He has, and he's got that key wicket. I mean, of course, Rafa is also essential, but you don't win the game without dismissing Munib early, and he's done that. Now we're going to see Noor. So 4 overs bowled by 4 different bowlers.
We need, by all accounts, one of the very big fish in the SG Heinhausen lineup. 426 runs at an average of 40 in the state T20 competition. And a very decent strike rate of 140 as well. One of the mainstays at the top of the order, as well as his wicket keeping. Most dismissals of anyone in that competition. 14 catches and 3 stumpings, and he showed some pretty sharp glove work earlier on in the field and in the first game. Here's Alam Noor Zadran. That's full. Crunched away. Boundary fielders there. And it's kept to 1. With a little bit more alertness, there was at the very least a strong possibility of 2, given the misfield and being a long way away on that boundary.
Rafe doesn't strike me as a man who's keen on 2 unless he absolutely has to.
He's very keen on 4 and 6. Here's Alam Noor. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss.
There's no need for it. They're ahead of the rate.
There's no runs for bat speed.
46 off the first 3.2 overs. 59 left off 40. So they mustn't get too overexcited here. 4s and 6s will come, but on the whole, you just need to look for runs. Doesn't have to go to the rope.
There's Alam Noor. Single. Batty does the fielding. 45 for 1 off 3 at the conclusion of the power play. So it is a power play that overall is definitely one in favour of Heinhausen. Here's Noor. Full and beats him. It's a very good over from Alam Noor Zadran because he's continuing the momentum that Umar Farouk had created in that previous over by getting the breakthrough, keeping a lid on things, keeping tight, bowling to his field, knows where his protection is.
And the thing is, Rafe is now playing as though there are still 2 fielders out. Power play's over, Rafe. You just got to readjust, recalibrate. 5 men on the boundary now.
5-4 offside field. 2 sweepers on the off, 3 on the leg. Noor comes down, swing and a miss. Well, it looked like clear distance between bat and pad.
His partner needs to come down and have a word with him now, really. I know Ali Imran is not used to batting in the top 3, but he's a wise man. He's been on the circuit for a good long time. He just needs to go down to his partner and say, look, now the men are out on the boundary, push the 1s and 2s. It doesn't all have to go ballistic. Well, wides will happen. Although, as wides go, that was a pretty big one.
In fact, pardon me, it is Adil Tahir Ahmed who's come out at number 3 for SG Heinhausen, not Ali Imran as previously advertised. He's at the non-striker's end. Ball short, crunched away. That could be 6, it is 6. What a lovely pull shot that is. Conviction, timing, spotted the short ball very early. And Rafa Ahmed is only going about this run chase in, well, I was going to say 1 way, 2 ways really, 4 or 6. That's pretty much that. And with that 6, he's now got 28, and he's scored 24 of those in boundaries.
Well,
it's all or nothing stuff.
Yes, but it is all or nothing, isn't it? And that ball was always going to come. And whenever that comes in the over, he's going to be able to hit that for 6. But we've had 2 dot balls before it that came because he was trying to do that to every ball. It's not necessary. If he can just limit himself to hitting the good balls for 1 or 2, that 6 ball will always be there. So in the end, they've got 9 off the over. Could have been 12 or 13 if he hadn't been trying to hit every ball out the park.
Are you pitching for gig as Rafa Ahmed's batting coach? Here's Alam Noor, well bowled. It's true. Just looking for a bit of sort of side work as well as the commentary.
Just,
through,
you know,
through
it's that's the, you know,
just letting people subtly know you're available for consultancy sessions if needed in the evenings in between our 5 days of commentary here. Here's Alam Noor. Bowls, that's full in the block hole. Well bowled. All they can do is drive it out for one.
See, it may be helter-skelter T10, but even in T10, there will be people who say, oh, this is pyjama cricket, it's not real cricket, it's just hit and giggle. It's absolutely not the case at all. This game is just as won and lost tactically and in the mind as a professional international test match. So even in top-level amateur cricket, there are still considerations to be made. In fact, probably that people who aren't familiar or have decided very early that they're not a fan of this kind of game because it isn't proper cricket, what they expect batsmen to do is try and hit every ball for six. It's the proper element of the cricket that has the batsman making sensible decisions about when to play that shot.
It's not. Full, massive appeal. Must say again, there seemed to be a huge gap between bat and pad. It was bat and pad, bat and ball. It was nowhere near it.
If he plays and misses, you're going to go out for the appeal. You have a little look at that. Well, it was quite near to the bat, I suppose, but the wicketkeeper instantly knew that it was a play and miss. And the bowler
when the wicketkeeper's turning away and throwing the ball back, that's normally a clue. Here's Alam Noor, though. It's an excellent over. Sumar Farouk, pardon me. Continuing his good work from the previous over. Catching chance. No, that was not catchable. Scoots away for four.
Yeah,
Thought it was closer to Inal Mullah than it was. It was a very good shot. And Rafa Ahmed is continuing the momentum here for Heinhausen. He's lost his partner Munib, but he's taking the burden on his shoulders. And he's skated onto 32 off just 14, 28 of those in boundaries. He's not messing about. He's got a dinner reservation. He wants his chase done, and he wants to get to dinner. Here's Alam Noor. Full. Too full. Creamed away in the gap. Might be two. They'll come back, and they'll come back with ease. Just by putting the fielders under a bit of pressure. Just being a bit more positive in terms of intent with the running. So he's got 34 now, Rafa Ahmed. Farouk. Slower ball, but it's on his legs and can be whipped away using the pace. Lovely shot. And Tahir Ahmed Adil is getting the best seat in the house for watching Rafa Ahmed do his stuff. Back-to-back boundaries to keep the momentum firmly with SG Heinhausen. And at the midway point of this run chase, they are sitting pretty. 65 for one. And Ahmed has 36 of those off just 15 balls. Adil on 3 off 5 at the other end. Farouk going for 19 off his 2 overs when he didn't bowl too badly, but punished towards the end of the spell. And so at the halfway point, it is Heinhausen in control as they look to go 2 from 2.
He's the first one to complete his set of 2 overs, and the second man to have done that will be Noor, who's now going to bowl his other over to Tahir. Wide to begin with. And, well, I think he's probably at the moment striving for a bit of pace when just focusing on bowling to the field is the right thing to do. He's got to bowl full and straight or just outside off stump, because the men he has placed are mainly on the drive in front of square. There it is, full just outside off, touched away into the covers. Firmly struck by Tahir. Just going to get the 1, but that's good for Heinhausen, because at the moment, thanks to the way that Rafa Ahmed is batting, Tahir only really has to nudge the singles and return the strike to his partner, who has 38 off 16. And, this is in the air, down and over third man. Well, the third man was there for the top edge cut, but he had to be about 10 metres tall to get it, as it just zipped over the porter cabins and over the container. And this is now racing away as quickly as could be from Hattersheim. And Rafa now on to 44, and that was his 3rd 6. He must stop bowling short at Rafa. He loves that width. There it is again, there's the width, down to third man, just a single this time. The fielder does well to get his body behind it, with all the bouncing and bobbling that the ball does, and Rafa concedes the strike. Now 5 short of his 50. Tahir, 4 off 6, really. They've got to try and get as much of Tahir on strike as they can. Short pulled. Now he's making oh dear, he's making his own way. He's hit a 4. Very difficult bounce. The fielder there.
That looks incredibly awkward, in fairness. It's bouncing in front of you like that. You've got no idea what it's going to do.
Yes, poor old Munib. That was difficult in the long grass, but now Tahir has got his first 4. 8 to him. 78 for 1, and this isn't going to the last over at this rate. There's a little bit of width, and he's got an under edge down to the third man boundary himself. So 2 boundaries down there so far in this over, and it's turning into an expensive one for Noor. And Tahir, having been relatively quiet as he made his way to 4, he has now hit successive boundaries just as Rafe did in the previous over.
And it's screeching away from TFC Hattersheim now.
What's Noor got? Leg side wide, unfortunately, is all he's got at the moment. The umpire hasn't signalled that a wide. It must just have brushed his pad on the way through.
I think so.
And that has saved the spare run. But it's an expensive over. It's gone for 17. And, well, it's a difficult call now because the captain has got to bowl a 5th over.
And there are 23 to win off 4 overs.
There are 4 overs left, so he can bring his 5th bowler on now, or he can have a bit of a gamble.
He's going to bowl himself, I think.
And bring back one of the openers, Yasir or Amir. You wouldn't want to finish the innings.
He's going to bowl himself.
You wouldn't want to. You wouldn't want to finish the innings without having used up your opening bowlers. But he's
not listening to you. He is not interested. He's doing it for the seniors, and he's having a bowl.
Yes, but in fact his decision is that he's going to bowl himself, which is the point I was coming to. Thank you, Michael. So this is, well, he has to bowl at some point, but only if the game goes beyond 8 overs. And he's going to spin that ball in the roulette wheel. This could be expensive. And the first one is absolutely nailed, width short, and smacked away very, very nicely for 4. See, I would have been tempted to bring one of the openers back to see if they could just slow things down a bit.
And this thing, of course, by Abdulhamid Bhatti, who is generally sort of the bowler that helps fill in the overs coming on. There is the possibility that you only accelerate the run chase, and net run rate again comes into it in terms of how quickly they can gobble up these remaining 20-odd.
Need to keep them out there as long as possible, don't they, Michael? Next one is straight. That's been slogged, swept high. Deep mid-wicket won't quite get to it, but he can't even stop the single from becoming 4. He made a lunge towards the ball, Mujib, but I'm afraid that's just not good enough. They need to see these lofted shots that don't reach the boundary just coming back with 1 run on them. Reverse sweep this time. He's nailed it again, and it's going to be 4 more. Indeed it is. This game is hastening towards a rather indecently swift conclusion as far as Hattersheim are concerned. And you can see from Hamid's reaction, having been hit for those 3 successive 4s, that in terms of spirit, at least, he's more or less given up.
4 boundaries from the last 5 balls. It does seem to now simply be a case of when rather than if.
And more width on offer, and
5 from
4
6.
more. That's 20 runs now. And, well, it was always going to be, as I suggested, a gamble bringing himself on to bowl slow at this stage, so deep in the innings. Really, as a slow bowler, you've got to come on straight after the power play when the batsmen are still going. If you're coming on as late as this, to bowl as slow as this, you're asking for trouble. It was a gamble, and I'm afraid, for the captain, it really hasn't paid off. Last ball, and it's gone for 4 more, and there's 3 runs. 3 times the ball has gone for 4 runs down behind square on the offside, and I'm afraid that is not a good over. And he didn't change the field at any point, even though he bowled short mostly throughout the whole over.
That's exactly what happens when you bowl short and wide outside off stump without any cover or point in the deep areas. And, well, We already knew before that over that Heinhausen were almost certainly going to win this game.
In fact,
but that has pretty much single-handedly.
I don't think it has pretty much done it. In fact, I think the umpires have lost count for a moment, and they may be being told that the scores. Now, what is happening here? There's one ball left. That seems unusual. I'm sure we've counted 6.
Can't keep up. There's so many boundaries flying.
The scorers haven't been able to keep up. Well, this is the last ball, and that's going for 6, and that will seal the game. It goes all the way, and that is the end of it.
Reverse swept 6. What a way to win a game of cricket.
26
Audacious.
runs off Abdul Hamid's ill-fated over. That's the most expensive over of the day and the tournament so far, and I dare say by the end of Friday evening that may remain the most expensive over. 5 fours and a 6, and Rafa Ahmed has sealed this chase. It wasn't even exciting in the end as a contest, but with a wonderful display of tornado batsmanship. He's made 71 runs from 24 balls with 10 fours and 4 sixes, and a rather bewildered, bemused and certainly disconsolate Hattersheim 11 make their way off the pitch. You can see all the way poor Hamid Bhatti is trying to explain to his colleagues and teammates where it all went wrong. But I think that last over, well, it may have been too late to bring the openers back anyway, but that is what happens when you bowl short and wide spin so deep in the innings. Let's have a look at some of these wonderful shots that we saw in this masterclass of power hitting from Rafe. You see, Munib got it going. When he was out, it looked like there might be a chance for Hattersheim. And, he had some lovely shots across the line and also had luck, as you see, edging the ball down past the wicketkeeper. But after he'd hit 22 off 9 balls, he got a bit carried away, tried to make room and missed. And at that point, it was 41 for 1. And after that, it was the Rafa Ahmed show. And just look at some of these shots. Just effortless grace, hitting the ball with so much ease on both sides of the wicket. As soon as it was full, he drove up in the air. As soon as it was short, he got onto the back foot and pulled. And it really didn't matter where the bowling was. And the bowling admittedly wasn't great, but he tucked into the width that was on offer. And then, of course, this astonishing over from Hamid, bringing himself on to bowl the 7th over. It went for 26, 5 fours and a 6. It started short and wide. Rafe tucked in. The field didn't change, but by this point it was really over as a contest, and Rafe just made it even worse for Hattersheim from there. And that was the beautiful reverse sweep 6 that concluded the innings. The card then showing a final total of 108 for 1 with 18 balls to spare, 15.4 runs per over, and that will do wonders for Heinhausen's net run rate should they end this group in a tied points position. But
they're 2 from 2, and I'm sure they'll like to think that they won't need it, but it's certainly helpful.
You're right, Michael. It's very much an if. The chances are that they will head the group and handsomely. But they've won with a nice buffer. And then don't forget Tahir Ahmed, who did a very good job, hit a couple of fours of his own, but was good in rotating the strike and making sure Rafe got as much of it as possible, which was the mature thing to do. Strike rate just a shade under 300 runs per 100 balls for Rafa Ahmed. And when we come to look at the bowling, well, it's a fairly sorry tale all round. Umar did bowl well, just varying his pace a bit. He's the only bowler to go for fewer than 10 runs and over. It all started in the power play, and that was courtesy Munib, Yasir and Amir both being expensive. Then Alam couldn't really nail it down any better than that, and Abdul took the ill-fated decision that he was going to bring himself on to bowl the 7th rather than go back to the openers, and what an over that was. Well worth another look on the highlights available.
Unless your name is Abdul Hamid Bhatti or someone who supports TFC Hattersheim, in which case probably give it a miss. But yes.
I should think he ought to have a look at it because he might learn a thing or two. Anyway,
Coach Kit.
There we go, with a 9-wicket win with 18 balls to spare. And it's a fantastic effort from Heinhausen. That concludes the 4th game. And there are 25 minutes to go until match 5. You're listening to the European Cricket Series here at Frankfurt on day 1 in Group A. And the final game of the day it's the 2 teams who haven't yet played their second game will be facing off in their respective second games. Pfungstadt against Darmstadt Cricket Club. This is Kit Harris with Michael McCann, just signing off for a short break, and we'll look forward to your company on the hour at 5 o'clock German time.
Welcome back to the FCC Oval for this, the final of the 5 games on day 1 of this, the European Cricket Series Frankfurt Part 2. Part 1 was back in July, a 2-day, 6-team tournament that, in the end, FC Hattersheim lost to MSC Frankfurt in the final. We'll see MSC Frankfurt in Pool B on Wednesday and Thursday. But for today and tomorrow, our attention is focused on Pool A. We've just seen FC Hattersheim, runners-up from last time, take control of Pool A with 2 wins from 2. And now we are realistically looking at this game as a question of which team can stay in contention, because if you go 2 losses from 2 in a 5-team round robin, where only the top 2 make it to finals day Friday, you are giving yourself a long, long way to come back from, and a series of very unlikely possibilities in truth. So it's not quite curtains, but you lose 2 from 2, and, well, tomorrow is quite an uphill climb, relying on other results as well as your own. So we've got Pfungstadt versus Darmstadt, and after the toss has been done, confirmed that in match number 5 of this, the European Cricket Series in Frankfurt, it will be Pfungstadt looking to get their first win on the board, because they lost to SG Heinhausen in match number 2, and Darmstadt looking for their first win after losing a much closer game against Frankfurt Cricket Club. They lost by just 11 runs. Pfungstadt losing by 19 in a chase that they were always a long way behind. It will be Pfungstadt batting first and their captain Zishan Nassar to face. Cracks this away and, well, cracks it onto the chest of square leg off a very awkward bounce.
That's Parvez, isn't it? He seems all right. I think that bounced off his hands and hit him in the
That looks quite nasty.
the neck or the head.
That's the kind of thing that can bounce off a horrible outfield like this and cause you some real damage. So good to see he's all okay. He's Mohamed Umar Tabal in the block hole, but it's a half volley in truth. And it's cracked away through extra cover. First boundary of the innings. That's a gorgeous shot. And I was far too generous in my praise and misjudging of my length to say it was in the block hole. And, well, it's judgments of lengths like that, which is why I struggle to get in the fourth team for my club that I play for in West London. And I'm sat here having the pleasure of, on a slightly chilly Frankfurt Monday evening,
There's a way
admiring some much better
there's a way
quality
to get
amateur
into the
cricket.
third team, you know, Michael.
Judging length definitely helps.
There's a quicker way.
That is cracked away. Didn't actually get all of this, but it does run away for 4, and that is the benefit of batting in the power play. There's only 2 fielders out, and if you have a go, then the odds are generally with you. So why not chance your arm? Chance your arm he did, and Zishan Nassar has 8 off 3 balls. What is that way? How are you getting in the thirds? What are you doing that I'm not, Kit?
Leave your club and join a club that's only got 3 teams.
Ah, okay, yes.
That would do it.
Yes, well, the club that I played for in Cambridge, my village club, from the village I grew up in, only had 1.
There you go,
So that
automatic
gave
pick.
you the honour of sort of saying you're a first teamer, but very much by default. That's spooned up in the air, but the keeper won't get there. It's chased down
Well, he's
diligently
but not
by
diligently enough.
Hikmat, but not quickly enough. Has that gone?
Yes, it did.
God, that flies away down there. Jeepers.
It must have got a lot more elevation on it than you initially thought, because
Yes, it's not always easy to judge the width down there. We're at deep long on here, just next to the scaffolding. Should say again, as we enter Game 5, that I've had a few technical difficulties today as Umar comes in. Slingy round arm appealing for LBW. Looked to be sliding down the leg side, and umpire agrees with my assessment of that one.
yes, umpire Stefan Kuch hasn't got anything wrong in his couple of games so far. He's had some tricky calls to make, but I think that was absolutely right. And we'll see the replay in a moment, and I think we will see that the ball was just favouring the leg side. Here we go. Look at the wicketkeeper as well. See, the wicketkeeper moves to leg, which is always
Sliding down that. Well, look at where the
Telltale.
keeper is. I mean, the keeper's off the cut strip. Here's Umar. Oh, it was much straighter arm this time. Went very round arm on that one that got the LBW appeal. Slightly quicker, skidded on. That's what beat him. So, end of the first over. It is 13 without loss. Zishan Nassar leading from the front with 3 fours. And at the other end, his opening partner, Arslan Javed, to get off the mark. But just coming back to it, because we haven't mentioned it for a while, and you viewers tuning in the last few hours might be curious as to why this looks slightly different from any of the recent European Cricket Series setups that you might have seen. Unfortunately, I had a lot of our camera equipment stolen overnight. Second over begins with a little guided shot and a quick single. Direct hit could have been interesting, but Arslan Javed does get home. Decent enough start from Mansour Khan with the ball. Impressed with the bat in Game 1. He's a bowling all-rounder, but his batting skills were what was needed. Stepping out at 32 for 4 and nearly bringing a chase back from the dead that they had no right to. Here is Mansour down the leg side, appeals for a catch behind, and that is exactly what we've been talking about through the day. The good old appeal in the hope the umpire forgets the concept of a wide appeal, because he looked nowhere near it, and umpire Gooch was not to be confused by such antics, and rightly gave it not out and wided. Half volley, inside out, over extra cover, intelligent shot, knows where the sweepers are. Sweepers at long off and deep mid wicket. chances are in the power play, as you should. And Javed is off the mark. It's 18 without loss. And just to quickly finish what I was saying about that, so unfortunately had a series of our cameras getting nicked, which has taken us down to a 2-camera setup. It's been a pretty astonishing effort from everyone to keep things up and running regardless. Swing and a miss outside off. That's good bowling to his field. He's got a 6-3 field. Can't really afford to be anywhere else but outside off.
But not too much outside off, because if they can thread the gap, there's or even hit the ball over the top of the infield on the offside. There's 4 there, but he's doing well, Mansour, keeping it tight to off.
Mansour again in that channel. That's really good. That's exactly where you want him. He's got a gully, backward point, cover, extra cover, long off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a backward square leg in on the 1. 6-3.
Well, one thing he mustn't do is bowl short down the leg side. He's got no one to cover that.
Or full. That is full outside off, and it's smeared up and over the field. It's not the worst ball, but maybe just a bit too full, and that allowed the width to be climbed into. And they fly on to 23 without loss from 10. Javed and Nassar getting themselves going very nicely here. 5 boundaries already.
Well, you said before, Michael, about Mansour having to bowl in the channel close to off stump, and I said if he gets more width than that, he will go over the offside.
That's a better ball. What can be done is driven for 1. That is the end of the second. And it is 26 without loss. It's worth saying as well that Mansour Khan is managing a side strain that he picked up whilst batting in that knock that nearly pulled things around. 33 off 14 balls. And alongside Umar Khan, who smacked 27 off 14, there was just the tiniest of moments where it looked like we were seeing a truly extraordinary T10 recovery run chase. And then just as the door was open, as can happen in T10, 3 wickets in 5 balls, and the door emphatically shut. Helmet being brought out for the keeper, who's standing up. Yeah, well, spin comes in.
I like this move. I think in 1 or 2 of the games where the totals rocketed over 100, you've seen the spin bowler come on very deep into the innings, and it gives the batsman the opportunity to take his time before he selects where he's going to hit the ball. When you've got 5 men out on the boundary, you need to be more selective about where you're trying to hit your 6, especially with 1 or 2 of the slower spinners in the other team. This is one of the teams, Darmstadt, where they're actually brave enough and switched on enough to get the spinner in early by having Umar bowl, just as he did in the previous game, having Umar bowl early. The question is, Michael, is having Umar in the 3rd over of the power play a fraction too early?
You've read my mind.
Should he be bowling the
4th over? I'm finishing each other's sentences.
Weddings on Friday.
After the final, of course. Oh, direct hit, run out. Oh, no. Nope. Well, I was just excited from the brilliant piece of fielding there. It's a difficult outfield to pick the ball up cleanly on, never mind throw the stumps down from with 1 to aim at. The batsman looked positively confident that he was okay, but we've seen plenty of times where batsman dawdles and gets themselves in trouble, and we certainly don't have the best view here.
Yeah, he was okay. He didn't run the bat in, though. He just plonked the bat down.
It's a bit clumsy.
Like he was sticking an umbrella in the ground. The technique wasn't good, but he did put the bat down before that bullet throw hit the stumps.
Here's Khan, the 2nd over of this ball, of this bold gamble. Well, it is given as a wide eventually. Had a big swing at it. Was turning away from the batsman as well by Umar. Zuma once more. That's crunched away. 1 bounce 4. Well, the spin experiment definitely isn't going to work if that's the length you bowl.
Yeah, it's too short, Michael. He just he dropped it a little short, dragged it down, and the ball sat up, and that's what gave the batsman time to rock onto his back foot. And really, Zishan had plenty of time to look where he was going to hit that. Only 1 man out there on the boundary, on the leg side.
Once more.
Well bowled.
Better length. That's a very good reply. All it can receive in terms of treatment.
Bowled it with a low
just
arm.
a block.
Just a low arm there. The ball just scuttled through a bit quicker and hurried Zishan.
Fielder's out at long on and long off, but there's nobody out there apart from the spectators and a few people walking on the footpath. Mowed away for 6. Fetched and crashed away with disdain. And Zishan Nashar is having all of the fun here after a terrible day of captaincy in the first game. He had a good day with the batting trying to bring things back, and now he's carrying that good batting from the previous game on into this one.
He is going to have to captain later in this game.
Yeah, that is true, yes, unfortunately. Unless there's been a change of the reins that we haven't heard about yet. That's a better ball. Dot ball. There's a bit of, well, more than a bit of frustration from the batsman. It's not a wide. Looks like it was a bit of frustration. He didn't hit it, in truth. And that is far, far, far too close to the pads of Zishan. And that really is buffet bowling. And he's not going to miss out. He's too good a player to miss out when he's on 0, never mind when he's on 23 off 9. And he's now on 27 off 10.
I know it seems a bit trite to say it, Michael, but the answer to the conundrum that we posed ourselves with at the start of that over is, yeah, great to get the spinner on early. Shouldn't have been the power play. He should be bowling number 4 now. And yeah, he's only dropped short a couple of times and bowled a full ball, but he's conceded 16 in the over.
Yep, that he has. So, power play concluded. 42 without loss. An excellent power play for Fungstadt. And one of the cornerstones of their white ball batting in this season has been the form of this opening pair, Zishan Nashar.
Now, Azmat is bringing himself on. He didn't bowl until deep into the innings. He bowled 7th bowler in the first match, but he's come on a second change.
Oh, that's crunched away. That is surely 6 more. Oh, it's a 1 bounce 4 instead. It's a very long boundary out there because he got all of that and yet still didn't get a maximum for it. Azmat bowling with his cap on backwards, which is an interesting choice of attire.
He's contemptuously discarded it, hasn't he?
That he has now decided is maybe not the best look for the world to see. Streamed on ECN.cricket. All his mates could give him a lot of stick that he bowled 1 ball with his hat on backwards. That was a short ball that got thwacked away for 4. He's got rid of it, and that is a better delivery. 47 without loss, and ticking really nicely here. Really well, Darmstadt, determined to get their first win in the ECS. It's guided down towards the 3rd man boundary. That's a lovely touch shot, and that will bring up the 50 partnership. Very efficiently done as well. Of 21 deliveries in 3.5 overs, 51 without loss. And Zishan Nashar, has 31 off just 12. Didn't have a great time of captaincy in game 1, but it's definitely easier to captain when you've had a good bat first and put a big total on. Crashes that away. That's into the gap as well. Adnan gives chase. They'll come back for 2 and they'll get back easily. It's a big old boundary out there, and you've got to have one heck of an arm for a run out on the second to even be a possibility.
Not only the 50 partnership, Michael, but it's Chancellor's 50 partnership opening the batting as well.
It certainly is, yeah. We've seen our fair share of drop catches today, but they've not needed such luck. LBW appeal. That gave the impression of being quite a wooden pad, and the wicket keeper was not remotely interested, which again is also an indicator. That was more of a, we really want a wicket because we haven't taken one and we're struggling to take one, and it was a straight ball, so I'm going to appeal kind of appeal. Oh, that's on the legs. You can't bowl there. Lovely pickup, though. And that one is definitely 6. No need to wait for the confirmation. Just scooped it up with that bottom hand and helped it on its way. Zishan Nassar is flying along here and driving his team into a gorgeous position. He's got 39 now off just 15.
Now, I'd like to see Parvez bowling now because when he came on in the first match, quite late in the innings, he bowled well. He contained the batsman and had a very awkward length. I think he's the man to go for. And indeed it is.
I do wonder at times whether teams have sort of just got an audio feed of our comms in your ear and they're just like, well, whatever Coach Kit recommends, we'll go with that.
It's international cricketers, they've all got this sixth sense.
Although I do think it's worth saying for balance that there are some teams that have actively gone against every piece of everything that's been said to a T, even the most basic of things. But it's all part of the fun. Parvez to bowl on the wishes of Kit Harris that he does. And he starts very well. And there's a bit of confusion here for a second. Oh, and then there's a bit of afters here between the two batsmen as well. This is not what you need when you've got a really good partnership going. A big old bicker over whether a single should have been taken. Arsalan turned back to Nassar and properly let him know that he felt like he should have got a shout.
He's going to try a big shot here, you watch.
Oh, there we go. It's gone straight up. But that's over the head of Adnan. And that is towards the tents, in which both teams are held. It's a second 6 for Javed.
It's funny, isn't it, how predictable. As soon as, even they had to have a little bit of a tete-a-tete with the opposition or themselves, these batsmen, they always press the release button on the pressure valve.
Oh, that's going to go as well. Middle stump full toss. You can't bowl there. Absolutely dispatched. And Zishan Nassar brings up his 50 in style. Back-to-back 6s. What a way to do it. It's come from just 17 balls. He's scoring at an average of 3 a ball. And if you're going to bowl a guy who's in good nick, waist-high full tosses, don't be surprised when you're fetching them out of the stingy nettles.
He barely even hit that, Michael. It was just a jab, almost scooped it over mid-wicket. Just gave it a lift with the bottom hand.
What's he going to do this time, Nassar? Clobbers it down the ground, but he could be perishing. He does perish. It's a huge moment. Desperately needed wicket for Darmstadt. 6 out for Zishan Nassar. 51 off just 18 balls. 6 4s and 4 6s. But now he is gone. Parvez picks him up, caught it long on. A really important catch. We've seen some really big catches today dropped. Mohamed Umar made absolutely no mistake. And now, maybe, despite the scoreboard being firmly against them, Darmstadt can try and work their way back into this game.
Well, yeah, they have an opportunity. A new man.
Well, I was just about to say...
There's lots of number 10s, aren't there?
I was just about to say that Zishan Nassar has possibly got to be looking at a T1000. But he perishes. The new man is off the mark immediately, Asmat Ali. Not a bad man to come in either. He was actually Darmstadt's best bat, even better than Nassar in the state T20 competition this summer.
It's Samad Markhan.
Oh, pardon me. That's inside out. Through extra cover. Couple of bounces and can't be hauled in by the two chasing fielders. So the skipper might have gone. And his troops are carrying on from where he left off.
Well, they've got a conundrum now because the thing that's on my mind is, are they going to try and bowl Shafiullah at some point? Because He was under the cosh a bit in the first game. If they are intending to bowl Shafiola, I think they should bowl him now. But after the 6th over, I think it's going to be too deep in the innings to give him a go. It's actually an interesting bowling change here. The professor himself is coming on.
That is a nickname that is now his for the rest of the week.
Khalilur Rahman.
Khalilur Rahman is his name, but the professor is his name in a cricketing sense for the next 4 days. He does look like he belongs in a laboratory with that look. It's a strong look.
Yes, he's got the Hashim Amla look, hasn't he?
There's a bit of a there's a bit of Hashim Amla.
Clean the spectacles, the clean hairless pate and the long beard.
You trust him with your life. You would trust
any of these gentlemen with my life. Here he comes then, Khalil, for a long hop down the leg side, and he's got away with it. That ball should have been 4 or 6. In fact, it's just going to be 1. And that is the point where, as a spinner, you bowl that loosener and you see it going for 1 to short, fine leg. You turn to the batsman, give him a wink and say, thank you. Because he has he's dodged a bullet there, and I dare say he'll be on the money for the next one. Lucky he was bowling it to the new batsman. Oh, well done! Close to the batsman, just cutting back in. Now, this is a good bowling change so far. Taking the pace off the ball, bowling tight to the stumps with a little drift. And again, there's a big appeal for stumping, not out, says umpire. And just, again, close to the stumps. Little bit of a gentle off break. And, well, Arslan Javed is just getting a bit overexcited here. There's 2 balls he's tried a fairly thoughtless swish through the covers, and he hasn't connected.
The introduction of spin has completely changed the dynamic of this innings, because pace of any kind was just being carted to all parts, and suddenly asking the batsmen to generate all of that pace themselves with 5 sweepers is proving tough.
Now he's middled that one, but it has gone very high in the air. It's coming down 6 runs past the boundary, just underneath the scaffolding where your television camera is.
Well, that's me shown.
Well,
he's generated the pace off that one.
Well, let's be fair to you, Michael. It's the 3rd time he's attempted that shot in succession, and it's only the first occasion that he's actually hit it. If you try something long enough, you'll eventually succeed. Now, if I were Khalil, I'd just bowl it a little bit higher. Freud tossed it up this time, went for the stumping wide of the wicket, but the keeper wasn't able to get a glove on it, and they raced through for a bye. But I like that from the Professor Khalil. He really bowled a slow, loopy ball there after being hit for 6, and that's what the smart off spinner would do. More loop on this one. It's gone high in the air. This could be caught. 3 fielders converging on it, and it just lands in between all 3 of them. In the end, it was Mohamed Umar who got a hand on it. And in fact, that's not a bad result, because Arslan's just been restricted to a single.
I don't think the presence of a football goalpost in the area where all 3 fielders were converging helped the possibilities of it being caught. Whether it would have anyway is not for certain, but it just added another bit of chaos into the equation.
Yeah, distinctly off-putting. Anyway, 9 runs from the over. Well, it's the cheapest over of the innings so far.
It was a very good over from the Professor.
That represents something of an improvement. Now,
well, yeah, they
like the spin. They like the spin, and they're going for Umar's second over now, so they're going to have a little passage of spin. I think that's fair.
They can just drag this back. 4 overs that go for around 10s here, and suddenly Fungstadt's brilliant start and Zishan Nassar cracking it to all parts becomes a total of, say, 120, 125.
Well, we
Darmstadt would be very happy with that and feel like that's eminently chaseable.
Arslan is going to get under this. On leg stump, swings it away. There is a fielder to cover that shot.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Whipped it in quickly, didn't he?
Well, Arslan Javed there wasn't acting on his own intentions. He heard his teammates shouting from the hutch that he should be looking for 2 and then charged down.
What's Samar got against the offie? Should be a single.
Well picked up. We can't emphasise enough because it always looks easy from the commentary box and it always looks easy on TV. This is a thoroughly difficult, undulating outfield to field on,
Adnan
full of holes and divots.
Does a good job, Adnan, out there. This may go straight. I think he's going to look to drive. A leave. Trying for the wide. He's gambled on the wide. He's gambled on the wide. Didn't get it. Umpire Gooch is unmoved.
Well, that is a bold to the point of reckless stupidity move.
This time he's gone wide when he's going to get 4. That's a lovely shot. 2 men out there on the boundary. Right between them. He just had the width there, Arslan.
He decided he better hit it after the previous ball.
Well, he's done well because Umar is bowling rather wider of the wicket than the other off-spinner, Khalil, was.
The professor.
And against Khalil, Arslan was hitting high and straight down the ground. And here, he's just staying leg side of the ball and driving over the top through extra cover. And as a result, a third fielder has gone in square on the boundary on the offside. There's now no one saving the single in front of square on the offside. Now he stepped inside the line there, hoping to earn the wide. I think the umpire's going to give it to him. Yes, 2 wides. There are some tournaments, Michael, aren't there, that say if you step inside the line and the ball would have hit you and it passes you, you don't get a wide for that. Leaving again, hoping for the wide.
Which comps are they?
Is
it not as simple as everything? Pretty much, Savage. Everything down leg is a wide, unless the ball, it's the ball passing underneath the bat kind of situation.
Samir goes for the big hit there. It's spun over the top of the stumps. Good bit of rip on there, and lucky that it didn't hit off stump. And here's the last ball of the over, and then I shall answer your question. Samir winds up. That's a big one, absolutely enormous. Over into the railway. A nice full ball for him to tuck into, and there's a maximum for Samar. That's the first time he's reached the boundary, let alone cleared it. And he makes his way to 10, and that concludes that over of off-spin. 96 for 1 of 7 overs. In fact, 102 for 1 of 7 overs. And that over has gone for 12 runs from Umar, so that concludes his spell. He's the first bowler to finish off. Michael, they're called leg side profile wide, and in some tournaments you have a rule that if the ball would have hit the batsman, but he moves inside the line to get a wide, it's not a wide.
Which comps is that a rule in then? You learn something new every day.
It was the case in...
I haven't heard of that. I know that if you move outside... Obviously,
of course,
yeah.
But in the triangular T20 international tournament between Malta, Czechia and Hungary in October, that was a profile-wide rule. Right, Mohamed Umar has come back. He's going to bowl around the wicket, which is an interesting approach to a batsman who's well set on 35 and has been smashing the ball through the onside. He's got to be careful to bowl a little short and to angle it well across. Arslan Javed. Oh, he's gone for the scoop and he's hit it, but not well enough. Well, he got into a lovely position for it.
I feel like I didn't think he hit it.
I think it just hit him on the pad. Well, in which case...
Well, he'd only pitched about 3.5 feet outside leg stump.
The appeal was optimistic in the extreme, and that's what happens when you bowl right arm around. Short. Ooh. Well done. Well done. Good ball. And well, you might look beseechingly at the umpire, Arslan, but it wasn't over head height, so it's not a wide. If he bowls it over shoulder height again in this over, you'll get a no ball, but I think Mohamed Umar is too canny for that. Now that's gone very high. There's a fielder at deep cover, and he spilled it. And they've come back for the second there. That was swirling and spiralling away backward of cover point. The fielder, he'd made all the ground he needed to make, but he couldn't quite cling on in the end. And how many times have we seen that on this cold Monday in September?
I think more so than catches.
Nice change of pace there, wasn't it? Just drag the fingers across it. And Arslan wasn't able to make the connection straight that he was trying for. It's been a good over so far. 2 runs. Mahmoud Umar's got a couple of balls left. But he's just managed to claw a little bit of the momentum back. And that's gone in the air into the space at extra cover. If they push hard, they'll get a couple here. Throw comes in. They do get back for 2. That was a well-placed one there. He knew he was going to find the gap, so he just got his head down and pushed through for the 2. But that does conclude a tidy over. The 8th over just conceded 4 runs. So that's a nice comeback for Mahmoud Umar. And he, like Umar Khan, has now finished his 2 overs.
Well, any over that concedes 4 in a game of T10 cricket is positively outrageous. That is just what the doctor ordered. They've really slowed this up. When you think that the first wicket fell in the 5th over, the 4th ball of that 5th over, with 72 on the board, since then they've only added 35 runs in the 3 overs since, which is not dreadful, but it's not astonishingly good form.
They've got to think carefully here, Michael, because they've got to choose who's going to bowl the last over. It's all very well thinking about you want Mansour to come back and bowl his 2nd over now, but you need him for the last over. And what you can't see off screen, though you may in a minute, is actually there's a retirement here. I don't think it's retired not out through injury. Is he favouring his right leg a little bit as he comes off?
He's limping, yes, Arslan. He's limping.
Yes, and he's wincing as well.
It's not a tactical retirement in any way. You can see he's in a fair bit of pain.
Arslan retires, 39 not out of 25 balls. Well, they won't be celebrating if he's injured, Darmstadt, but they'll certainly be pleased to see the back of him one way or the other. Now, this isn't wise for me, bowling Mansour at this stage, the 9th over, because it means they are going to have to collect the 10th over from one of their, dare I say it, slightly lesser bowlers. Parvez Azmat or Khalil is Mansour. Well done. Made a good effort to get his right hand onto that. Just restrict it to a single. He's hurt himself before, hasn't he, Mansour? He's also limping.
Yeah, Mansour's carrying a side strain from game 1, but Darmstadt don't have another player in their squad today who's available to fill in for game 2. Went with the same 11 for both games.
Well bowled, right in the block hole between the wicket and the batsman.
This is exactly what I said could happen when the momentum changed with that wicket as Zishan Nassar was dismissed after his half-century. And so it has proved. They're dragging this back, and 130 would be very chaseable.
Now they should just get a single here. It's picked up cleanly at mid-wicket. Just hit it a little too firmly to the fielder in the ring. That's bad luck. There's only 2 fielders saving the single on the onside, and you find one of them, you've got 1, and pretty much anywhere else on the field, you've got 4 or 2. Big swing and a miss again. Now this change of batsman, Akmal Ahmed has come out to replace the injured Samar Khan. It is not working at the moment.
5 runs off the last 9 balls, which in T10 is Arjuna Ranatunga-esque.
Oh, that's a bit harsh for a World Cup winning captain. Oh, now that must be 6. That's enormous. It's gone right over the scaffolding.
That's a 12.
It's landed in the nettles, short of the footpath. But really, as soon as he hit it, you knew it'd come right out of the middle. And at last, one is struck firmly. And Funkstadt just have picked up the scoring again. 8 balls left.
Got to be honest, Kit, my first thought wasn't, is that 6? My first thought was for the poor cameraman up on that scaffolding who's already been hit once today.
Oh, no, he's being paid. They have to do rock festivals and things. Cameramen, they're used to all kinds.
In fairness, luckily for him, I think the scaffolding took the brunt for the first one.
So 3 dot balls in that over, a 6 and 2 singles, but 3 dot balls is a very good return for Mansour.
And in the penultimate over as well.
Now, here's the tricky call. They have to nominate someone. Will it be Parvez, who bowled well in the first game, but really did get quite a lot of tap, 19 of his over? Will it be Azmat? Will it be Khalil, the professor? Looks like it's going to be Azmat.
I have to say, after the one over he bowled, I was a bit surprised that the professor was taken off.
I know you're becoming a bit of a broken record in this regard, Michael, that you don't want to bowl spin too late, even if it comes up.
Well, not now, but then possibly leaving him on to have his second.
Yes, he could. I think that might have worked, but in any case,
bring him back now.
Them not giving Khalil, the professor, his second over means that Parvez has to bowl his second over. His first went for 19. Here's the last over of the innings. He wanted that scoop, didn't he? Now, that wasn't so totally bright from Akmal because he premeditated it. He was down in the position for the scoop before the ball had been let go of.
No, he didn't. He premeditated it.
So
Bowler was at the top of his run and he was already there.
You can't do that with a bowler who has his wits about him, and certainly Parvez has that. So for the sake of the vanity of playing the shot he wanted to play, he's got a dot ball to start the 10th over. 115 for 1, 5 balls to go. Drilled down the ground. Oh, a very good effort on the line to try and stop it, but it's gone for 4. Right in front of the line. But he doesn't stop absolutely everything, but very nearly everything. But Adnan has just got his hand to it and managed to stun the ball into the ground just short of the flag for 4.
Still might have saved 2 runs there because it looked like without his intervention it could have been going.
Yeah, it did go straight into the palm of his hand. Snicked. I think they're going to get a run here.
That's one of those that was a magnificent piece of fielding, but if you're on a cricket tour, and anyone who knows this, where fining people for things is sort of part of the process, you'd still be fined sort of €10 for a drop catch, even though actually it was an outrageously good piece of work in the deep.
Now that one is going to drop safely in the gap between the fielders, I think. But fortunately, Mohamed Amour has come in quickly enough to be able to pick it up and prevent the second. So this over, he's going all right for Parvez so far. 24 off it, 3 balls to go. Oh, not that one! There it is, all the way! Well, there's got to be a 6 in the last over. It's one of the unwritten rules, and he's absolutely minced that one. It was too short from Parvez, and just allowed Akmal to climb into it.
Certainly a thankless job being a deaf bowler. You go for 19 off your first over, and you're handed the ball by the skipper for the last over and told, go on, have another go then.
Yeah, when I said 24 off his over, I meant off his spell so far, but his figures are now being ruined a bit. Here's the final ball of the innings. The score is 127. Now he's gone for the big hit there. Should just get the single. Parvez goes for the run out. Oh, and he is run out. I don't know why he didn't dive or run his bat in there. He seemed to be decelerating by the time he got to the crease. A little early to give it up as lost, but that means the score will stay on 127 for 1. But not to mention Arslan Javed's retirement injured. And we'll try and get some more news a little later on where that leaves him. But it's a good turnaround, given that the halfway stage it looked like it might be possible, when Zishan was really going for it, it might be possible to get something in the region of, well, what do you think?
I tell you what,
140?
Never mind what it might have been possible in the region to get. I was just about to say, are we in line for a T10 European Cricket Series century? Because he was in front of the run rate required for that. He got to 51 off 18, was dominating the strike and dominating the scoring. And they've pulled it back really well here to keep the game well and truly alive. 1-2-8, he's eminently chaseable. And there's a lot riding on this game because realistically, with pools of 5 teams and the top 2 going through, and both of these teams having lost once already. Whoever loses this is all but gone.
It all started with this opening partnership of 72, and although it was Arslan who made the early running, Zishan then with this shot really got his motor started and started to hit certainly on the leg side behind square as cleanly as anyone has today. Just with his bottom hand and his wristy flicks, he never really followed through on any of the shots, but he is so much timing that he was able to get the ball aerially over and over again. 51 he made from 18 balls with 4 fours, 4 sixes and 6 fours. And when he was done, then it was Arslan's turn to find the boundary. And well, if he was injured, he certainly didn't show it in the way he was batting. He was excellent through the offside. And in the end, well, although there were half chances, the easier ones were put down. The bowler was not happy when that chance went begging. And Parvez bowled a good second over right at the death, as you can see. Just went for the one massive hit as Akmal scythed him over the leg side. But it was a good comeback from Darmstadt with the ball. Good death bowling. This run out just sealing it. Samar Amar Khan gave himself up for lost. And the final ball of the 10 overs. 127 for 2 then. Here you can see Zishan Nazar's wonderful 50. And second fastest 50 of the tournament today so far. That partnership of 72 with Arslan coming along in 4.4 overs. And it was followed by a 50 partnership, albeit one that had the retirement of Arslan Javed in the middle. Arslan's 39 off 25 balls. Everyone playing their part. And the bowling, well, I think probably we had a little bit of a difficulty right at the end there. Good opening bowling. Mohammad Umar and Mansour Khan carrying that side strain, came back well in their second over. Umar Khan perhaps brought on 1 over too early. I do like seeing an early spinner after the power play, but he bowled the third over, and that went for 16, and that's where the momentum came from. Azmat suffered the same fate, and although we had a very good off-spin over from Khalilur Rahman, he didn't come back for his second straight away. It was too late to introduce him at the end of the innings, and then Parvez was called upon, and perhaps had the bowling plan worked out a little better, he might not have been for that 10th over. The target, 128, and certainly there is something there for Darmstadt to aim for, but it will be a tough chase, and we'll be starting that pursuit in just a few minutes' time after this short break. Welcome back here to the 10th and final innings of day one of the European Cricket Series Frankfurt, where you can see the Darmstadt batsmen striding out to the middle to begin their chase of a tricky little target of 128 to beat Fungstadt. It's going to be Akmal Ahmed of Fungstadt to open the bowling, as he did in the first game. 3-over power play. And this is the last 10-over innings of today's coverage, which will be brought to you live, every ball from European Cricket Network, throughout the working week, with the finals day on Friday. My name's Kit Harris. Alongside me, Michael McCann.
Hello.
And in this power play, 2 fielders are allowed to patrol the boundary outside the fielding circle. And both deep on the leg side boundary. We're just waiting for the umpires to be set. Akmal, tall bowler with some little bit of seam movement, not excessive, but just able to duck the ball back into the batsman. What some commentators might call a slightly heavy ball. And what we found from Fungstadt, when they were bowling in their first game, was that they used just the 5 specialist bowlers. 128 to target. And that's wristily done. That's probably going to go all the way. It's a long chase round for the fielder on the boundary. And, well, they've just managed to reel it in at the last moment. And that's very good running. 3 to open the chase. That's a purposeful start. And the Darmstadt chase is on the way.
Certainly is, and speaking as strictly neutral commentators, we'd love there to be a really nail-biting run chase, and with a target like this, I think there's every chance that this does go deep. And what we're seeing today and the kind of scores on the board, it's maybe just above par, I'd say.
Nothing partisan about wanting a last-minuter. That's just dug out. There was a little bit of in-duck on that one from Akmal.
Well, exactly. That's exactly why it's strictly neutral. When nothing partisan, we just want close, fun, entertaining cricket. And been a day of some great entertaining cricket, but we haven't yet really had we've had some close chases, but nothing that's been full on final ball kind of stuff.
Quick single here. Throw will have to be good to hit the stumps and misses. But in fairness, actually, Mohamed Umar called that through very quickly. He was quick off the mark.
We were talking earlier today about assertive running. Now, on this bobbly outfield, that is a good demonstration of why you should push hard. Because he's called quickly, he's called yes, it's a brilliant clean pickup and a throw, and even then, if it was a direct hit, because he's committed, he would have been in. He would have got the single regardless.
Oh, Asmat's played with all his wrists there. That's wonderful. Ooh. He's so quick to pivot. He just rolls the wrist so fast. Pinged it away for 4. Oh, he's gorgeous to watch when he does that, isn't he, Michael? Because he gets into position so fast. But even quicker than his feet pivot.
It's a bit like a ballerina.
Yeah, but it's so wristy the way he pulls it behind square. Just check that out. A flourish in the follow-through.
It's very rhythmical batting.
Gorgeous that was.
When it's done like that, there's a sort of rhythm to it.
Goes for it again, down the leg side. Not sure he gloved that or not. We'll see umpire Stefan Gucci's response in a moment, but they've scampered through. He didn't get a glove on it, so that leg side wide with the run they scampered becomes 2 wides. Now, Akmal Ahmed, you really do have to try and stop feeding that ball to Asmat Ali short down the leg side. Don't have to worry about it immediately because the strike has been returned to Mohamed Umar. A nick, a celebration, finger is raised. Well, there we go, there's a bonus. However well Asmat Ali is playing, it's Mohamed Umar who's gone, caught behind, just flashed at it. Nice ball in the channel, not too quick. And look, he backed away, you see. He backed away from the short ball to try and power it away, to play a cut through the offside, which is unprotected on the boundary. And he made himself reach too far. Mohamed Umar is gone, caught behind for 1. And Darmstadt are 10 for 1.
Early breakthrough. That's just what you want to stem the flow of runs in the power play. Of course, it was carnage in the power play the other way round. Thanks to the hitting of Zishan Nassar, Pfungstadt were 45 for 1 off 3. So Darmstadt. Oh, there seems to be a bit of confusion here. The outgoing batsman is hanging by the edge of the boundary as if he might be about to be given a reprieve. And it seems like...
Yes, Mohamed Umar is coming back now.
He has been.
No, I don't think he has been. I think they're talking about bats. Because there's a bit of a delay as the number 3 batsman is taking his time to get out to the middle. So while that was happening, Azmat thought he would take the opportunity to get his preferred bat from Mohamed Umar. When you said reprieve, I was struggling to think of what it could have been.
Well, he hung by the edge as if it was sort of being sent upstairs, and there is no referrals or replays, in terms of sort of old school cricket in that sense. The umpire's decisions on the field is the umpire's decision, simple as that. But he was loitering as if something might be about to happen.
I don't know what all the delay was, but here is Majid Nasri at number 3.
The sun is out.
You're just pointing that out to me.
I was excited.
Where
I
is
haven't
it?
seen much of it today. There. It's the big thing in the sky.
So too is Akmal Ahmed, gesturing and pointing. Not at the sun, though. You're not going to be able to get the sun to cover deep mid-wicket. Just adjusting his fielders. Here's the first ball faced by Majid. He's got that fine. The third man is out there. Oh dear, he's missed it. Oh, that is awkward. 2 sweepers. Well, he did everything behind it. And the third man sweeper, I thought he had it covered, but that is highly unsatisfactory.
I've got another word that starts with an A and is followed by a W, and it's not awkward. Awful. Oh dear. A long barrier would have covered it. It's what you teach the kids.
Still, it keeps the chase interesting. 14 runs off the first over for the loss of Mohamed Umar, caught behind. Majid, expecting to glide the ball down to third man for a single to retain the strike, has profited by 4. And now we have an interesting bowling change because is this Habib Sheikh coming on to bowl? Number 99. His favoured leg side. Azmat really will do anything he can to manoeuvre the ball to leg. On this occasion it's just hit his thigh pad. A leg bye goes on the board. Zishan Ali coming on to bowl. Didn't see him in the first game. We're sure as anything seeing him now, opening the bowling alongside Akmal in the power play. Long on and third man are the 2 boundary riders. They can both stay exactly where they were because that has been thrashed over deep mid-wicket. Even if there had been a deep mid-wicket, it would have cleared him. 6 runs and a lovely bit of power hitting there. And Nasri, having got a lucky 4 off his first ball in the last over, there's absolutely no fortune about that one at all. He's nailed it.
Oh, that's just magnificent, clean hitting. And if you're going to chase down 128, which would be a very decent chase to realistically keep yourself in this competition, that's a very good way to go about it. Crashed.
Right then, Zishan, what you've got? I suggest not bowling full and straight. The field he's got, short and outside off stump would do. 4 fielders in the ring on the offside and that third man, albeit a slightly clumsy one. No change to the field. Length ball, good. That's what he wants to be bowling. They're going to scamper a quick single here. That's fine. Pfungstadt won't mind the quick single. Just back of a length over the top of off stump. Well bowled.
It's a good reply. And the game always seems easy from where we are able to sort of be objective and not too emotional about things, but when you've just got smacked for 6, hard to come back.
Oh, they fed the shot, there it is. He hasn't quite got everything on it, but it's gone over square leg's head and short of the deep mid-wicket fielder. Anything straight or straying towards leg and faintly short, that is what Azmat is going to do. I'll be charitable and say that perhaps Zishan was going for the top edge there, but really he'd be better served bowling fuller outside off to Azmat. Still, just the single. Ooh, slower ball there and a little bit of in-swing late. And a big flash and thrash there from Majid.
Reasonable start here, but they are behind where Fungstadt, pardon me, were at this stage.
That's a good area there. It just strayed a little wide with the swing, but short and wide was the right thing to do.
It's the right plan, just wasn't quite executed right. Just for a bit of comparison, 45 for 1 at the end of their 3 overs. Where Fungstadt, pardon me.
Bit of width, full, and he's managed to find the gap in the covers. There are 4 men in the ring, but he's threaded it through, and it's a very tidy, well-timed 4. Zishan is bowling to the right plan, but really once it was through the ring there was nothing anyone could have done about that. It concludes the second over, 28 for 1. So exactly 100 required from the remaining 8 overs, which is of course 48 balls.
Who would you rather be right now? I don't mean in terms of personal identity.
Oh,
I mean
right, okay. I was just thinking. Katy Perry or Taylor Swift. It was so difficult to choose. I'd rather be defending at this stage, I think.
Yeah, I agree. On balance.
Akmal going to bowl his second over off the reel to get himself out of the way. Just conceding that single to begin with. Who would you rather bowl to? That's the question. I know it seems a little bit masochistic, but I would prefer to bowl to Azmat because it's so clear where you don't bowl to him. Whereas Majid is just that little bit more unpredictable. It's Akmal again. Has he nicked it? No, it's close to the bat though. Swishing without hope.
Well, we've got a comment on YouTube, and we did say that if you want to get involved on YouTube or Twitter, then we'll be the first to throw your predictions or your thoughts out there to the world, so long as they're nothing unclean. It's Rob Young who's had his say. Ooh. So that's been sort of kicked away for a bite. And he said, it all depends on how Fungstadt bowl. If they bowl like they did in their first game, they could well lose this. If they tighten up, they'll probably win by 20 to 30 runs, which I'd say is a reasonably fair assessment.
It wasn't so much the bowling as the field positioning. True. It made the bowling look worse than it was. But now, as you can, well, you can't see on this mid angle, but on the wide angle, you'd see that the fielder there for Adnan is now out deep, and it's gone up in the air to deep mid-wicket. There's no fielder there. He's threaded the gap very well. A long on and a deep mid-wicket. Nevertheless, he's found 4. Now, that's frustrating. Much better not to feed it than to bowl there, even though you've got the 3 deep fielders set for the shot. You need to bowl short of a length, or just back of a length to full length, outside off stump. There's simply no other option. If you can get a good length outside off, he'll play and miss, Azmat. And that got exactly what it deserved. It's gone all the way, dropping it short again, Akmal. And really, it's almost like batting practice now. Azmat Ali giving ball after ball his favourite shot. And this is not the way to win the game. Frankfurt.
Well, yes, Zishan lost the troops, had a bit of a captaincy nightmare, a bowler's juggling nightmare that became just a desperate exercise of following the ball to where each of the last boundaries had been scored in a situation that only worsened things.
Full outside off is what's needed. Still, better length, but this time on middle and leg, only one. But, you know, I like the plan. The captain, Zishan, was trying to make it work there. He dropped the fielder down to long off, brought the third man up, saying to his bowler, beseeching him, bowl full outside off.
Beseeching him. That's a great phrase. I now have this image of the captain in the chapel with his bowler, or in the synagogue, or in the mosque.
I don't think they're in the synagogue, Michael, in this scenario.
Yes, that's very true. Yes, the point I was making is the place of worship of your choosing for the metaphor. I'm not particularly prescribing it has to be one or t'other, but the point being of the beseechment of the captain on his knees, begging to both the Almighty and his bowler, please just stick to the plan. Stick to the plan.
Well, the power play's done. 39 runs off it. They are up with the rate.
They're 6 off where their opponents were at this very stage, so they're not far off neck and neck, particularly when you consider that they did pull it back later in the innings.
And here's Tursif, the traditional change bowler. Oh dear, very slingy one, very low arm, and unsurprisingly that's gone on with the arm down the leg side. He wants to get his arm a bit straighter than that, but give him a break. It's his first ball after a 4-hour gap.
Well, either that, or he's got to come a lot wider of the crease to get his angles squared up.
Hazmat back on strike. 2 wide. Well, they've achieved one thing, which is to stop the batsman from scoring of these first 2 balls, but only by virtue of sending the ball 2 wide for them to hit.
I liked the optimistic beginnings of that phrase.
It's always a positive. Always a positive.
That's the classic village cricket sort of. Well, at least we've stopped him hitting it.
Length ball outside off is what's needed. Whoops! And it's straight on to middle and leg. And it's picked up well by Azmat, but fortunately for Frankfurt it's gone straight on the bounce to the fielder out at deep mid-wicket, so they've restricted him to just the 1.
Given that we're talking about fielding and field settings, I think it is important to just mention for one last time today, and we've kept saying it for regular viewers that have been tuning in and out of the stream, that due to a break-in overnight in our camera equipment sadly being stolen and a huge amount of tech that's used to get these ECN events going, we're operating on a slightly reduced basis today.
And that's a good ball in the right slot there. Where it comes is predictable. They're coming back for 2. They've got to be quick. The throw goes to the wicketkeeper's end. It was a good bit of fielding and a good throw. It's all very well to say to the fielder, you didn't get there quickly enough, but getting to the ball quickly and still making sure you get both hands on it is pretty hard on this outfield. Key thing is it was a good ball and it went in a predictable place as a result. Another good one. Now this is in the air. It's going to be a half chance. No, just dropping short of the fielder. Akmal came in a sprightly fashion off the line, but he wasn't able to get there quickly enough. But again, a length ball, a straight length ball, and just the single.
It's good bowling. It's bowling that you can set a field to, have a plan built around.
6 runs off the first 3 legal deliveries. He has bowled 5 balls so far in the over, 2 of them being wides. Now that's right, that's exactly right. That's where you have to bowl, because he will try and hit over the leg side. If you bowl 2 wide on the offside, of course any decent batsman can use that, but close to off stump and on a good length, he's going to try and force it into the offside, and it's much harder. We saw in his first game he played and missed a few of those. Can he bowl it to Azmat again? come down the pitch. That's great footwork. He's made it through the offside. Really well timed. Really well timed. Yes, good foxtrot there. Is that syndicated, that programme? I hope you're familiar with the theme tune reference from around the world, the Dancing with the Stars syndication. But his footwork was lovely. A chassé down the pitch.
From the dance floor.
Let's take a look at how he came down. Turned it into a half volley.
Wasn't a bad ball.
With an open face, he just whipped it away wristily through the offside.
Oh!
It's got the nick. Yes, he's finally succeeded in the channel. It's hard for Azmat to play those shots. It's not where he wants it. This time with a more leaden-footed stance. He hasn't come down the pitch, hasn't moved around. He's reached for a good length ball, moving away from him, and Azmat Ali has perished. That is very, very important.
And he's got to walk those leaden feet off now.
Just take a look at this. He pushes it a bit wider. He has to reach for the ball. Azmat didn't move far enough across. Just a small trigger movement. Tried to cut, but it was too far away from him. And quite rightly, Tusif is absolutely delighted. He's got the important breakthrough. The second wicket falls after 4 overs exactly. 49 for 2. And Azmat is caught behind by Zeshan for 23, having faced 12 balls, 4 boundaries. And again, Fungstadt have just pegged back Darmstadt in their chase of 128. With 6 overs to go, they need 79 more runs.
The Morse man commenting, it was the Strictly Come Dancing theme in the UK, yes, for global viewers. A popular dancing programme, referencing the lovely footwork from the batsman.
Bunted down the pitch, neatly fielded by Akmal.
Do keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. And also, one thing I was meaning to do earlier in the day, but we didn't. Tell us where you're watching. Where you're watching in the world.
Yeah, not YouTube, but actually which geographical location. They should get at least 2 here. Good bit of fielding on the line, but Fielder had a long way to run round. Now, one benefit from having Atul Karim bowling at this stage is he's a little slower. That last ball he gave plenty of width and it was quite easy to get the ball away. But the ball before, Atul Karim just managed to cramp the batsman up because he doesn't put much pace on it. It's quite hard to get the ball away. But that's in the air. Now it's going to drop in the gap, I think. Is it? No, he's caught it, fumbled it, dropped it. Oh, dear. Well, Akmal has fielded well. He did so well to get into the gap where the ball was falling, but it just had to reach away from his body. And he caught it, fumbled it, and dropped it almost in one fluid movement. And that could be costly, I'm afraid. Ball is in the air again. That's high, straight. Wicketkeeper's under it, grabs it. Well done. So if you don't get one, get the other. And Akmal is very, very happy about that and giggling away at his position of just a few moments ago. Misery and remorse, and now he's been reprieved. Tried to play across the line to a ball that was far too full on the offside. Got a top edge. And a lovely bit of nimble work by the wicketkeeper running round. Not sure why he needed to take one glove off. I would have thought that made it harder, but it hasn't made a difference. And Atul Karim Pasha, taking the speed off the ball, has worked. And he's taken the 3rd wicket. And now Fungstadt have got themselves into a very good position as Darmstadt are 54 for 3 in the 5th over.
Darmstadt just slightly behind the rate, and now they've got that problem when you lose a couple of quick wickets. But a new man has got to come in and establish himself. That new man taking the form of Adnan Nazir, who, by his own admission, when he was speaking to me, says he's the biggest 6-hitter in his team.
I thought, for a minute I thought you were going to say in the world.
The Jeremy Clarkson in the world.
The biggest six-hitter in the team. Well, he told that to you in private, did he? Or
well, yes. I asked him over WhatsApp.
Here he is. Well, he's kind of toe-ended that one. Misfield, so they'll get one. In fact, if they really put their legs into it, they should come back for the second. They do.
Speaking to him, as you do all of the teams, sort of get a sense of what to expect. I was asking him about the batting unit. Said, who is your biggest six-hitter? He said, me.
Okay.
2 letters. And this is a good chance to live up to that.
Oh, Majid's going to get another single here, this time out to Zishan on the line. So he's actually, I think, going to steal the strike there, isn't he? Yep. 5 overs gone, 55 for 3, Darmstadt. The 3 wickets to fall, Azmat Ali, Ahmed Umar and Mansour Khan, all caught behind in a variety of ways by Zeshan Atif. So we're halfway through and 71 runs are required for victory. Kit Harris here for the European Cricket Series here in Frankfurt as we come to the end of day 1 of our 5-day tournament here in Group A. All the 5 teams in Group A have played each other, or will have played each other twice.
What, played each other once?
Will have played twice, sorry, today, and will have, by the end of tomorrow, played each other once. So Group A on Monday and Tuesday, and Group B on Thursday and Wednesday and Thursday. Finals day on Friday. So this is the critical moment, Michael. Halfway.
It certainly is. I think right now you'd rather be the fielding side. You'd rather be Funkstadt. But Darmstadt by no means out of this. If Adnan Nazir, their gun 6-hitter, can fire. We'll get a single. The second is cut off by Akmal Ahmed, who experienced a moment that everybody can relate to, which is that moment when you drop a catch and the batsman's out the very next ball, and he was doing a jig of delight. He was happier than the bowler or the keeper. He was the happiest man in Frankfurt, the happiest man in Germany.
Here's the moment you've been waiting for a couple of minutes. The big 6-hitter is finally on strike.
It's Nazir bowling to Nazir. And he's tried to flick it round the corner. He's trying a dill scoop that failed miserably, but he does get one.
Oh, I don't know about miserably. He got his
that's true. He's played a dill scoop better than I've ever played it. Not that is a particularly high bar to be setting for such a thing.
You're an Englishman. Have you played a dill scoop?
Well, I was waiting for the question. No, I've never even attempted such a thing. Here's Nasiri facing on 22. Oh, and that is a slash through third man, and it bounces up kindly, which it's rare that you can say that on this outfield. So you really have drawn the long straw if you get a bounce like that. And that keeps it to 1. Required run rate is just creeping up towards 15 and over, 2.5 a ball. And it is Adnan Nazir, by his own admission, the best 6-hitter in his own team. And my goodness me, they could do with that now. Oh, there we go! There we go! He's crashed that away. Well, he said he was the best 6-hitter in his own team. He's walked out in the heat of a run chase with his side behind the rate. And what's he done with his very first ball? He's pumped it over square leg for 6.
Yeah, we'll give him that one. First ball was a little scoop for a single. Second ball, here it is. In the slot, rocketed over deep backward square. He was on the back foot in a flash there. Well, we know he's got the pull shot for 6 then. Let's see what else he's got.
Oh, yes, sorry. There was the miss scoop. The miss scoop from his first ball.
61 off 26.
It's on. It's definitely on. Can he repeat it? Oh, he didn't really get hold of that. It was a slow ball that nearly caught him out, but he's done well to get it into the gap. He'll get 2. Just stops on that very slow outfield out there. That long, thick, undulating grass. What is the opposite of a billiard table? I don't know what it is.
All sorts of things.
Well,
a lemon?
Just in terms of the sort of grass-like.
Yes.
You know, you think of people talk about Lords. Oh, it's like having a billiard table there. You know, you could play bowls on it. Oh, ho, ho, ho! Whipped away. That is some outrageous batting. And Adnan Nazir is already making a big impact on this run chase. Very valuable 4 to the score. And Darmstadt CC can't really afford a quiet over. And a quiet over is definitely not what we're getting.
Biggest over of the innings so far. 15 from it. 6 overs gone. 72 for 3. So well past the halfway stage now in both senses. 4 overs to go. 24 balls, that is. 56 more to win.
Morseman says in the comments, Fungstadt was 78 for 1 off 5. So Darmstadt were 21 runs behind at the halfway point. But without meaning to go all sort of stats badger on people, you have to be careful with those kinds of comparisons because, as we know, in the second half of the innings, Fungstadt slowed up considerably and actually at the death struggled to get the bowling away. So although they were 20 runs ahead at the halfway point, if Darmstadt can put their foot down, they can close that gap, and they're closing it rapidly at the moment. Only 1 to collect from that one, though.
Our YouTube fans inform us that the opposite of a billiard table is a cow field. That seems perfectly good.
Well, yes, a cow and rabbit field is not a bad description. In terms of where people are watching, I should say a few that are still flying through. Toby Young is watching in Norwich. Son Hussein is watching in Qatar, in Doha. It's a slightly unlikely location, but great to have your company regardless. So it's an attempted smear through the leg side, and one way or t'other, it's run down to the fine leg boundary for 4 more. And they won't care how they'll come. They'll just care that they keep coming, and at the moment, it is all going Darmstadt's way. And now, it is up to Fungstadt to find a way to arrest the momentum. Diving, sprawling wicketkeeper Zishan Atif could do nothing about it. Angus Tarode is watching in Paris. That's a huge swing and a very clever, deceptive, slow piece of bowling from Atal Karim Pasha.
Yes, he's done well just to take the pace off there, and it's the right thing to do towards the end of an innings when the batsmen are looking to hit sixes. As, when they get in a certain mood and they're seeing the ball well, they can hit it wherever you bowl it, but you can get them to miss-hit it if you just take the pace off or mix your pace around. So well bowled.
And he comes again. This is a slightly quicker ball, and that pace is used to lash it away through square leg for 4. It was quick, but it was also short and on the pads, and it could be easily thumped away. And Adnan Nazir now has 21 off just 7 balls, 3 4s and a 6. He gave it all the chat before the tournament at being his team's best death hitter, and he is backing that up as we speak, going at 3 a ball and pulling his side into the advantage slot in this game. What's the response from Pasha?
Well bowled.
It's a very good one. Right in the block hole. I have to settle for 1. Well, they're up with the rate. But as we know in T10 in particular, it can all change so quickly. So quickly.
Well, it only needs the thing is, which makes it so exciting, is it only really needs a wicket. Probably the wicket of Adnan would do it.
Slower ball. It slightly caught Nasiri out, who smeared through with the shot anyway and got a thick outside edge through point for 4. 29 off 16.
The two of them are keeping the board rolling now. Came together at 54 only a couple of overs ago, and now the score is 86. This partnership has flourished very quickly. 14 runs from that over. Atal Karim and Akmal Ahmed have both finished their overs. So the captaincy conundrum is who to bowl in the remaining sequence, Zishan, Tusif or Nazir. My inclination would be to keep Tusif for the last over. So I feel that he just has the little bit of movement away from the bat. It's quite hard to get away. And so far we're doing it the way I want to do it, which is Zishan is going to bowl number 8. Well, I think that's right. And I think Nasir should bowl 9 and Tusif should bowl 10.
Well, Tusif generally is their go-to death bowler for Fungstadt. In their successful T10, T20 state campaign this summer, his work at the death was key to that success. That's crunched away. That's 6 more. And right now, Fungstadt cannot stop Darmstadt, and in particular, Adnan Nazir, who is single-handedly taking this game away from them. That is 28 off 9 balls.
Just noticing we're coming up to 6:30, which is the scheduled finish time. And I don't know whether that brings 5 runs into play. I hope it doesn't, Michael, because I'd like to see this finish on pure scores.
Oh, he's threatened to step away and scoop. Gets it away. A rather excitable voice in the tent behind me forgets that the opposition do have boundary sweepers, so it already started screeching in excitement at the 4, or potential 4, before realising there was a fielder there. But it's good running. They've got back for 2. And right now, it is Darmstadt who are in the driving seat, and it's Fungstadt who've got to find something, and they've got to find it quick, because this game is running away from them. Oh, that's a total miscue, but it's such a bad miscue that it doesn't even make it to short mid-wicket.
It's a little dark, and I think the fielders are now, every now and then, finding it harder to pick the ball up. A mid-wicket fielder there. Well, okay, I know he's Arslan, I know he's carrying an injury, but I think just a little slow because he didn't pick up the ball. It's really murky out there against the trees anyway.
He comes again. Oh, what's he?
Work that one out, umpire Gooch. We're going with the dead ball.
Dead ball, yeah.
That's because the ball didn't reach the other end. If it had wobbled along the ground and then rolled up to the batsman, you get a no ball for that. But if it doesn't reach the other end, you have to bowl it again.
And comes Ali, smash straight. That's 6. That's a big old 6. 10 metres over the boundary. And it's the same old story. The last few overs, piling on the misery. Darmstadt flying along. And Nasiri and Ali and Adnan Nazir are doing the business for them.
But we're a Fungstadt right now. There's no noise. Everyone's gone quiet. They're just looking around. Someone
waiting
needs to
for someone to do something.
Someone's got to start geeing up the team here.
And he comes again. This is a wild
Chance
slash down to third man. And it's just 5 yards or so short of the field and not a catching chance.
The third man's done well there, though, Michael, because he came in very quickly thinking of the catch. And at the last minute, he just backed off and thought he'd stop the ball. And it did spin away. If he'd come in and dive for the catch, that might have gone for 4. So third man's done well, changing his plan and restricting it to 1 on that occasion.
Speaking of changing, the weather has dramatically changed in the last 10 minutes. Suddenly it's light rain, heavy wind, and the sun has disappeared. That's a full toss, and you can't bowl a full toss with these two in this form. Away it goes. Adnan Nazir, boom, boom, boom. His third 6 of the innings to go with 3 4s. And right now, he's scoring at more than 3 a ball. They just can't stop him. He said he was the biggest 6 hitter in his own team. And by goodness me, he's proving it.
22 off the over. Over number 8, that's the one they decided to go after. Well, Zishan, in fairness, the 5th bowler, if you like, didn't bowl in the first game. And they had to pick a bowler they were going to try and hit 20 off. He was the right one. So Nasir and Tosif for the last 2 bowlers. And it's just a question of getting them the right way round. And there are 20 runs required off the last 2 overs. So who are they going to turn to?
Well, you would now definitely rather be the batting side. And remember what's on the line here, folks. 2 pools of 5 in this competition. Today and tomorrow is Pool A. Wednesday and Thursday is Pool B. Top 2 get into finals day Friday. These 2 have both already lost 1 game.
Oh, this is massive.
And if you lose this second game, you are potentially, almost certainly, probably out of the running for finals day Friday. So if either of these sides lose this, it is potentially all but curtains on their ECS campaign in terms of making it to Friday.
Michael Zishan, the captain, is going to do it himself.
Well, if you want something done properly.
Well, we said that at the end of the last innings, and the captain came on and bowled an over that went for 26.
Bhatti, yes. Zishan Nassar on to bowl his right arm slow.
He's got away with it. First ball, full toss, should have gone for 6.
Ball.
Should have gone for 6 over deep backward square.
Given the way this partnership has gone, it's a big surprise that it didn't, quite frankly, because Nasiri is going at 2 a ball, which you'd think isn't bad as a strike rate, but Adnan Nazir is going at more than 3 a ball.
So risky bowling this yourself.
Here he is again with his right arm slow bowling, grenade style stuff. Pumped down to long off. Good purposeful running. They're always getting 2 there. Direct hit, but he was in. And that shows the value of good, committed running between the wickets. They decided no matter what happened, they were both running 2. And even with a direct hit, home safe and sound.
He's done well so far, actually, the captain. Still 4 balls left to get through. A leg by, and then the second ball just keeping it to 2, and together a throw that was wide and hit the stumps at the striker's end.
Oh, that's a full toss. And that's gone. That's gone. Well, he got away with 1 in the first ball of the over. And he really should have learnt his lesson from that with this growing, marauding partnership that is running down this total, you just cannot afford to bowl a full toss in the slot like that. Well, it's not even in the slot, at least with the slot the ball pitches, in the slot of all slots.
I don't understand it, Michael. He's got 2 specialist bowlers who bowled their full complement of overs in the first game, Tosif and Nasir. Zishan himself didn't bowl in the first game. Why is he bowling, Michael?
He's an occasional bowler at best, and I must say, I agree, I find it slightly perplexing.
It's going to be a wide.
That's a wide outside the off stump.
I appreciate it's very brave, and I appreciate it is the strong captain thing to do. You know, but a captain really has got to back his specialists in the position he selected them in.
As opposed to throwing himself forward at all costs. In comes Zishan. Can he make it up here? Well, that is a better ball. It's full in the block hole, and it will be 1. So that just helps limit some of the damage, but a significant amount of the damage has already been done, it must be said.
Yeah, that's 6. I mean, you bowl 3 full tosses and you don't get hit for 6 the first 2. You're not going to survive the third one.
And he comes. That's a better delivery. Again in the block hole. It's missed by the fielder. That's short mid-wicket. The fielder has to charge around on the boundary and get it in. So I make that now 9 to win off 8. 9 to win off 8. Maybe we're not going to get a final over finish after all. I'm going to try and finish it in this over. Don't quite get hold of that.
They're settling for 1 here, look. They've decided.
Well, they realise the game situation. And you can't necessarily blame them. You've got this brilliant partnership. We know that when you've got a fantastic partnership like this, it's a careless wicket or a bad run out that can totally change the momentum of the game, and a nervous new batsman comes in and can't get going. So now you've suddenly got it down to 9 off 8.
Well, it was 9 off 8 the penultimate ball, so now it's 6 off 6, I believe. So the smart thing to do is just get your big hitter down on strike. He seems to have hurt himself, though. I don't know what's going on here. He's on the ground. Taking on water with 6 balls to go. Well, that's... I don't hope the umpires have stopped the clock.
Sorry, yes, you're right. Yes, 6 to win off 6. Well, of course, so the fielding team has 45 minutes to bowl their 10 overs. They are given extra time if more than 6 wickets are taken because of the time of that. But you're quite right. It should, and I'm sure it will be looked at the match referee by the batting team taking disruptions to bring on equipment or helmets or this kind of thing.
Right, so it is Tosif.
He's got to defend 6.
14 runs off the penultimate over bowled by Zishan. Maybe too many for Tosif to defend.
Ooh. That's a very good start, though. And they thought about running a bye and then changed their mind. Well, If you want it to go to the death with 6 to win off 6, a dot ball is a good place to start.
So Majid is on strike.
Got deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep extra cover, and a third man.
If I were Majid, I would just nudge the single here and back Adnan to hit a 6.
There's Tosif.
Right.
Swing and a miss outside off again.
Doesn't back him.
6 to win off 4. I don't think it's a case so much that he doesn't back Nazir. I think it's a case that he's so high on adrenaline himself that he's just backing himself to smack the winning runs rather than... And again, now, suddenly, 6 off 4 looks very different to 6 off 6.
You can bet that Adnan is calling down the pitch at him. Just run the single.
Get bat on ball.
Give me 3 balls to hit 1 6.
Tosif to Nasiri. Oh, he's tried to man-cat him.
It's appeal for the man-cat.
He's appealed.
We might have to look at the replay on this, or has umpire Gooch seen it from square leg? They have seen it, and he's given him out.
It's been given out. Remember that we can't look at the replay, of course, because we can't send decisions, of course, but we have the benefit of that.
What I mean is we might have to look at the replay.
But the umpires don't. But he's been given out man-catted, to use the phrase.
And the reason for that is, well, in this situation, every inch is crucial, and if the batsman were at the other end and had been stumped, they'd call him. They wouldn't call him back. Oh, they have called him back.
Oh, there we go.
Well, he's very lucky man because he's come out of his crease early. He's trying to steal an unfair advantage by coming out of his crease, and the bowler has run him out, which is a perfectly legitimate thing to do.
Yeah.
And it's... I think it says a lot for the spirit of the bowler that he's prepared to give the batsman another chance.
Yeah, the Fungstadt captain Zishan Nashar, who's fielding just in front of us, has decided wanted to call him back. So that's crunched down the ground.
Should be just 2.
He's well fielded by Akmal, and they get back for the second. Should say, of course, I say the phrase Mankad. It comes from Vinny Mankad as to how it originated, but actually, I remind myself as I'm saying that really it shouldn't be called that, and it's quite an unfair phrase because of the context of how that emerged. It really, correcting myself, is run out at the bowler's end as the delivery is being bowled. As it is, Nazir is not out though. It's Nasiri on strike. He smeared this up in the air though. It should land safe. It does land just safe.
He's overrun it. They're going to get the 2.
And they will come back for 2. So that takes it down to 2 to win off 2 balls. It's the closest finish we've had across the 5 games all day.
Now the captain needs to bring the fielders in a bit here. To be honest, the smart thing to do...
He's still got 5 out though.
Yeah,
He's got a deep mid-wicket, a long on, a long off.
It needs to bring
deep extra cover and a deep third man.
Needs to bring them all in halfway between the boundary and the circle at this point, because they could very easily run 2 like they just did. He's... certainly 2 out on the leg side.
Smeared up in the air. Should be caught by the wicket-keeper. He's caught by the wicket-keeper. We're going to the final ball, ladies and gentlemen. 2 to win off the last ball. And after an excellent knock, with the line at his mercy, the finishing line there, Majid Nasiri perishes for 43 off 26. Top-edging one caught by the keeper. And we're going to the last ball, and we could well be going to a golden ball as well. And just to remind you, if we get there, that would be 2 runs to win off 1 ball, no super over, and that ball could be bowled by any bowler, not just the bowler that's bowled the final over, which it used to be, but
to the same
regulation
batsman.
Has been changed a week ago, to any of the not-out batsmen.
So...
In other words, have to be the striker.
It's a funny way of putting this, but in some circumstances, he needs 3 off 2 balls. He could either hit a 2 off this ball to win, or he could hit 1 off this ball to tie, and then 2 off the golden ball. That would do it. How about that?
Yes, correct. You've somehow managed to make an already complicated process sound even more.
No. On the contrary, I've simplified it greatly. Now, the important thing is... and this is the key, is that Adnan is on strike. The decision he will now have to make is, will he try and go over the top for 6, or will he try and push it for 2? And I think I know the answer, don't you, Michael?
Given the way he's batted, he's hit 4 sixes, more than half of his runs have been in 6s. What's he going to do? Adnan Nazir facing. Oh, he scoops it over fine leg. That surely will be it, and that is it. They've won it on the final ball. Adnan Nazir scoops it to the fine leg boundary to bring up his 50 and win them the game. What a way to do it. This is the guy who's speaking to me before this tournament. When I asked who was his team's best six-hitter, he said me. And he stepped out with his team behind the 8-ball in a crucial run chase that they had to win to realistically stay in contention for finals day Friday. And he smokes 50 off 16 balls with 3 4s and 4 6s to take his team home on the final ball. I salute you, sir. That is quite a knock indeed. And it is Darmstadt who get home with a possible golden ball in the offing. It's not needed because Adnan Nazir brings it home. 130 for 4 they finish on. And they just, by the barest of margins, get themselves a win. It means that Fungstadt are now 0 from 2 and almost certainly out of the running to finish in the top 2 of Pool A and make it through to Friday. But Darmstadt get their win, and Darmstadt is still alive. And that is thanks to one man, Adnan Nazir.
Well, let's just take a look at how it unfolded once again. That early wicket of Mahmoud Umar looked like the perfect start, really, for Fungstadt. But then the run started coming. First of all, it was Azmat Ali. And we've got used over the course of the day to this kind of shot, where he just puts all his weight on the back foot. And really, through the leg side, he's an extraordinary batsman. He has such good wrists, you see. He can get elevation, get it up and over the infield if they're in, but even if they're out, he can still find the gaps. And again, you see they're just waiting for the ball and playing it late and can manoeuvre the ball into any position. So he made 23 of 12 balls, and that was the early momentum. But all the same, Fungstadt just kept on chipping away, 49 for 2 when the second wicket fell. 2 catches behind, and then, well, in came Manzoor Khan, and it didn't take him long to make a fatal mistake, skying the ball and being caught by the wicketkeeper. 3 catches of the first 3 wickets for the man behind the sticks, Zeshan Atif. This was the one that got rid of Manzoor, and at that stage, 54 for 3, it looked like Fungstadt were going to do it. In then came Adnan, and that was absolutely extraordinary. He boasted to Michael McCann that he was the big 6-hitter, and just behind square on the leg side. He's an awesome player, touch player, just seems to see the ball so early, picks it up, glides it away off the face of the bat, and even when he got a faint edge on it, he still prospered with fortune.
Well, it was the partnership with Nasiri as well. He definitely deserves credit for the supporting hand that he played. 43 off 26, which between the two of them, they put on, bit of quick maths, they put on 72 in 5 overs, which took the game from heading rapidly in Fungstadt's direction to, by the time Nasiri was out on the penultimate ball, albeit trying to smack one in the air to win it and being caught by the keeper, you would rather have been in the batting tent. And you'd rather have been in the batting tent because Adnan Nazir was facing the final ball. But before that, we also had this drama. Nazir was out, given run out at the bowler's end with the bowler not delivering. And then Zishan Nassar, the Fungstadt captain, decided to withdraw the appeal that his bowler had made that had been given out at the time. And so on we went, and there it finished with a final ball. Scooped over fine leg for 4, cool as you like, by Adnan Nazir, and walked off with that big old beard, taking the congratulations of his teammates, brought up his 50 in doing so. A crucial, truly match-winning 50 off just 16 balls with 4 4s and 4 6s. That is how to take your team home in a very tight situation. 40 of the 50 runs that he scored came in boundaries. He came to finish a game off and keep his team in this European Cricket Series in Frankfurt, and that is exactly what he did. And so just to wrap things up, at the end of day 1 then, in Pool A, you've got Turk FC Hattersheim, who've won 1, and then lost 1. You've got SG Heinhausen, who are sitting pretty with 2 wins from 2. Frankfurt Cricket Club are 2 losses from 2. In fact, pardon me, Frankfurt Cricket Club have won 1 and lost 1. Darmstadt Cricket Club have won 1 and lost 1. And Pfungstadt are the only side that are 0 from 2. So there's all to play for tomorrow. All 5 teams still in contention. 2 big wins for Pfungstadt, and they could still be in the equation for that top 2, as unlikely as it will seem. And tomorrow is when we will find out who those 2 teams will be who will go through from Pool A. But for now, I should repeat again that due to some technical difficulties and our cameras and equipment being stolen overnight, it's been a superb effort from the team behind the scenes here to get us up and streaming with the 2 cameras that we've got left. Thank you to all of them that have made it possible. Thank you to you across the world for watching. I've been Michael McCann. Kit Harris has been alongside me, and we will be back tomorrow to see who are the 2 teams to make it through from Pool A. Wednesday and Thursday we move to Pool B, and then we have Finals Day Friday for the Final 4. But for now, signing off from the FCC Oval after a fantastic day of drama here in Frankfurt, I'm Michael McCann.
And I'm Kit Harris.
And we'll see you tomorrow.